Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Bestiality and Animal Fighting. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian section of Parlamericas. Its bilateral visit to Santiago, Chile from March 11 to 14, 2018, and to Montevideo, Uruguay from March 14 to 16, 2018. And secondly, in participation in the 5th Open Government Partnership Global Summit held in Tbilisi, Georgia from July 17 to 19, 2018. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Of Senate public bills. Mr. Willett, seconded by Mr. Ellis, moves that Bill S-215, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for violent offences against Aboriginal women, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity of speaking. I'm proud to present a bill on behalf of the Senator Lillian Dick from the other chamber, which will recognize that women, Indigenous women, are often the subject of great violence in our society. Today is a day in Ottawa where thousands of men are gathering at the Shaw Centre to raise awareness about violence against Indigenous women and children, where we are fasting all day long. And so I wear the moose hide in recognition of that. And so I'm very proud to introduce this bill so that Indigenous women across Canada will be protected under the law and receive additional protection. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from several ridings, including Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on firearms, which are already banned.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of cottage owners and homeowners whose cottages and homes are located at Crooked Lake, Saskatchewan, on land leased from the Government of Canada, and those concerned for the aforementioned cottage owners and homeowners who wish to draw attention to the 650 to 700% lease increase being imposed on Crooked Lake leaseholders for the years of 2015 to 2019. Being that this increase has been imposed without the jointly agreed to negotiations between the Government of Canada and or its appointed authority and the leaseholders and or their representatives, and with the threat of lease cancellation also being imposed, the undersigned call upon the Minister and the Government of Canada to negotiate a fair lease agreement with all Crooked Lake cottage owners and homeowners who lease land from the Government of Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. And the first one is of residents of Kildonan St. Paul and other Canadians concerned that very eminently the only two emergency wards serving the residents of North Winnipeg, West St. Paul and East St. Paul are going to be closed by the provincial government. Whereas the aim of the Canada Health Act is to ensure that all eligible residents of Canada have reasonable access to insured healthcare services, we're calling on the federal government to urge the provincial government to reverse their decision to close the emergency rooms in North Winnipeg and save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second petition relates to artifacts. The citizens and residents of Canada and Kildonan and St. Paul want to draw the attention of the House of Commons to the fact that the previous Harper government instituted a policy where artifacts would be centralized in central Canada, in Gatineau. This policy will be an affront to the Métis people of Manitoba and other historic communities and those concerned about artifacts in Canada, and therefore we're calling on Canada to reverse this bad decision, cancel the plans to centralize the historic artifacts and resources held by Parks Canada in one facility, and commit to maintaining regional facilities for artifact storage and curation, especially in Manitoba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this morning with a petition from residents of Galliano Island who are forward-looking, acknowledging that Canada has made a commitment to protect at least 17% of land areas and 10% of marine areas by the year 2020. They point out that there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Parks Canada to buy the north shore of Cable Bay North on Galliano Island. If they're able to buy this area, it will protect it forever as part of the Gulf Islands National Park. The undersigned residents of Canada call on the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to acquire Cable Bay North on Galliano Island and add it to the existing Gulf Islands National Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halsman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present two petitions signed by over 1,000 constituents from my riding of Haldeman, Norfolk. These constituents are deeply concerned with the Liberal government's Bill C-71. Now, they're concerned that all this bill does is recreate the ineffective gun registry and punish law-abiding gun owners. Instead, they ask that the government invest more money into our frontline police forces to help them tackle the true source of firearms violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Second reading of government bills. Second reading of Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act.
By Ms. McKenna moves that Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given the nature of the legislation that we are about to discuss today pertaining to the correctional system, I want to take this moment to recognize that the family, the friends and colleagues of Correctional Officer the late Lisa Zorb will be gathering tomorrow for her funeral service in Maple Creek, Saskatchewan. Lisa lost her life in a vehicle crash while on duty last week. She was born in Regina, she had 2 children, and she had worked as a federal correctional officer for 20 years. I know everyone in this House will want to join with me in extending our deepest condolences to all those who are mourning Lisa's loss, especially her loving family. May she rest in peace. Now, Mr. Speaker, to the legislation at hand. And what we are doing today is opening the second reading debate on Bill C-83, which amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. The Act is all about greater safety and security and effectiveness within Canada's correctional system and follows two Superior Court decisions which have imposed certain deadlines on Parliament, which will be coming up toward the end of this year. La première priorité de notre gouvernement.
The first priority of our government is to protect Canadians from natural disasters, threats to national security, and of course, against crime. And we have taken several measures to protect Canadian communities from criminal acts.
Communities from criminal activity. We are supporting law enforcement, ensuring that the brave women and men who serve our communities have the resources they need to do their jobs. We're funding programs that help keep young Canadians out of gangs and provide them with more positive opportunities and choices. We're addressing some of the social determinants of crime like poverty, housing, and education. We are combating gun smuggling at the border and the flow of illegal cash into organized crime. And we're advancing new legislation to tackle some of the most serious threats to the safety of our communities, like gun violence and impaired driving. Another significant thing that we can do to enhance public safety is to make our correctional system as effective as possible at dealing with people who have committed crimes so that when their sentences are over, they're prepared to go straight and don't commit new crimes. Certainly, there are some offenders who have received life sentences from the courts and who may never be granted any form of conditional release by the parole board. But the vast majority will eventually return to our communities. And that's why the main responsibility of our correctional system is to do as much as possible to ensure that when offenders are released, they are ready to leave their criminal past behind them and to lead safe, productive, law-abiding lives. What we all want is fewer offenders, fewer victims, and safer communities. Achieving that is obviously no easy task. It involves an expert, accurate assessment of each offender's issues and needs and criminogenic risk, both at intake and on an ongoing basis. And it involves meeting those needs and reducing those risks through appropriate interventions, programming, education, skills training, gradual supervised release, as opposed to simply sending an offender cold turkey straight from maximum security back into society, as well as any required treatments for addictions or mental health. The Correctional Service of Canada estimates that about 70% of all inmates exhibit some symptoms of some form of mental illness. 70%, Madam Speaker. In administrative segregation, more than a third of men and virtually all women have moderate to high mental health issues. The legislation before us today will significantly strengthen the ability of our correctional system to achieve the objectives of the system and to keep Canadians safe. Safety is job number one. To begin with, this bill introduces an innovative new way of dealing with offenders who, for one reason or another, cannot be housed within the general population of a correctional institution. At the moment, those offenders are placed in administrative segregation. Segregated inmates are allowed 2 hours out of their cell per day, and interactions with other people are tightly limited. While the Correctional Service tries to avoid interruptions in interventions and programming, practical considerations make that very difficult to do. Intense debate about administrative segregation has been ongoing for many years. Despite the fact that the practice harkens back to the treatment of Nelson Mandela on Robben Island and has been branded by some as a form of torture, particularly by comments at the United Nations, there are those who have defended administrative segregation as a valuable security management tool. On the other side of the debate, the use of segregation has been vigorously criticized by the correctional investigator, by the coroner's inquest into the death of Ashley Smith a number of years ago, by many NGOs, and most recently by a number of Canadian courts. In fact, within the last year, courts in both Ontario and British Columbia have ruled in different ways and for different reasons that administrative segregation, as currently practiced, is not constitutional. Those rulings have been appealed, one by the government and one by the other party, but at the moment they are scheduled to take effect in just a few months, toward the end of this year and the beginning of next year. And we, as a Parliament, need to be prepared for that eventuality. And that is part of the reason for the timing of Bill C-83 today. There can be no doubt that within a correctional institution, it is essential to have an effective way of separating certain people from others, be it for their own safety or for the safety of staff and volunteers or for the safety of other inmates. The question that we've been examining is how to do that effectively while maintaining, as much as possible, the offender's access to the programming, the mental health care, and the other interventions that are available to the general population, especially given that the people who end up in segregation often have needs and risks that are particularly acute. The solution that we're proposing in Bill C-83 is to completely eliminate the existing practice of administrative segregation and replace it with a new approach, and that is the creation of structured intervention units, or SIUs. These units will be separate from the general population so that the safety imperative will be met. But they will be designed and they will be staffed and resourced to ensure that the people who are placed there will receive the interventions, the programming, and the treatment that is required. Inmates in SIUs will be out of their cells for at least 4 hours daily, with a minimum of 2 hours of meaningful interaction with staff, volunteers, elders, visitors, or other compatible inmates. Additional mental health professionals will be hired and assigned specifically to the SIUs. And the legislation will make it clear that inmates are not to be separated from the general population any longer than necessary. This new approach will help to ensure the safety of correctional institutions and the public by strengthening the capacity of the Correctional Service of Canada to promote rehabilitation in a secure environment. Bill C-83 also includes several other related measures to further that same objective. For example, it implements a key recommendation from the coroner's inquest into the death of Ashley Smith to establish a system of patient advocates for inmates with mental needs. Patient advocates will work with offenders and with correctional staff to help ensure that people in federal custody receive appropriate medical care. Legislation will also enshrine in law the principle that medical professionals working in the corrections system must be free to exercise their professional judgment autonomously on the basis of their own medical expertise. These measures ultimately enhance public safety because offenders whose medical and mental health issues are under control are more likely to achieve safe and successful rehabilitation and less likely to reoffend after they have served their sentences. The bill also formalizes the obligation on the part of the Correctional Service of Canada to take into account systemic and background factors affecting Indigenous people when making offender management decisions. The consideration of these factors is, in fact, an obligation that was established by the Supreme Court of Canada in the 1999 Gladue decision. For 15 years, the Correctional Service has had policy directives in place implementing that obligation, but now it will be enshrined in law. As we all know, Indigenous people are dramatically overrepresented in our correction system, and that is a harsh reality that we all have to work hard to change. While the socioeconomic factors that cause this overrepresentation must generally be addressed by other departments and agencies before incarceration occurs, it is the responsibility of the corrections system to provide Indigenous offenders with both appropriate consequences for criminal activity as well as effective and culturally appropriate rehabilitative interventions. The changes made by this bill will help ensure that that is the case. This legislation also expands the access of victims to information related to parole hearings. Currently, a victim who does not attend a parole hearing is entitled to receive an audio recording of the hearing. But for some reason, if they do not attend, they lose their right to receive a recording. And that just doesn't make much sense, Madam Speaker. Attending parole hearings can be a very difficult experience for victims of crime and their families, and we have seen that demonstrated in recent days. They can't possibly be expected to retain every word of what is said, nor should they have to. If, after the hearing is over, it's all a bit of a blur, and they would like to listen to the proceedings again in a more comfortable setting, they should be able to do that, Madam Speaker, and this bill will give them that right. This bill will also allow for the use of body scanner technology to help keep contraband substances out of federal correctional institutions. These kinds of devices are already in use in many provincial correctional facilities. They make it easier for officers to detect when someone is trying to smuggle in drugs or other illicit materials, and they are less invasive than other methods of security, like strip searches, for example. Keeping contraband out of correctional facilities will help make institutions as safe and secure as possible, and the safety of employees, volunteers, visitors, and inmates is an absolute prerequisite for all the other work that the Correctional Service does. In other words, Madam Speaker, the legislation that's before us today in Bill C-83 recognizes two things. First, institutional security is an absolutely imperative that the Correctional Service of Canada must always meet. And second, the safety of Canadian communities depends on the rehabilitative work that happens within secure correctional institutions. The new structured intervention units being created by Bill C-83 will help keep institutions safe by ensuring that inmates can be separated from the general population when that is necessary. And they will help keep Canadian communities safe by ensuring the continuity of rehabilitative programming and the accessibility of mental health care for the inmates in these units. Let's be clear. Providing quality rehabilitative programming, and mental health care is not about being nice to criminals. Rather, by having a correctional system that is as effective as possible at preventing people who have broken the law from breaking it again, we are increasing the safety of our communities. That is our priority, and that is why we are introducing this legislation, taking full account of the most recent decisions of Canadian courts. I look forward very much to the constructive input of all colleagues in the House, both during today's debate and throughout the legislative process on Bill C-83. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your speech. I would ask the member to address the Speaker and not the Minister. Madam Speaker, I would like the Minister to explain. We're changing rules in the prisons. We have criminals in our streets before they end up in prison. We have organized crime, which is affecting Canada profoundly. The Minister gave funds to tackle this problem. The Minister for Organized Crime and Protecting Our Borders hasn't yet received funds to fight criminals and to make sure that those people end up in prison because there's room for them.
Public safety and emergency preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure if I got the essence of the honourable gentleman's question, but I think he was making the point that in order to achieve effective public safety, you need to have not only changes and improvements in the laws and in the rules and regulations, you also need to have the financial resources and the dollar commitments to implement the principles that are enshrined in legislation. And certainly I agree with him. You have to make sure your laws are as good as they can be, and then you have to back that up with financial resources. And that is what we are doing in the context of Bill C-83. We are making the commitment that not only will the rules be changed to eliminate the practice of administrative segregation and to replace it with the new approach of structured intervention units, that will be coupled with significant investments in the staff and in the other resources, the financial resources and the other resources that are required, including mental health professionals, to make sure that the Correctional Service of Canada can deliver on the principles that are embodied in this legislation.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Tabling legislation, but the unfortunate thing here is it's almost Orwellian to say that they're getting rid of administrative segregation, because essentially it's the same practice under a different name. And of course, there's some bells and whistles that have been added to how it's taking place. But the reality is this, Madam Speaker. In the Ontario Superior Court decision and the BC Supreme Court decision, there was one, despite being somewhat different decisions, there's a few common themes, and one of those themes was the lack of oversight, the lack of independent reporting and oversight and any kind of mechanism in the event of abuse taking place in the use of this practice in corrections. And if we go back, Madam Speaker, to Justice Arbour's recommendations in the Commission on Certain Events at the Women's Prison in Kingston, where she talked about even having judicial oversight. We've got the corrections investigator, Dr. Ivan Zinger, who said that there's no mechanism in place for recourse. The Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Society saying the same thing. Senator Kim Pate, who was once at that same association. And so I want to ask the Minister this. What's this legislation actually going to do to ensure that there's proper oversight and proper recourse in the event of abuse? Because right now it's in the hands of the warden or the commissioner, and that's just not good enough.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Preparedness.
I would make two or three observations in response to that, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments. Point number one is that what we are proposing to put in place here is fundamentally different from administrative segregation. It is not the same approach. The courts have said if you're going to have administrative segregation, it's unconstitutional unless you provide for better oversight. unless you improve the conditions of confinement, unless you make a number of other structural changes. We've taken those messages to heart and said, rather than trying to repair administrative segregation, we're going to eliminate it entirely and replace it with a new approach. So the same safeguards that were necessary in relation to administrative segregation become of quite a different nature because our new system is fundamentally different. Secondly, as the honourable gentleman has observed, there are a number of reviews and oversights provided for in the legislation. There's a review by the warden after 5 days. There's another review after 30 days, and then a review by the commissioner herself on an ongoing basis. So there are review mechanisms built into the legislation. My third point is this. If, as we go along with this debate in the House or in committee, if there are stronger ideas to be put forward for improving the review process, I would be most happy to hear what those ideas are.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the Honourable Minister has given us a very good perspective that there are challenges with the safety and security of our prison system. And that obviously is highly disconcerting and why he has brought this legislation forward. What I would ask of the Minister is, could he give us the performance metrics, how he's measuring safety and security in the prison systems today, and how in this legislation he will measure it going forward to ensure that the legislation actually delivers the outcomes and the results that he is intending with this legislation.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I know that the Commissioner of Corrections will be anxious to have that discussion with members of Parliament when this legislation comes before the Parliamentary Committee to get into the precise details. But ultimately, there are two fundamental parameters that we would look for. In terms of safety within the institutions, you would obviously be looking for a steady reduction over time in the number of reported incidents of violence or disruption within those institutions. We'll be looking very closely to see those statistics coming down over time, that the number of physical and dangerous situations is reduced. And the second thing is ultimately in the recidivism rate, because the whole point here is to have an effective system that not only keeps everyone safe and secure, but also accomplishes more effective rehabilitation. So at the end of the day, you have fewer people reoffending, you have fewer victims, and you have safer communities. So a reduction in the recidivism rate is also something that we'll be looking forward to.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chamblay.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister knows very well that there's an overrepresentation of Indigenous people who represent 46% of those who are in segregation. There are many women with mental health problems who end up in segregation. In 90% of cases, I don't remember the exact numbers, but we saw detainees being segregated for more than 90 days. The United Nations has said very clearly that more than 15 days in administrative segregation is a form of torture. If we look at the legislation before us following the decision that was made by the Supreme Court in British Columbia, a decision that I will remind everyone the government has appealed, we see nothing that solves this problem. Ultimately, to allow the commissioner or to allow the administrator of the institution to make checks or a review after 5 days, after 30 days, that's not enough. To come back to the question I raised earlier, is the minister open to an amendment to ensure that we truly have an independent review or even a legal review in particular cases to avoid abuse?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman's criticism with respect to administrative segregation is obviously part of the very reason why we are eliminating administrative segregation and moving to a different approach with a different system. So the issues that he has raised and raised by the correctional investigator, raised by the coroner's inquest with respect to Ashley Smith, raised by the courts, those criticisms are clearly valid. We are addressing those criticisms by changing the system altogether. And as I said in response to an earlier answer, if there are stronger suggestions to be made in the course of this debate for review and oversight mechanisms, I would be anxious to hear what those are and take them into consideration.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for l'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in this House to speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Once again, Madam Speaker, as far as we're concerned, the Liberals are improvising once again, and obviously I'll explain what I mean. This bill proposes to eliminate administrative segregation in correctional institutions, replace these practices by structured intervention units, use body scanners on inmates, that's a good idea, establish parameters for access to health care, and to make official Indigenous offenders and those who have been diagnosed with a Mental Health Canada to be exceptions, to benefit from exceptions. Now, without a doubt, Madam Speaker, this bill contains measures that are reasonable and that are worthwhile to study. In recent rulings on the part of the Superior Court, the legality of indefinite solitary confinement has been brought into question. However, the Liberals are appealing both these rulings. So I talked about improvising, but on the one hand, we have the Liberals coming in with new rules. On the other hand, they're appealing rulings. That's difficult to follow. Now, in terms of administrative segregation, I'm just going to give you a concrete example. Last week, I was invited to a maximum security prison in the Quebec City region, in Donnacona. I listened to presentations on the part of the prison, on the part of the unions, and I was brought into the administrative segregation area, and I was shown what it was exactly. And one of the inmates was brought out who was in administrative segregation. He's been in the prison system for 41 years. He's only been out on parole for 3 months, I believe. So he was convicted of major crimes. And this person said, I want to stay here. I want to stay in what some people call it, the hole. Anyway, I want to stay in confinement. So this inmate does not want to be in the general inmate population. He's been in the system for 41 years, and he said, I'm fine here. So correctional officers have said, what do we do with people like that who want to be there, who are fine there? If he's forced to return to others, well, return to the general population, then there are going to be problems. So it's not simple. There isn't just a one-size-fits-all. We have to figure out how to use these areas. The bill applies to transfers as well and allows the commissioner to assign a rating for each prison or zone within a prison. I don't understand this. There are maximum security prisons, and maximum security prisons means nothing comes in and nothing comes out without being very closely controlled. So what I don't understand now is that theoretically one could take a medium security prison and define a zone within that prison as being maximum security. So that doesn't make any sense. You can't take a minimum security prison and say, well, those 3 cells over there, those are going to be maximum security. It's ridiculous because the perimeter of the prison is not tailored to a maximum security situation. So that has to be explained. I don't understand that. Mr. Speaker, we're in Canada, and I'm convinced that our prison system is one of the best in the world. On the one hand, everyone agrees that a criminal has to do their time. On the other, at the same time, a prison should not be a 5-star Holiday Inn. You know, there are people who might decide that they don't like life on the outside. They prefer to go inside where they have accommodation, where they're fed, where they're housed. So it shouldn't be a 5-star hotel. I was looking forward to see what the measures would be in the bill. At first blush, I have to say that I did find some positive points, like body scanners, for example. That's a very good point, and it was one of the recommendations I actually wanted to make to the minister. But the problem is with the spirit of the bill. What's happening here is that you take the worst offenders, rapists, thieves. I mean, these are some of the worst people in the country. These people now are being told, well, we're going to create a special structured unit for you, and we'll reduce the time for you in your cells. We'll let you mingle amongst the general population. You'll have a chance to mingle and chat. And I think this is very liberal. I can see how liberal it is. As a matter of fact, it's so liberal that they think everyone is just fine. Nobody's dangerous. I was in Donnacona. I saw videos of what has happened over the years, what has happened with the inmates. And these people aren't nice little children. These are people who can turn on a dime and attack someone. You know, there are people who've been stabbed in the head. There's incredible violence in these prisons, and that's why administrative segregation works. This is for people who can't cooperate. They have to be controlled. It's also for the sake of the victims. I saw someone attacked in a video, and this person knew that their life was in danger, and those people are asking to go into segregation. What happens? Well, they have to go into the general population, and then they're exposed to the worst of the worst. So some people want to be able to be isolated. They want that quiet in the cell so that they're protected. You know, it's not like in Hollywood movies. This isn't like a hole in the ground. No, these are normal-sized cells. They look exactly the same as all the other cells. However, it's more private. People are isolated. They're segregated, either to control them or to give them the quiet and the peace they need for their own safety. So that's what segregation is. Now, I'm not saying that there haven't been abuses. I'm not saying that over the years there haven't been people who have abused the system. But why generalize for exceptions? Yes, there are exceptions. And yes, some took drastic steps that were not appropriate. So they should be told, you didn't do your job well. But why change the whole correctional system? Why change the whole prison system when it works, when the rules are applied, when the current rules are appropriate? Why change the whole system? Inmates have different needs. For example, this person I saw who's been in the system for 41 years, he said to me, I want to be in my own cell. So what do correctional officers do with them? That's what they're asking. So what you're doing is taking this whole segregational unit and mix up people for 24 hours a day, and I highly doubt that this will work. And this is what we see in the Liberals' approach across the board when it comes to security. Canadians are very skeptical about the Prime Minister's approach to security, whether it be border management, whether it be how Canadians are treated when they decide to go abroad and fight, and they're allowed to come back. They're allowed to fight with extremists. They're allowed to come back and just go back to normal life. The Liberals' approach over the past 3 years shows that, in fact, what they're doing is completely disregarding the people who are responsible for implementing security here. I served for 21 years. And I see people who are so discouraged in the police forces because they don't know what to do. Take marijuana. Police officers have no choice. They say publicly, yes, we'll do what we can, but in private, they say we don't have what we need to do our job. Now, you look at the news and you think everything's just fine. They say there are lineups at pot stores now to buy. And in passing, I wonder why all these people are there on a weekday lining up to buy pot. But anyway, there is no respect for peace officers in this country, and it's the same thing for prison. Prison is a world unto itself. It's a closed world. People who work there are facing danger on a daily basis because they are facing the worst of the worst every day. These are bandits. These are criminals. And the Liberals' philosophy is everyone's fine, everyone's nice, and that is the worst way to think when you're dealing with prisoners, because these are the worst manipulators. These are people who will do whatever they can to use their influence to get what they want, to control their surroundings. So just imagine the challenge for correctional officers working 24 hours a day, trying to control these people, trying to make sure that all the prisoners are safe. And what about syringes? The government has just decided that we're just going to provide fully paid syringes to any prisoner who wants them. These are syringes paid by taxpayers. Now, how do you end up injecting yourself in prison? You're not supposed to be able to do that. But no, drugs get in, Madam Speaker. They get in and hidden in various ways. There are many things that get into prison, sometimes via visitors and sometimes via corrupt officers. Let's call a spade a spade. Now we are going to have body scanners. Body scanners for prisoners, yes, that's a good idea, but it should be used for all visitors. Ontario already does it. British Columbia does it. And body scanners will be able to monitor 95% of what's coming in. We'll see what's coming in, we'll see what's in their bodies, and we'll be able to get rid of it. So if drug is being eliminated right at the gateway to the prison, then why should there be a syringe program? You know what's going to happen? They'll keep the syringes. Do you remember what I said? The worst criminals have the best ideas when it comes to ways of circumventing the system. So this makes no sense. You're actually giving a weapon to the prisoners when you do this. I saw, when I was in Donnacona, what had been confiscated. There are people who may have something that they hide in their shoe, and over 2 months, they file it down until it's as sharp as a knife. And then they can chop up whatever they want to burn in a spoon, because they steal spoons as well. And they can use it as a drug. Why is our government not intelligent enough to do things properly? If you have a body scan, you're not getting drugs in the system, and you don't need syringes, because the syringes are a danger to our correctional officers. So we can't support C-83 in its current form. Much time do I have left? Oh, lots of time. We can't support the bill because, as I said, there are a few things that work in here, for example, body scans. But creating a structured intervention unit, we think, is simply window dressing. And I was there on the ground last week. My colleague was there as well. And we've all seen the union requests saying, stop thinking that this is just a kindergarten in there. This is a maximum security prison. I'd like to use another example. The transfer of McClintock to a healing lodge. So the Healing Lodge is for Indigenous inmates. And this is someone who should have served their sentence in a maximum security prison. And all you get to do is eat, sleep, you go back to your cell, and you're protected within that maximum security prison, and everyone's protected from you. But now she's transferred to this Healing Lodge, and everything is open. So perhaps under Bill C-83, in the Healing Lodge, we'll call, for example, room number 23 a maximum security room, because it looks like that's the sort of thing they want to do under Bill C-83. So they'll have this lovely lodge surrounded by forest, and we'll say, oh, room number 24, that's your maximum security room. So Ms. McClintock will be put into that room. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, how ridiculous. How much of a fool do you have to be to think like that? Or what kind of fools do we need to be taken for to do something like this? This is a dangerous government. This is a government that is dangerous when it comes to the safety of Canadians. This government is not even thinking about what an actual prison sentence should be. So what do you think people are thinking, the victims are thinking, when inmates end up in these kinds of lovely conditions? The worst of our criminals end up, instead of serving their time, end up in these beautiful conditions, using Bill C-83 to say, well, this is maximum security. There's a serious problem with that, Madam Speaker. I could go on and on. I could speak for hours about this. But I think probably Canadians have understood that this government isn't serious. This government's dangerous when it comes to the safety of Canadians. And if it continues like this, it's not going to get any better. And if they're serious about this, they need to take logical steps. They need to respect the Charter, yes. Prisoners have rights, yes. But there is a way of doing things, and that's certainly not the conservative way of doing things. So that being said, I'd like to move that the motion be amended and that the House not proceed to second reading of Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, because it gives a priority to the rights of the most dangerous criminals in Canada and not to the rights of victims by eliminating the use of administrative segregation, a practice that is used in many Western countries to protect officers from dangerous situations. And because it ends the practice, or rather because it does not end the practice of transferring dangerous criminals like Terry McClintock to places without bars. Thank you.
Monsieur Paulus, appuyez.
Mr. Paulus moves, seconded by Mr. DeWitter, that the motion be amended by substituting everything after that by the House not proceed to second reading of Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and another act, because it gives a priority to the rights of criminals, the most violent, the most dangerous individuals in Canada, and not to the safety and rights of victims, by eliminating recourse to administrative segregation, a measure that has been used and that is used in many Western countries to protect guards against dangerous and unstable prisoners, and because its principle does not allow us to end the practice of transferring prisoners like Terry Ann McClintock to be transferred to healing lodges rather than remaining behind bars.
La motion est recevable.
Motion is in order.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, under the Conservative regime, what they did was they actually started mixing prisoners that shouldn't have been mixed together. They created a very dangerous situation. I have a brother, he's a corrections officer, and the Conservatives in that situation made it so it was extremely unsafe in the prison system. And now our government has to spend a lot of time trying to clean up the mess that they left us after a decade of darkness. It was absolutely horrific. They talk about the rights of victims and they drape themselves with the victims over themselves. But at the end of the day, they create situations where extremely dangerous. And I would contend that, for instance, if you look at Prince Albert, the prison there, that situation was created directly by the policies, the regressive policies the Conservatives had put in place. And in fact, they were so destructive of our corrections system that it created extremely dangerous situations, which led to riots, which led to violence within that system. Instead of looking for ways to actually make this system safer and work not only for people who are working in the corrections facilities, but also the prisoners who find themselves in, so that they can be rehabilitated, and eventually most of them will end up back in society. We need to actually find ways of working so this system works for Canadians and not following regressive policies that don't work.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the question raises several issues. I saw this last week. There are problems related to race and language. It's not necessarily blacks and whites together in Quebec penitentiary jails. It's a language issue. There are different street gangs, members who can't be incarcerated together. I don't know what the Liberal member wanted to insinuate. I understand this problem. I understand that some people have to be separated, but it seems that with these new structured intervention units, so what exactly is going to happen there? Are you going to put these different people together within the same unit? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a problem with the use of the word unstable because ultimately, if we take seriously mental health problems, if we don't use a certain language, that's what's going to bolster public security. It's not all or nothing, and we can't reduce these complex issues as my friend just did. The Ontario Superior Court said that over 48 hours in solitary confinement could lead to serious mental health issues, which could be irreversible. Over 15 days in solitary confinement is considered as being torture. In 2015, there were 19 suicides committed by persons in solitary confinement. So my question to my colleague is this: how does it improve public security to make worse existing mental health problems in certain inmates? And how does it help public security if you go forward with a system which will disproportionately affect people who are already vulnerable and who will reoffend when released? So how would this help public security? The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. When we were in government, unless I'm mistaken, we had put in place measures to help offenders with mental health problems. We recognize this reality. We don't want to hide it. We had taken measures, and we want to help people not to spiral downward even farther. The problem with us is that C-83 is very far removed from the reality on the ground and the reality of prison management. It is at one extreme of the spectrum. We propose more balanced solutions and a different reality. This is an extremist piece of legislation. It's not going to work. But I agree with my colleague. Putting people in solitary confinement for long periods of time without good reason is a problem. But that problem is not addressed by this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate our honourable colleague's presentation on C-83. During my work on my private member's bill C-211, which includes the correctional officers in this, I spoke at length with correctional officers regarding that they are front line. They see, hear, experience oftentimes the worst of today's of our society. Madam Speaker, I've got to ask that my honourable colleague, through you, the recent report or the recent statement by the President of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, he mentioned in a statement that at the Regional Psychiatric Centre we have had over 100 assaults on officers over the last 12 months. Madam Speaker, through you, does our honourable colleague feel that the removal of disciplinary tools such as what C-83 is proposing enhances the security of correctional officers, or does it actually make them more vulnerable to assault?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. That's exactly what I heard last week at Donnacona. Many of the prison guards are on leave for PTSD. I saw several videos on different types of assaults happening in prison when guards have to intervene, putting themselves at risk in order to prevent one inmate from killing another. It's an environment which is very tough. And to say that we're taking the worst of the worst offenders and we're putting them in a comfy environment when guards are putting their lives at risk every day doesn't make sense. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Veterans Affairs Minister. And the Associate Parliamentary Secretary for Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. He again uses, as the Conservatives do, arguments, politics based on fear, and he is dramatizing the situation. He's giving us examples whose only purpose is to scare people. They are using expressions like luxury condos and comfy spaces. It's an exaggeration. Doesn't my colleague opposite believe that it is better to help people try to rehabilitate with the help of professionals rather than isolating them for a long time, making them even more vulnerable? The honourable member, I like it when Liberals claim Conservatives scare people, but I believe we are living in we see reality as it is. I have facilities in Donnacona. We have union leaders come to see us, people who live in the real world. We're saying these things not to scare people, but when we have the worst criminals, we can't pretend that we're going to coddle them as if we're going to coddle a 15-year-old. It's not the same thing. We don't want to scare people. We want to tell Canadians and Quebecers that we understand what the problems are. We are listening. We believe in rehabilitation. We believe in mental health problems. We know some inmates are in jail because of their mental health problems, and we want to help them. Look at Paul Bernardo. I'm very happy that he was not allowed, he was not released after 25 years. Some people might say, well, he served his time. He has serious mental health issues. The guy's crazy, and he should stay in jail for the rest of his days. Is my colleague, when my colleagues say to that I'm trying to scare people, I'm telling it like it is. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to come back to the issue of the safety of correctional guards, in 2011, correctional services received a funding boost of $250 million, but there had been cuts in the order of $300 million by the Conservatives, and 2 penitentiaries were closed. Can my colleague tell me how this would have helped the situation? Brief answer. Well, thank you for the question. Certain decisions were made at certain points in time, but I can tell you what these guards are in Donnacona are telling us at the facility there are many cells available. I think that we have to fix problems. Inmates who should be jailed should go to jail, and we're happy to take them at Donnacona. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today we are debating Bill C-83, which was introduced by the Minister for Public Safety in response to several decisions by the courts and a debate which has been raging for many years in Canada about solitary confinement. Madam Speaker, first, I would like to thank organizations such as the John Howard Society, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, the BC Civil Liberties Association, amongst others, which are fighting against the abusive use of administrative segregation, and they have won at 2 levels in the courts. Now, before proceeding, Madam Speaker, I'd like to put these decisions into context because this influences our debate. The minister even said that Bill C-83 was introduced partly in response to concerns raised by the courts. So let's start with the BC decision. The BC Supreme Court expressly determined that there are not enough tools, if you will, for inmates to be represented by attorneys, inmates who were or would be placed in solitary confinement. But the court also spoke to the inhuman conditions inherent to solitary confinement and the fact that there is no maximum limit of days in which an inmate can be placed in solitary confinement. Madam Speaker, these arguments were also reflected in the Ontario Superior Court decision, which also spoke to the negative and, in some cases, irreversible impact on the mental health of an inmate who is placed for over 48 hours in administrative segregation. And this also aligns with a determination made by the United Nations in which spending more than 15 days in solitary confinement could be considered a form of torture. Madam Speaker, these elements are so important because if you look at the use of solitary confinement, which was determined as being used abusively by the Correctional Ombudsman in reports published over the last 10 years, we've also noted that there is an overrepresentation of vulnerable people who end up in solitary confinement. So the use of this type of punishment is abusive and it can exacerbate. In certain cases, it can be an obstacle to rehabilitation for certain inmates. For instance, Madam Speaker, there's an overrepresentation of women with mental health problems in our prisons and an overrepresentation of Aboriginals. 42% of our inmates are Aboriginals. It's crazy. It's unbelievable to think that these groups are overrepresented in our jails and penitentiaries. Our Aboriginals are, generally speaking, overrepresented in our prisons.
The decision that was brought forward by the BC Supreme Court, following efforts by, among others, the BC Civil Liberties Association, made it clear that the government that the Correctional Service of Canada, was acting in a way that was deemed to be unconstitutional under Section 7. And Madam Speaker, what did the government do following a very clear prescription from the BC Supreme Court about what could be done in order to remedy the situation? Well, the government appealed that decision, Madam Speaker, and that was absolutely shameful. And it was interesting, Madam Speaker, because the government then in June 2017, shortly before that decision was made, had legislation before this House, legislation that's still in the order paper, Bill C-56, And Bill C-56, Madam Speaker, sought to remedy in part the issue that's before us today, the issue of solitary confinement, by imposing a 21-day limit, but careful, a 21-day limit that would then be followed by a review that, while despite any decision that might be made, any findings of abuse or overuse of solitary confinement, there was no independent mechanism to act on any findings of abuse, and all that was required, should the 21-day period wish to be prolonged, was the warden, the head of the institution, providing reasons in writing, which, to be honest, Madam Speaker, is a pretty low threshold for continuing with a practice that has already been deemed, as I've said in several instances, to be problematic. And we're not the only ones saying this, Madam Speaker. This is something that has been going on for a long time. As I said in my question to the Minister, Justice Arbour has long ago called for judicial oversight to the use of administrative segregation, solitary confinement, Madam Speaker, if you prefer the less Orwellian language about what this practice actually is. And that, Madam Speaker, was following a commission on certain events in women's prison in Kingston. And that recommendation has so far gone unanswered, not to mention the many recommendations that followed from the investigation into the circumstances surrounding the horrible situation with Ashley Smith, which leads me, Madam Speaker, to the other troubling statistic that between 2011 and 2014, 14 offenders and inmates who found themselves in solitary confinement committed suicide. And this is a public safety issue, Madam Speaker, because let's be clear here, using a tool that exacerbates mental health situations in corrections and diminishes the ability of corrections to rehabilitate those offenders will cause inevitably a public safety concern, where we see, for example, concerns over recidivism and other things. And that, Madam Speaker, is why when we look at the tools that are being used, understanding that corrections officers need the tools to ensure safety within the institutions that they manage, we also have to understand the danger that can be created by exacerbating existing issues and the importance of prioritizing rehabilitation in that sense. Et Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais prendre...
And Madam Speaker, I would like to quote from the testimony of some experts to explain how this bill is problematic. I would like to quote the press release which was put out yesterday by Senator Kim Pate, who in a previous life was executive director of the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies.
With respect to segregation, Bill C-83 is not only merely a rebranding of the same damaging practice as, quote, structured intervention units, the new bill also virtually eliminates existing, already inadequate limitations on its use. Moreover, she adds, Bill C-83 also maintains the status quo regarding a lack of effective external oversight of correctional decision-making. Under the new legislation, all decision-making regarding when and how long prisoners are to be segregated will be made by a CSC administrator without the review of any third party. In the last sentence in that paragraph, Madam Speaker, to go to an earlier point I made, this change represents another step away from Justice Louise Arbour's recommendation for judicial oversight of corrections following the Commission of Inquiry into certain events at the Prison for Women in Kingston. Madame la Présidente, quand on lit les commentaires...
Madam Speaker, when you read what the senator wrote, it's very clear, and I share her thoughts. It's extremely concerning when you read in the media and when you hear what the minister said this morning to launch this debate. It's very concerning that we are given the impression that solitary confinement will be ending, but that's just smoke and mirrors. We have to wake up to what's really happening. In fact, there are a few new elements which are being added to how solitary confinement is happening. In reality, only the name is changing. That's very worrying, especially because we know the government has appealed a decision from the BC Superior Court. When I was listening to the minister earlier this week, in a media scrum after he originally tabled the bill, he said that the change of wording he spoke about a change of wording, but it is quite clear that the government is not abiding by any of the criteria set out by the UN. And this is very worrying.
It's not just the senator who said so. I would like to tell you what the correctional investigator had said.
Madam Speaker, shares this same assessment, the same assessment as Senator Pate, and the same assessment that I have made of this legislation. He has said, Madam Speaker, that we may end up, quote, we may end up with a regime that touches more people and that is very restrictive. Zinger told iPolitics, this is a widening of the net of those restrictive environments. There's no procedural safeguard. Il y a deux choses, Madame la Présidente.
Two things in this quote that I just read to you are very important. There is the notion that the practice of administrative segregation will continue under a different name. But there's also the aspect of saying that we're going to have a broader net. And that means vulnerable populations who are already overrepresented in the use of administrative segregation may be caught up in this net. And we don't have any procedure to appeal or to review the decisions that are made regarding putting an inmate in administrative segregation. It's this lack of review by a third party. It is this lack of mechanism for recourse that is extremely worrisome. When I raised the question with the minister, the answer that he gave me was that it's fine, we already have mechanisms in place. There's reviews conducted at different steps by the commissioner. There's reviews conducted by the administrator of the institution, and that, Madam Speaker, is not enough. When we have clearly observed in the reports of the investigator and determinations with the United Nations, it's been so clearly established that there's already an abusive use of the practice of administrative segregation. For me, that is not enough. And for experts, that's not enough. To simply content themselves with the decision of the administrator or the commissioner. We understand that there is a certain amount of expertise that lies with these individuals. They do, of course, have responsibilities, and we respect the responsibilities they have to manage their institutions as they must be done. But this determination of abuse, in that case, there must be recourse to end an abuse that might be flagged.
Madam Speaker, concerning the new powers that have been given to recognized healthcare professionals. That on the surface, and somewhat in a substantive way, is a positive thing. However, there's two key issues with what healthcare professionals can do under Bill C-83, Madam Speaker. The first is how we define the health issues on which those healthcare professionals can act. Experts are already coming out saying that there is a concern that some healthcare issues that may be identified as not essential by a warden and administrator of a corrections institute will go without the proper treatment, and that the arbitrary way in which such a determination can be made is obviously cause for concern. The other piece, Madam Speaker, with regards to that, is that even if a determination is made by a registered healthcare professional or someone that they have delegated, that the offender, the inmate who finds themselves in solitary confinement or this new, as I said, this new SIU the word that's being used. So the let me just find it here, Madam Speaker. It's worth pointing out because it is certainly somewhat Orwellian. We'll come back to that, Madam Speaker. But these SIUs that are in Bill C-83, Madam Speaker, the determination if the determination is made that the inmate who finds themselves in this situation for a variety of physical and mental health reasons should no longer be in such a situation, there's no recourse. Those findings will be presented to the administrator and consequently under certain certain articles of the bill, then go to the commissioner. But the reality is this, Madam Speaker, is that as long as there is no proper oversight, third party or judicial, as has been recommended by folks like Senator Kim Pate, Justice Louise Arbour, Dr. Ivan Zinger, our correctional investigator, then the proper protections will not be in place. Et Madame la Présidente, moi je suis très inquiet.
Madam Speaker, I'm very worried. I want to come back to the speech by my Conservative colleague. There are Canadians listening to us who are going to ask a very simple question. Why make the lives of certain detainees easier? What is that? How does that protect public safety? There's some very important points that we can raise, some of which I've already mentioned in my speech. This notion of saying that to ensure public safety, we must have an approach that includes disciplinary measures. That way, we can ensure that correctional officers can effectively manage the institutions they work in. We must also make sure that individuals who have problems, and in some cases serious mental health problems, do not have those problems aggravated to ensure that we have adequate and appropriate treatment. What we want to do is avoid recidivism of certain detainees who might be granted parole, but also to protect correctional officers inside the walls of the institutions themselves to ensure adequate treatment of people who have serious mental health problems. That's extremely important. And for my part, Madam Speaker, concerns that have been raised regarding this aspect by the union that represents correctional officers is extremely important. The colleague that preceded me referred to that. And I would like to raise a few more concerns. The main point, and the union has mentioned it in their statement on the bill that is before us, statement that was made today or yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, they clearly identified the problem that remains at the heart of their concerns. It's resources.
Theme with regards to what is required for correction officers to be able to do their jobs. And Madam Speaker, when we look at the approach that was taken by the previous government, in 2011-2012 alone, the legislation that was adopted by the Conservative government in the previous Parliament represented around $250 million increase in costs to Correctional Services Canada, which was also followed by the need to cut nearly $300 million in operating costs from 2012 to 2015. And it also was followed by the closure of two penitentiaries, l'Institut Leclerc and the Kingston Penitentiary. And that, Madam Speaker, is just not a circle that can possibly be squared when it comes to ensuring public safety and ensuring that corrections officers have the ability to adequately do their jobs within these institutions and ensure that they are ensuring safety and security within those institutions, and that the correctional program that has been assigned to a specific offender can be followed through on. Madame la Présidente, c'est certain.
Madam Speaker, this is an issue that is extremely difficult and extremely worrisome for the public. But let's be clear. What we want to make sure of, above all, in the work that we do in our correctional system is to achieve the objective of public safety, and with the mechanisms to ensure discipline and the notion of punishment that exists in our system, there's also the notion of rehabilitation in order to deal with mental health problems, but also to protect public safety among detainees who will eventually reintegrate Canadian society and their respective communities. I would like to come back briefly to this notion, which is Bill C-83. We're talking about a change which is in reality a very minor change. Currently, we're talking about 22 hours as the upper limit when it comes to people being segregated. When they talk about a significant change happening in terms of the number of hours that they can be outside of their cells, the reality is that the number of net hours that represents, if we look at the current law and the proposed legislation before us, is 2 hours. And as the director of the John Howard Society indicated in an interview this week, most of the time those hours are granted at 5 a.m. when it's 40 below. And so detainees will, of course, refuse at that time. And the refusal leads to certain consequences in the legislation.
Just say that the smokescreen that the government has put up here to say that they are addressing the concerns of the court, the concerns of the United Nations, the concerns of the correctional investigator just isn't enough, and that the reality is that we are just proceeding with the current regime under a different name, and that's not enough to ensure public safety and to ensure that corrections is attaining the objectives that are imposed on them by the law, but also by constitutional obligations. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I think we share ideas that public safety is the #1 objective, and that by improving the rehabilitative programming within some of our correctional institutions, that will actually support that public safety by having fewer people reoffend and therefore fewer victims. And I believe that mental health care services are a key part of that rehabilitative program. And I'd like to know the members' ideas to how do we make the program for mental health advocacy even stronger. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, and certainly I share my colleagues' thoughts and concerns on this issue, just insofar as addressing the mental health concerns is paramount to public safety in particularly. But when we look at this bill, and before I get to the substance of our question of what solutions we would propose, the issue here is that the current abusive use of solitary confinement has been proven to exacerbate some of the mental health situations that we currently find. And I'll just take the press release following the tabling of this bill from the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies that said this about mental health. They said CSC's approach translates behaviors symptomatic of mental health risks into risks and security concerns. So, Madam Speaker, the solution is simple. Would have just been to adhere to the prescriptions that were offered by the BC Supreme Court, by what the United Nations has said, and to put in place strict parameters for how solitary confinement can be used in our correction services, which is the ceiling of 15 days, among other things, including keeping those with serious mental health issues out of solitary confinement and trying to address the disproportionate representation of vulnerable offenders who find themselves in this particular system in the corrections.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Thank you. I'd like to ask my colleague, understanding the whole notion of smokescreen and protection of prisoners based on their fundamental rights, all of that is legitimate, but I've got concerns. And on the Conservative side, those concerns are being reflected by prison guards who have a union representative. The NDP supports unions and often supports what unions request throughout the country. When it comes to the concerns that have been publicly raised by prison guards who say that segregation of an individual, of certain prisoners, is a measure that helps us to ensure a certain amount of discipline, which is important within a prison. It's an exceptional measure, but sometimes it needs to be there as a measure that helps prisoners understand that there's serious consequences to their actions. What does my colleague think of the concerns that have been raised by the Union of Correctional Officers of Canada, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed my colleague is right. In the New Democrat Caucus and in the party, we are the Workers' Party, founded in large part on unions. And we will always take their concerns into consideration. And that is exactly why in my speech I mentioned, I've only got it in English in front of me, but I mentioned that if we look at the very first paragraph in the press release that was sent out by the Union for Correctional Officers, they talk about resources needed. That is why the NDP deplores the closure of 2 penitentiaries by the Conservative government in 2012. $300 million are needed because it was cut by the Conservative government in 2012. By tabling legislation in order to increase public safety, the reality is that what we've done is we've increased costs and we've made things more difficult for correctional officers to ensure safety within correctional facilities, and that a detainee is managed correctly to ensure public safety. Questions and comments?
Transcona.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his work on this bill, and for reminding us that the main priority when we talk about these types of reforms must be public safety. And when we talk about that, we need to talk about mental health, as well as the fact that public safety is sometimes a competing priority. For example, ensuring the effectiveness of the administration of a correctional facility. However, we always want to put forward concerns regarding public safety. What interests me is the issue of public safety under this government. We've seen it with the marijuana issue and pardons. Language shifts a little bit, but we keep in place a certain system. Pardons, for example, that is not actually going to achieve the objective. And we see here, I heard it in my colleague's remarks, we're playing word games here. However, we're not really changing the system. How can we make real changes when really what we're doing is just playing word games? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, public safety is priority number 1. And when we see the decision by the Superior Court in Ontario where there's mention of
no serious question the practice is harmful en parlant de l'isolement cellulaire. Et l'autre élément,
when he's talking about administrative segregation, serious effects can start to occur in as little as 48 hours. As I said in my speech, the notion here that we're using a practice that is supposed to ensure public safety, the reality is that it exacerbates mental health problems among certain detainees. There is no doubt that in certain cases, we're undermining the rehabilitative possibilities for certain detainees. Whether we like it or not, some of them will end up paroled. It remains that when certain detainees reintegrate into society, the problems that got them involved in the correctional system in the first place should be addressed within that system. And now, when it comes to this notion of smoke screens, what the minister is doing here is taking 2 court decisions and all the work done by civil society and saying, don't worry, we're fixing the problem. In reality, all they've done is change the name. But when it comes to the substance, there's not enough changes for us to feel that we've really dealt with the concerns that have been raised regarding this practice in our correctional system.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So just following up on that with my colleague, I am wondering why it is, if the courts have been very clear about what the risks of this practice is and have prescribed ways of regulating this practice to diminish those effects, why it is that work isn't represented in this legislation.
Brief answer from the member from Belleuil-Chambly.
That's a great question, Madam Speaker. And when you have two courts ruling that the current use of solitary confinement is unconstitutional, and when you have the BC Supreme Court in particular that had a scathing decision that clearly lays out what the government needed to implement and then is shamefully appealed afterwards, the question can be posed as to what the government is actually trying to do with C-83. And unfortunately, by all appearances, it seems that they want to bypass these court decisions and bypass what experts, civil society, and the UN have said insofar as the use of solitary confinement. And that, Madam Speaker, is reason enough to oppose C-83.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. At the outset, I'd like to say I'm splitting my time with the member from Brampton Centre. Madam Speaker, this initiative actually goes back quite a long ways for me, and I want to recognize the former member from Kitchener Centre, the Honourable Karen Redmond, who raised in caucus and outside of caucus for us, and particularly for people like myself who are not from Kitchener, the issue of Ashley Smith and her death and how it affected so many of us. I want to just read, to begin with, the rather dry initiative with respect by the coroner's report, which says, coroner's inquest touching the death of Ashley Smith. Name of deceased Ashley Smith, date and time of death, October 19, 2007, 8:10 a.m. Place of death, St. Mary's General Hospital in Kitchener. Cause of death, ligature strangulation and positional asphyxia. By what means? Homicide. Age 19. Now, that is the dry and coroner's way of introducing what is, in fact, a substantive report and does form, in part, the basis for the initiative in C-83. The newspaper report is a little bit more graphic. Smith, 19, was originally from Moncton, New Brunswick, was imprisoned in the Grand Valley Institute in Kitchener, Ontario, where she died in 2007. She had tied a piece of cloth around her neck while guards stood outside her cell and watched. They had been ordered by senior staff not to enter her cell as long as she was breathing. Miss Smith had been moved 17 times. She had been incarcerated in 5 institutions in 5 different provinces. Clearly a troubled young lady, but still, Mr. Speaker, a massive failure on the part of the institutions that were responsible for housing her and ultimately for her death. The minister of the day, the honourable member from Bellechasse-Lévis, said after the receipt of the coroner's report, "My thoughts and prayers go out to Miss Smith's family. I've asked my officials to review carefully the jury's recommendations." That was December 19th, 2013, and at that time he was the Federal Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. So, Madam Speaker, so here we are, some 5 years later, more than 10 years later after Ms. Smith's death, and looking at the incorporation of many of the recommendations that were contained in the coroner's report. Clearly nothing was done from 2007 to 2015, when the previous government ceased to be the government, and we are now 3 years later into preparing this, and in some respects driven by the forces of civil society, but also by the reality of 2 lawsuits which essentially at its core mean that the current system is not a sustainable system. Among the recommendations of the coroner's report, that CSC ensure nursing services are available on site for all inmates, that CSC expand the scope and terms of psychiatric contracts to enable them to perform duties in a meaningful way, decisions about clinical management of inmates be made by doctors, not CSC staff. Inmates must have access to an independent patient advocate system. Indefinite solitary confinement for prisoners be abolished. Meetings between prisoners and support staff should not happen through food slots, something that happened frequently with Smith. So, Madam Speaker, we have a long way to come, and I don't pretend to assume that Bill C-83, in fact, responds to each and every recommendation. And my colleague, the NDP critic for public safety, highlighted some of the real questions that are properly posed before, to the minister before a committee, and hopefully the responses of both the minister and the head of Corrections Canada will be helpful in assuaging him about the concerns that are legitimately raised both in the coroner's report, but also in the lawsuits that have come up. The Prime Minister himself was so concerned about the inadequacies of, for want of a better term, solitary confinement, that he actually incorporated it into the mandates of the Justice Minister and the Public Safety Minister. The Justice Minister mandate says, recommendations from the inquest into the death of Ashley Smith regarding the restrictions of the use of solitary confinement and the treatment of those with mental illness. That's right in the mandate letter of the Minister of Justice. In the mandate letter of the Public Safety Minister, we get, quote, address gaps in services to Indigenous people and those with mental illness through the criminal justice system. So, Madam Speaker, in 2007, we have a 2013, we have a coroner's inquiry and recommendations coming out of the death of Ashley Smith in 2007. In 2013, the Conservative Party says our thoughts and prayers are with you. Government becomes the government, the Liberal government becomes the Liberal government in 2015. Incorporated into the mandate letters of two senior ministers are the requirement that they deal with these issues, and here we have now C-83 on those issues, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the Corrections Commissioner has further been mandated to help create a, quote, safe, secure, and humane corrections environment and to address the physical and mental health of inmates, among other priorities. In fact, 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, we had the new head of CCS, Ann Kelly, to speak to her mandate. Indeed, members had every opportunity to question her about her mandate and also to see how this particular part of her mandate might well be fulfilled. Perhaps most significantly, Madam Speaker, Bill C-83 will put an end to segregation. In Ontario and British Columbia, two constitutional challenges have found that the legislation governing the administrative segregation is contrary to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And my friends in the Conservative Party might wish that to go away. They probably wish that the Charter would go away. But nevertheless, the two of the most significant provinces in the country have said that the way things are being done is not sustainable and is contrary to the Constitution. And it is quite clear that what is motivating, in part, beyond the mandates, et cetera, is the reality of the NGO community and these class action lawsuits. So the time is clearly to act is now. It is clear that large parts of the administrative segregation provisions of the Correctional and Conditional Release Act will no longer be in existence in 2 of Canada's most populous provinces. The Conservative Party's position seems to be just let people sit in the current system anyways. That is not either a morally or legally sustainable position. So, Madam Speaker, putting the prisoners into taking them out of administrative segregation and putting them into a situation is actually, in my judgment, a greater benefit to public safety. So I see, Madam Speaker, that my time is up. I thank you for your attention. I look forward to questions from colleagues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Niagara Falls. Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill C-83 eliminates administrative segregation. Instead, people who have to be separated from the mainstream inmate population, generally for safety reasons, will be assigned to a secure intervention unit. The acronym is SIU. Madam Speaker, my question to the Speaker, or to the presenter is what would be the difference between the new secure intervention unit and administrative segregation?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's clearly an effort to make the secure intervention unit an environment that allows those who are very troubled prisoners to have more human interaction. There's actually a mandated time that they will be allowed to interact with other human beings, that there's a mandated time that they have to interact with healthcare professionals, that there's a mandated time in which there is a review of their paths to progress. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, almost everybody gets back on the street. Almost everybody. And so we can, wish that they come back onto the street whole. That's just wishful fantasies, Madam Speaker. So the prison system needs to be mandated to make people as able as possible to reintegrate into our society to maximize public safety.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou-Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask our honourable colleague through you how the desired outcomes of this bill will be measured, and B, can they tell Canadians today how much the implementation of this bill will cost? Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, the measurement of the success of this bill will be over time, absolutely necessarily, because you have currently a system that is not working, that's constitutionally deficient, that offends the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that has a little too many Ashley Smiths, if you will, in the system. So the improvement will be hopefully measurable over time, and I'm sure that the head of CCS will, in fact, have some metrics to share with the committee. With respect to funding, Mr. Speaker, we are certainly in recovery mode from the previous government. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been cut out of the system are clearly having an impact, and that is extremely regrettable for public safety and for the rehabilitation and well-being of the prisoners.
Comments? L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
For years, we have been able to see that time and time again, this Liberal government has a propensity to always walk along the line of a court judgment. And the role of this House of Commons is sometimes to reiterate through a new bill in the preamble, to reiterate to the courts and the judge the intent of a practice, of a bill, of a rule that was put forward and accepted and voted here in the House of Commons. Jean Chrétien did that many times. He did it for advertising in the tobacco sector. The companies won at the Supreme Court, and Jean Chrétien tabled the bill with the preamble saying the judge were wrong. And so in these instances, I'm asking to this member, why are they again and again following the judgment when they could have just reiterated the intent of our purpose here in the House of Commons to protect the citizens of Canada and to make sure that in the jails, the guardian have the tools necessary to apply discipline?
A brief answer from the member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Yeah, I really feel badly that the Liberal Party and the Liberal government adheres to the rule of law. What a concept. We do have those of us in here who make law, and we have those down the street, learned judges in the law, who interpret the law. And when the interpretation comes back that this offends the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which it does, according to the two cases that are currently before the justices, then this body needs to adjust. We are all subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We might not like that, Madam Speaker, but we are.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since 2015, the government has been very clear about commitments to the Canadians. Broad criminal justice system reforms is central to the commitments. The government followed through first by introducing major legislation that protects the vulnerable, meet the needs of the victims, and keep our communities safe. It also provides the addressed gap in services to Indigenous peoples and those with mental illness throughout the criminal justice system. Further, it would to implement recommendations from the inquest into the death of Ashley Smith regarding the restrictions of the use of solitary confinement and the treatment of those with mental illness. Today, government is following through it once again. Bill C-83 represents the groundbreaking shift in Canada's approach to federal correction system. At its core is a focus on ensuring that the federal correctional institution provide a safe and secure environment, one that is conducive to inmate rehabilitation, staff safety, and protection to the public. With this bill, the government proposes to eliminate segregation. We will eliminate it in a manner that continues to ensure institutions are secure. It would help reduce the rate of violence in federal institutions and provide inmates in need with support. This is an effective practical approach to managing inmate safety. For the first time in the history, there will be a requirement in law for consideration on broad, systematic, and background factors unique to Indigenous inmates in the correction decision-making. For the first time in the history, there will be the requirement in the law for consideration of the broad, systematic, and background factors unique to the Indigenous people in the correction of decision-making. All of that, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this legislation is the elimination of segregation and the introduction of structured intervention unit to manage inmates at higher risk. It would create structured intervention unit or SIU or the practical new tool for institutions. They would be established in numerous institutions. These SIU would provide a safer environment for inmates. Inmates in the SIU would have the opportunity to be out of cell for at least 4 hours per day, offering more opportunity to human interaction. If we are all being honest here, we know that there are times in the prison that some inmates cannot be in general population. These new SIU proposal would address the safety risk of those inmates who cannot be managed in the mainstream inmate population. Those on the right of going to say, throw them into the hole. In fact, the conservatives put out the release that pretty much said that. Those on the left are going to say, do not separate them at all. Just leave them in the general population. But when problems such as gang hostilities are brewing, this isn't an option either. We need a solution that ensures that offenders can be separated from general population when needed, but also to ensure that those who cannot be in the general for the safety of those themselves or others can still have meaningful contact with the program. Under this bill, all interventions would be tailored in the specific need of the offenders to address the behaviors and led to their movement to the SIU. They would have daily visits from the healthcare professionals. After 5 days in the SIU, a decision would be made about whether or not to keep the inmates there. And that decision, Mr. Speaker, would take into the account their mental health care needs and the appropriate unique indigenous factor, including the systematic and the background factor. Inmates assigned to an SIU would have their correctional plan updated to ensure that they receive the most effective program at the appropriate time during their assignment in the unit, and to prepare them for reintegration into the mainstream inmate population. They will have meaningful human contact with other compatible inmates and in some circumstances even visitors. Madam Speaker, this is a major step forward, but not the only one we have taken. The new bill builds the important investments in the government has made to date. Budget 2018 invested $20.33 million over 5 years and $5.54 million per year after that to further support the mental health needs of the federal inmates. Funds will be largely targeted toward the PERS providing enhanced mental health support for women in federal correction facilities across Canada. That's on the top of the budget 2017. Funding of $57.8 million over 5 years and $13.6 million per year after that to expand mental health care capacity for all inmates in federal correctional facilities. All of that said, Mr. Speaker, our work is not done. We can all agree that we need to do better for our correctional system. We are transforming the way we manage inmates. Those behaviors poses a security and safety risk that cannot be managed within the mainstream inmates population. And more broadly, we need to acknowledge and address the cycle that contributes to crime and the unique need and risk of the vulnerable group. including indigenous pupils. We need to make sure we are not only holding guilty parties to account for what they have done, but that we are creating an environment that fosters rehabilitation for the safety of all. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is the right choice at the right time. I call on all members to join me in supporting Bill C-83 so that all correctional institutions can better fulfill their important goals of safety and rehabilitation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague who was saying that it was a good thing to have structured intervention, that it would improve human relations between individuals who are sent into administrative segregation into the new unit. Can my colleague explain to me? Well, here are two cases, two individuals. One, a killer, a dangerous person who's threatening everyone all the time, and who was put in isolation because he was a danger to others, and it was clear he wanted to kill another inmate, so he's put in solitary confinement. And then there's another inmate who's afraid, he's been threatened, and who says he wants to go into confinement because he's afraid. And that person is put into the new unit, the new structured intervention unit. So two people, the killer who wants to kill someone, who's furious, and the other one who's afraid for his life. They're put together in the interest of giving each of them more human contact. Does my colleague believe that would work?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this question from my friend. Actually, when we think about, you are given the example of two persons, those who are, one is a criminal who is a dead criminal, and you want to throw him into the hole. Another person who is a person who is still charged and he's serving, but you want them to be both together. That's why SIA units are created to study these situations. They will monitor the things very, very minutely and see that what are the needs of the persons, or both these persons, how we can bring them to the mainstream. When they finish their terms, they are coming out to get ready, integrated into the society. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. As you know, and I've said this several times, my father was the warden of a minimum security facility, and my mother was a guard at a prison. I'd like to know if my colleague opposite knows the difference between a maximum security facility and a minimum security facility. Inmates who are in these two types of institutions have committed different crimes. Minimum institution, 2 years minus a day, maximum institution for longer times. And the ones incarcerated in maximum security facilities have committed serious crimes, the others minor crimes. Does my colleague know the difference between a maximum security facility and all that it entails and a minimum security facility?
Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, during my presentation, I have mentioned it clearly that the persons, those who deserve to be treated in a nice way, we can't say that everyone will be treated in the same manner. Those who have done those who are under the extreme situation, they are serving it, they will be monitored differently. And that's the same way which we want to bring changes in here, that we want the people to serve their jail terms and come out as a person, those who are ready to go into the community.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
question, the Honourable Government House Leader, 30 seconds, and then we'll have 30 seconds for an answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ashley Smith was a person that died in custody in 2007. And my colleagues opposite, they talk about different levels of prisons, and it's interesting how people do go through that system. This girl was nonetheless a girl, and she died in her cell. And there's been court challenges, and the courts have ruled. We tend to respect the rule of law. Could our colleague please share with this House what SIUs are designed to do and how people would continue to serve their sentences but will be also able to be provided the programs and services that are also necessary to ensure mental health services are available?
In 20 seconds or less, please.
Thank you.
Member for Brampton
Thank you,
Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this very valuable question. And this, we are making it a case law which ground here on this situation. And Ashley, when she was in the jail, and she has created that situation has created a new line for us, guideline for us to act on to that. Otherwise, we will be left behind, which we Liberals don't want. We want to move forward to make the corrections into the law, to bring the changes, to make it suitable for the inmates, which we want. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, I would like to begin by saying hello to all of my constituents, all from Beauport-Limoilou. I meet them often on their doorstep. This is a very delicate topic. We're talking about the penal world. We are talking about individuals, either victims of criminal acts or perpetrators, inmates who are in jail. So it's a topic which is sensitive, and people seem to have black and white opinions about this issue. Some people believe we have to be very harsh with criminals. Others believe we have to treat them with kid gloves. There may be legitimate reasons on both sides, but I'm here to talk about the vision of the Conservative caucus with regard to Bill C-83, which is officially called an Act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. To begin, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, you're looking at me kind of strangely, and you really do look like a man. So again, I'm sorry. We have no doubt about that. Now, my colleague for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, the critic for security, he was the commander of a regiment, and I have a great deal of trust in him. He presented a motion today calling on this House to cease debate on Bill C-83, since in his opinion, and I also have to say that I'm sharing my time with the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. So, my colleague for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles believes that this is such a bad piece of legislation that he wants to put an end to debate on the bill. In other words, he would like to stop this bill, which he believes does not have any merit and should be stopped. Now, on the NDP side here to my left, and this is interesting, the NDP members have said that the bill does not go far enough in protecting inmates. And we're saying it goes too far because it undermines the security not only of prison guards but of Canadians as a whole. But since we're not going to vote on the motion anytime soon, I will generally debate the merits of this bill or not. So, my colleague is proposing, or rather the bill proposes to eliminate administrative segregation. Now, you can have an opinion on administrative segregation, opinions which might be based on Hollywood movies or other factors. Administrative segregation is when you have an inmate who's in jail for life or for 10 years. Now imagine if you're in jail for life. You know that you're never going to get out. You're probably going to die incarcerated, even though there is a faint hope clause for even serious crimes such as premeditated murder. You can try to get out after 25 years. Nevertheless, a life sentence for an inmate is something that's so big that, well, how can you expect this person to feel bound at all by any of the rules of the facility, rules imposed by prison guards? So don't you think that under these conditions, it's very hard for prison guards who are regular men and women who head home at the end of the day, who have families? How would you want prison guards to impose order in the daily lives of people who are in jail for the rest of their lives? In fact, these people might actually end up killing another inmate, but it doesn't change anything because they're in jail forever regardless. So there are measures which apply to inmates, which would include the hole, if you will, but it's not really a hole. These are jail cells which isolate an individual. People still get their 3 meals a day. There are sanitary conditions. We're not talking about Alcatraz. We're talking about a coordinated and disciplined form of punishment which prison guards could resort to in the case of inmates who are serious criminals, who are happy not to follow any rules except those perhaps which would, if they broke them, have them end up in solitary confinement. The bill would also replace these solitary confinement cells with these structured intervention units. Nobody knows what these units would look like. What would this imply for inmates? Now, that's something the bill doesn't address, and we don't know if penal facilities will be able to support these SIUs, these structured intervention units. Many visitors to prisons, visitors of inmates, smuggle in drugs which are passed on to the inmates. Of course, this is forbidden. And so we're talking about bringing in new body scan imaging technology, which would supposedly make it safer for inmates and for guards. The bill would also include exceptions for women who have mental health problems or Aboriginals. But there's one issue here which caught my attention. This bill comes as a result of some court decisions which determined that solitary confinement was unconstitutional. So I'd like to address some issues raised by my colleague from Scarborough, Guildwood. He said, in response to an issue, to a question 15 or 20 minutes ago, he said, "Sir, we are the ones who create the laws and the judges interpret the laws, but nowhere are you going to find in the Canadian Constitution that legislators don't have the right to interpret laws. In fact, it's quite ironic for a legislator to say something so ridiculous. We in the House of Commons, we interpret legislation every day. We interpret it in our debates at committee. We review legislation. We amend legislation. We change legislation. In short, Mr. Speaker, the role of interpretation of legislation belongs to the executive, to the legislative, and to the judicial branches. And in fact, the executive branch must see if any bill is constitutional, and an eminent scholar from McGill University has said that the three branches of government interprets in their own way each piece of legislation, and that there's a competition between these three branches, and this is very good for Canadian democracy. However, I would like to simply say in conclusion that certainly we can have a philosophical debate on prisons. No one's going to say prisons are a good thing. I think that for myself, as a human being, it's probably the worst thing. But throughout humanity, it's the only way we have to ensure that the most dangerous people in society cannot affect or hurt their fellow human beings. That's the whole point of having penitentiaries or jails. And the first objective of any Canadian government is to protect Canadians. So I say to the member for Scarborough Guildwood that they should have tabled a different bill, a bill in which the role of government is underscored as the protector of Canadians, and that this government has misunderstood the role of solitary confinement. Prisons are a necessary evil, and solitary confinement can sometimes be the only tool that will work to ensure that inmates who are in jail for life and who can only, some of these inmates can only be put in solitary confinement as a way of preventing them from harming their fellow inmates. So it's a good tool to use in prisons. It helps protect prison guards as well. We hope that this government is going to change its mind about this bill. And the NDP, I don't understand why they don't want to support correctional unions who also don't believe that it is a good thing to end solitary confinement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my constituents for having listened to this.
Scott Russell.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would also like to remind him that laws do not supersede the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that's why Bill C-83 exists. The members opposite seem to be saying that there will never be solitary confinement, but I'd like to remind him that there will be intervention units in closed environments. And when there are interventions, inmates will have access to mental health services. Take the case of Ashley Smith, who died following having been put in solitary confinement. So what would he propose in such situations?
Mr. Speaker, in these new units outlined in the bill, people who are incarcerated, who are facing these disciplinary measures, will be able to bring in television, all kinds of things that they currently have in their regular cells. What we're saying is that administrative segregation, as it currently exists, is intended to leave an impression, a psychological impression, on prisoners who are there, especially those who are there for life. If they do something that is to the detriment of other prisoners or prison guards, they don't care. They're there for life. The only way to control some of their actions is to say that if you do this, sorry, you're going to the hole. There's no TV, there's none of this, none of that. Sometimes it takes a psychological threat to control the prison population. It's unfortunate. Maybe prisons shouldn't exist, but it's the only solution we have to protect Canadians. And the only way we can ensure discipline is to have administrative segregation. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. It is always a pleasure to hear my colleague from Beauport, Limoilou. I would like to ask him a question that has a link to the question raised by my colleague for Prescott Russell regarding Ms. Smith. On the Liberal side, did they draft bills because somebody was victimized? I understand that this happens and it's a bad thing, but are there some victims who are not protected in prison? Those would be prison guards. And my parents have worked in that sector, and when there's bingos, for example, the guards are taken hostage. they've drafted up hastily put together legislation. There are victims in prison, but it's on the side of those who are protecting our lives. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, indeed, Liberals like to take specific cases to base bills on. And in certain respects, it's normal, because in a liberal democracy, the fundamental objective is to protect minorities against the majority. But I'll say that the Canadian majority is starting to have enough about not being able to have anything to say in what the government does, in how it behaves. And this is serious when it comes to social peace. One of the grievances heard very often on the ground in our ridings is that they're constantly bending their knee before the Canadian judiciary. In good faith, I will say that I've always be proud of Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin, maybe Martin a little less, but they followed the traditions of other prime ministers. When a decision was made by the Supreme Court and they didn't like it, they would put the same bill on the floor of the House of Commons with a preamble, what we call an in-your-face reply. Go see all the professors of Osgoode Law School in Toronto. They know that and they hate that. The in-your-face reply is when legislators say to the Supreme Court, you are wrong, and you don't understand the objective of the government, and you've misinterpreted Canadian law. Thank you very much. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou, who gave an enriching speech and will perhaps allow the government on the other side to improve their bill, which we have before us today. As I was saying, this is Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Mr. Speaker, the law being proposed today will set up certain elements, and I've outlined them as indicated in the summary. Eliminate the use of administrative segregation and disciplinary segregation. Authorize the creation of structured intervention units. To have parameters for access to health care. To make official exceptions for Indigenous offenders, women, and offenders that have mental health problems that have been diagnosed. Mr. Speaker, once again, this government, over the last 3 years, it'll be 3 years in just a few days, it will be 3 years that this government has been in place. And it has done a great deal of harm. This bill does the same thing. They're just improvising. They don't know what they're talking about. Let's look at it one point at a time. Eliminate the use of administrative segregation and disciplinary segregation. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege on October 19, 2015 to represent the citizens of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and I'm very proud of it. There is an institution located there, the Donnacona Penitentiary. With my colleague of Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, I had the privilege of visiting it very recently. We work rigorously, and we know what we're talking about. We went to look at what was happening on the ground. We saw management, we saw different unions, we even met detainees. We did not see the whole, Mr. Speaker. It seems on the other side of the House, they want to get rid of something that doesn't exist and replace it by something that's going to do the same thing, but is less restrictive. I am a father. And when we discipline our children, as a parent, we are responsible. What we do is we set up consequences. Of course, it's not on the same level as detainees in maximum security, but we set rules up. And now, what we're saying is that there's rules. Correctional officers have tools. Those tools, unfortunately, the Liberal government wants to pull them out of their hands. They want to restrict the number of days that they can intervene and remove that tool to offer more comfort to detainees who have committed unacceptable acts. It's an aberration. What is the motivation of this government? It's removing isolation cells. And I'm going to try to get used to it. I hope this law isn't going to come into force, but I'm going to try to remember the acronym SIU. SIU, the Structured Intervention Unit. Wow. That's a lovely invention. They've improvised. They've said, what the Conservatives did isn't good. They're too mean. The Conservatives are going to put people in segregation because they did things, and they're too mean. They're giving too many consequences to detainees. The rights of one ends where the rights of the other begins. Here, on this side of the House, we want to protect victims, and we want offenders who have committed the unacceptable for a society like ours to experience the consequences of that. We cannot encourage this type of behavior. We have to make sure that these individuals experience consequences, and those consequences, Mr. Speaker, are a tool for correctional officers. So now we're saying we're getting rid of segregation. We're going to go into SIUs, and we're going to limit the number of days. And we're going to make it a requirement that detainees have fewer consequences in terms of number of hours per day. Mr. Speaker, are we going to offer a birthday cake to every detainee when it's their birthday? Are we going to roll out the red carpet for them when they go into Donnacona? Mr. Speaker, this needs to be serious. Now, this government, I have to recognize in the bill, they've started to think about something that's interesting. You know that in life there's an evolution, and after the meetings we have, the detainees and the management of Donnacona, there's scanners. The body scan imagers. I'm not sure I have the right expression. We'll just call them the scanners so that I can be clearly understood, like what we have in airports, what we have here in Parliament. There are checks and controls. In penitentiaries, the detainees can experience a bodily search, but they can also go through a scan. A criminal, and we mentioned it yesterday. Yesterday was a sad day for Canada where marijuana was legalized. Organized crime are organized. So, those people, unfortunately, discovered that there are bodily cavities to hide things. And one of the priorities for management and for correctional officers is to prevent access or to allow detainees or visitors to come in with drugs, cell phones, tools that would allow them to be ingenious because they've got a lot more time to think than we do because we have to work. They don't have the same objectives as we do either. But they find solutions to build themselves tools in order to communicate with the outside. And one aspect of our meeting last week at Donnacona was to get scanners. The government, on the other side, intends to be able to allow that. Well, being allowed to is far from actually being able to unwrap the new scanner at Donnacona. It should be a priority. It should be a tool, Mr. Speaker, an indispensable tool. But now they're going to say, why did you, the Conservatives, not do it? Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. At the time, there was other technology. Today, we could put in scanners. At that point, we need to be able to give ourselves the tools to limit things such as drones. There's scanners. There's other elements that are important. But now, in the bill that I'm reading today, it seems that there are more inclusive, permissive, comfortable aspects for detainees. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect victims. We need to be rigorous. We need to get respect and to impose consequences to ensure that detainees understand the message. We're not against reintegration programs, but let's not be too general with it. Let's look at it case by case. But now what we're looking at is an overgeneralized situation, permissive, inclusive, and hey, it's going to be a party in the penitentiaries in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we have to be responsible and ensure that the tools that are implemented in an accelerated way are the priority of this government, which is to set up scanners. And I will say that this will improve the situation in penitentiaries, and it will lead to an extremely rapid improvement, and that is a priority, Mr. Speaker, and that's important. We cannot accept this bill. We see that there's maybe the start of positive solutions, but you'll understand that the improvisation by this government leads us to believe that we cannot support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, although I don't agree with all the points that he raised. One of the points, that it's not going to be a party in prisons, because evidently prison is far from a party. And he said so in his speech, that he visited several prisons. Once again, the goal of a bill, when we make laws and we don't back them up with resources, like they did before, they were serious about the law and organized crime, but they never put money behind the efforts to fight them. Chiefs of police were asking for more resources to fight organized crime, but they didn't put more in. A former chief of police, who's now the Minister of Security, who said that he couldn't get the resources he needed before. So now we're coming back to security measures that we want to implement. And scanners. Why are they against putting more technology in our prisons? Just to make sure that prison guards are safer and that people who are in prison be safer so that they can't use weapons. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my excellent colleague for Glengarry Prescott Russell, who asked a question about my speech. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I don't think he listened to it, because what I said was that it should be a priority to put scanners in. But when he talks to me about the chief of police, who's now a member and a minister, who is supposed to control organized crime and marijuana, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I do not have a great deal of confidence in this minister, considering the fact that we did cuts in penitentiaries. Yes, we closed some under the Conservative government in the past because we were responsible. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there's room in all of the penitentiaries of Canada. It would cost us a fortune, but the Liberals are probably going to open up 3 more in the next year because for them it's an open bar. We've got money. We're going to spend it. We, the Conservatives, respect the money that we've collected from the sweat of the brow of Canadians. And yes, we are rigorous because it is important to respect our detainees, but they also have to respect discipline and understand that there are consequences, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
De Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. He gave a good speech to explain the Conservative position regarding this bill. And we think that there are big problems with ensuring a safe and healthy workplace not only for detainees but for the guards in this prison. They have a job that's very difficult in an environment that is also very difficult, where there is a great deal of work stress that is unique to that position. We ask people to keep what we consider in high security penitentiaries, to keep the most dangerous people in our society. And this bill here, proposed by this government, with the structured intervention units, as they describe them, do the opposite. They're going to create a situation, I believe, and I think my colleague will agree with me, that will create a situation where guards in prisons will be forced to allow prisoners for 4 hours out. That's not true solitary confinement. So I would like to hear the member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier talk more about this environment, which will no longer be safe and secure for our personnel. The honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Calgary Shepherd, who always has relevant questions. Indeed, safety is a significant issue in Canada in our penitentiaries. Correctional officers need tools. The Liberal government removed fire brigades to save pennies. It's a matter of safety. That's a tool for correctional officers. We're not emphasizing the right priorities. And when it comes to segregation, it is a tool. There are even members who just want to adopt positions that protect themselves. We're passing laws to make sure that it's as short as possible, and we have to explain why we do this and that. It's like we're at a daycare, Mr. Speaker. These are criminals who committed unacceptable acts for our society. And so we have to give ourselves tools that will give correctional officers what they need. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today and add my voice in this debate around Bill C-83. We are committed to ensuring that we not only have the tools to hold guilty parties accountable for breaking the law, but also creates an environment that fosters rehabilitation so that we will have fewer repeat offenders, fewer victims, and ultimately safer communities. This bill proposes to transform the way our federal correctional system works in this country in order to meet those critical goals. A central element of this transformation is eliminating the use of segregation. Segregation would be replaced by the safety and intervention-focused Structured Intervention Units, or SIUs for short. SIUs would operate in a much different way than is currently the case with segregation. And I'll get to those crucial differences in just a few moments. But first, let me just say that in any large population, there will be people who pose risk to those around them and to themselves. That reality holds true and perhaps is compounded in a population of offenders housed together under one roof. Correctional institutions are home to inmates whose behavior can be dangerous to others or to themselves, disruptive, or highly difficult for those around them to endure. It's a very challenging environment both for inmates and for the professional, brave, and hard-working correctional employees. Corrections officials and staff must have a tool they can use in cases where an inmate cannot be managed safely within the mainstream inmate population. For many years, segregation has been that tool. But the practice has come under fire in recent years. Watchdogs like the Correctional Investigator and the Auditor General of Canada have urged the government to restrict its use or eliminate it altogether. Two recent constitutional challenges in the provinces of Ontario and British Columbia have found the legislation governing administrative segregation to be unconstitutional. As of December and January, administrative segregation will no longer be a tool available in those two provinces. That means that if an incident happens in the yard and inmates need to be separated while witness statements are taken, as correctional workers will need to find out what happened, They won't be able to. This means that if several members of a gang are threatening another inmate, there will be no administrative segregation unit to use, and all of those involved will simply stay in the general population. This, Mr. Speaker, is a recipe for disaster. Let's be very clear. When the Conservatives say just keep using administrative segregation, which they called it in government, or solitary confinement, as they call it in opposition, they are telling the Canadian corrections to do something that they will not have the legal authority to do anymore. Those sections of the Act won't exist in those two provinces. What the Conservatives are really saying then is just keep all the inmates in the general population regardless of the risk they pose to guards and healthcare workers, regardless of the risk to themselves from other inmates. It's not a real plan, Mr. Speaker. It's reckless, and it's reckless thinking that you would expect to hear from people who have no real policies and no ability to make tough choices that governing this country requires. Of course, those two court rulings came subsequent to the tragic case of Ashley Smith, who died in custody in 2007 at the age of 19. The coroner's inquest into Ashley's death focused on administrative segregation and the treatment of inmates with mental illness. The Government of Canada has committed to implementing recommendations from that inquest. The mandate letters of these three ministers also commit them to addressing gaps in service to Indigenous peoples and to those with mental illness throughout the criminal justice system. Both of those groups are not only overrepresented in the overall federal corrections system, but also among the inmate population in segregation. Some progress has been made by the Correctional Service of Canada over the past few years. Canada's correctional investigator said in March of last year that CSC for the last few years has dedicated a lot of time and effort to address the gross overuse of administrative segregation. For example, CSC has implemented policy changes that have led to a sharp decline in the use of administrative segregation placements between 2015 and 2017. Those changes ensure that inmates with serious mental illness who actively engaged in self-injury and are at elevated or imminent risk for suicide are not admissible for segregation. According to the Correctional Investigators' 2016-17 report, the average stay in segregation has also seen a significant drop, from 34 days in 2015 to 23 days in 2017. The correctional investigator calls these reductions encouraging. But he does caution that there is more work to be done. The time has come to better focus on interventions and on safety. And that's what this important piece of legislation does. Under Bill C-83, segregation would be eliminated outright from Canada's federal corrections system, and in its place, the government is proposing to create structured intervention units. SIUs would be established in numerous institutions. They would offer a secure and structured environment to address the safety risk of inmates who cannot be managed or integrated into the mainstream inmate population. The initial decision to move an inmate from the mainstream inmate population to an SIU would be made by a CSC staff member under the institutional head. This decision would be based on an evaluation of the inmate's needs, including health needs and the safety risks to themselves, to others, and to the institution. The staff member must be satisfied that there are no reasonable alternatives to placement in an SIU. The inmate would receive a notice explaining the reasons for their movement, their right to retain and instruct counsel, and to make representations regarding the movement back to mainstream inmate populations or other alternatives. Unlike segregation, SIUs would provide inmates with uninterrupted interventions and programming tailored to address their specific and unique needs and risks. Inmates would also have the opportunity to be outside of their cell for a longer period of time, at least 4 hours a day, rather than the 2 hours a day currently practiced. At least 2 of those 4 hours would allow inmates to interact with others. In addition, inmates would also receive daily visits from health care professionals. The plan will include additional staff to ensure that inmates can be moved safely throughout the new SIUs as they continue to receive programming and time with other compatible inmates within the SIU. Mr. Speaker, it is truly a revolutionary approach that will lead to better rehabilitation, which means less recidivism once inmates are released. Fewer offenses, fewer inmates reoffending will mean less crime, and it will mean fewer victims in our communities. Bill C-83 also addresses key recommendations from the coroner's inquest into the death of Ashley Smith. In addition to ending the practice of placing female inmates in conditions of long-term segregation, it would also introduce patient advocates at designated penitentiaries to help inmates navigate their health care rights and their responsibilities. All of this would facilitate the reintegration of offenders into the Main Street inmate population as soon as possible. It would also support their treatment and rehabilitation in preparation for their eventual release into the community. That, in turn, supports safety in our communities because the vast majority of inmates will eventually complete their sentence and they will be freed from custody. We must do everything we can to ensure that offenders are as well equipped as possible to be productive, law-abiding citizens and addressing the underlying behaviors that got them in trouble to begin with. This is what we need to focus on. Public safety is not well served by seeing offenders released more hardened, more bitter, or more resentful from when they came in. Nor is it ever a good thing for inmates with health or mental health issues to be undiagnosed or go untreated while in federal custody. That's why the establishment of the SIUs under this legislation would be such a big and positive step forward on the safety front. I'm confident it will mean better correctional outcomes for inmates, more security for the staff, safer institutions, and greater public safety in the long run. C-83 will also correct a long-standing problem that has developed over time for Correctional Services Canada. When the Corrections and Conditional Release Act was written in 1992, CSC had facilities that were entirely dedicated to a single security classification. But over time, CSC's infrastructure became mixed with institutions often having, for instance, a maximum and a medium security wing. Today, virtually all of the facilities are mixed facilities. In fact, all of the women's institutions are indeed mixed. The Act, however, was never changed to reflect that fact. C-83 will ensure that CSC has the clear and proper legal authorities to operate and move inmates from one wing of an institution to another wing in the same facility. This legislation will also grant CSC the legal authority to use body scanners. As we all know, drugs and other prohibited contraband do find their way into prisons despite efforts to keep them out. Body scanners will provide an important tool for corrections guards that is less invasive than physical searches and more effective in detecting contraband. The bill will also ensure that audio recordings of parole hearings can be made available to victims who attended a hearing. The existing Corrections and Conditional Release Act permits a registered victim who is not in attendance to receive an audio copy of the hearing, but it does not allow someone who was there in person to have one. During the government's consultation, we heard loud and clear that for many of victims, a parole hearing is such an emotional moment that the time seems to fly by. Later, they will have difficulty clearly remembering what transpired. Section 34 of Bill C-83 will ensure that victims who attend in person can receive an audio recording of the hearing afterward. Another important aspect of the bill stems from the Gladue Supreme Court decision of 1999. This was the case that required correctional services to consider systemic and background factors unique to Indigenous offenders in all decision-making. Over the past 20 years, CSC has developed internal policies to give effect to a Supreme Court ruling, but C-83 goes further, ensuring that the Gladue principles are fully enshrined in the CCRA. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand with a government that continues to take action to reform the criminal justice system, and I'm proud to stand here today in support of this important bill. As I mentioned at the top of my speech, this bill will ensure that CSC has the tools to hold guilty parties accountable for what they've done while creating an environment that fosters rehabilitation. Effective rehabilitation means that we will have fewer repeat offenders, fewer victims, and ultimately safer communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of inconsistencies in this bill, and I'd like to ask my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, about that. There's a concept of structured intervention units. That sounds great. They hope it'll be perfect, but what I don't understand is that currently, where there is segregation, preventative segregation, those cells are identical to normal cells, and prisoners currently in those cells spend 22 hours a day in their cells and 2 hours a day in an outdoor area that is especially for them. What's the difference? What's the main difference between this structured intervention unit, apart from the 4 hours a day instead of 2? As for the rest, what are the cells going to be bigger or what? We already have the same thing, so I really don't understand what the big deal is fundamentally. What's the big change here apart from 2 more hours a day outside? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And, you know, nothing is ever perfect, but I think that having doubled the time out of the cells is an important step forward. And as well, under segregation, when you were under segregation, you didn't have access to health care. You didn't have access to mental health care. You didn't have access to visitors. You didn't have access to other programs that might have supported someone's rehabilitation. So this SIU, even though it only doubles the amount of time that you can spend out of your cell, it actually means that you can have intervention activities while you are in the SIU, and that's why we think that's going to make that difference. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The parliamentary secretary for her speech. Howard, one of the biggest pieces that's cause for concern in Bill C-83, and this is what's been identified by many. I spoke to this bill earlier today, and the corrections investigator, the John Howard Society, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies have all identified one core piece that goes back to a recommendation that was made by Justice Arbour a number of years ago, relating specifically to her recommendation dealt with judicial oversight. But really, at this point, we're talking about any kind of oversight at all, because the bill as it stands currently, notwithstanding any ability of the commissioner or the warden to be continuing to examine the person's presence in what essentially is still solitary confinement under a different name, But also, even with the recommendations of healthcare professionals, the ultimate decision still lies with them. There's still a lack of third-party investigations. There's still a lack of independent oversight and recourse in the event that the abuses that we have seen take place in the past occur again under this new system. So I want to ask my colleague, as I asked the minister, if the government would reconsider and go forth in a direction that complies more strongly with, or at all, quite frankly, with the BC Supreme Court decision and recommendations that have been made by many experts throughout civil society.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And I think there's a slight difference of opinion. And when some of those rulings were put forward, it was addressing administrative segregation. And administrative segregation would not allow for rehabilitative activities, wouldn't allow visitors, wouldn't allow a visit from a healthcare professional or a mental health care professional or access to other rehabilitative programs. So rather, this is not a direct, this is really a transformational change, because when these offenders are in a structured intervention unit, they will have access to this kind of programming that, while under administrative segregation, they would not. And I think in the past there was suggestions that a cap on the number of days or whatever was appropriate. But we're saying that that decision will be reviewed at least 3 times by 3 different people for an extended stay in a structured intervention unit. So we feel that that review is there, and those the changes from administrative segregation to a structured intervention unit actually will provide significant benefits towards an offender's rehabilitation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her remarks. Recently, there was a pilot project announced, Mr. Speaker, that indicated there'd be a needle exchange program available in certain prisons across Canada. And one of those prisons is in my area, the Waterloo region, the Grand Valley Institution for Women. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that the guards, the correction officers at these facilities are very much opposed to the idea of a needle exchange program, and they had basically no consultation as to having that program implemented. So now that we have the body scan, we have a zero drug policy in prisons, will the Liberals finally discontinue their misguided needle exchange program? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, on this bill, C-83, can the member tell me that the unions of correctional officers were consulted on this bill as it relates to the safety of our correctional officers who serve Canada so well in the work that they do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and I agree with him. I think the work that correctional officers do is something that is probably underappreciated by a great number of Canadians. They work very hard, and their days are very demanding. And I think when we talk about issues such as needle exchange, we're trying to look at things based on harm reduction, based on safety, based on the evidence that we've seen. And this is an issue that will require more discussion. In order for people to feel comfortable with the decisions being made. But when we are basing the decisions on science, on evidence, on overall safety of institution, we think that it's the right way forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. The whole point of our prison system, and if prisoners or offenders walk into our prison system with a bachelor of offences and walk out of there with a PhD of offences, then our prison system has failed them. And we've known that administrative segregation has caused death in our prison system, and of course we are talking about the case of Ms. Ashley Smith. And I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain the key differences between the administrative segregation and the SIU system that we're proposing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and I think this is really, he's gotten to the crux of the matter. This is transformational change away from administrative segregation, where offenders were in their cells for 22 hours a day with no access to programming, no access to visitors, no access to mental health treatment. And we do know that clearly 70% of the inmates in our institutions today suffer from a type of some kind of mental illness. And we feel that if we do not address these mental health concerns before the inmates are released back into society, their chances of success rehabilitating back into society will be much diminished. And so that's why we've made this transformational change towards a structured intervention unit where people still have access to the rehabilitative training that will give them the best chance for a better future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question, maybe 30 seconds. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, my question will be very short, and the answer could be even shorter. Has the minister, has the government consulted our correctional officers as it relates to the implementation of this bill, as it relates to their safety, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
All I can say to answer that is I've not been part of that process, but I can get back to the member with an answer to his question. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time today with my remarkable colleague from Caribou, Prince George. I use the word remarkable because the word incredible for him has been overused recently. Now, I'm proud to speak today on Bill C-83, which amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Now, this is also known as another case of Liberals putting interests of criminals ahead of everyone else with little thought put into it. Now, I realize that should not also be confused with Liberal Bill C-71 or C-75 or C-28 or any other myriad number of bills that they've put criminal rights ahead of regular citizens. Now, we all know of the horrific story of the case of Ashley Smith and her unfortunate death. Now, this never should have happened within our prison system, and the government should make moves to prevent situations like that recurring. But they should not have a poorly thought out outright ban on the segregation. Now, there are some good parts to this bill, and I congratulate the government on it. I support the idea of body scans to present contraband and drugs coming into prisons, but I think it should be extended to everyone entering the prison, not just certain people. And I also like that they're considering better considerations for Indigenous offenders. But, and it's a big but, there's a few key points in this bill that would directly impact the safety and security of our corrections officers and those who need segregation for their own safety. This is another example of the government's obsession with making criminals' lives easier while making our frontline officers' jobs more dangerous. I want to talk about the reality of the most common use of segregation. Inmates that commit the crimes in prison, don't always get the segregation. It's very often the victims get segregated to protect them from those inmates. It's often used as a means of ensuring the safety of a targeted inmate from further assault, often because the target doesn't want to name who assaulted them. This means the assaults continue, then the inmate who went into a segregation unit has to eventually reintegrate somewhere else on another unit or in another institution or even another region in the country. It's relatively uncommon that segregation is ordered as a disciplinary sanction. In fact, most inmates view segregation time as a holiday rather than a consequence, especially since they must receive all their possessions and their property card within 24 hours of admission, such as their television and their other belongings. A report from CBC that came out past April quoted the Ontario Public Service Employees Union saying, segregation isn't the deterrent it once was because maximum time inmates can spend in segregation has been halved, and increased privileges for those in segregation mean that inmates are no longer skittish about being sent there. They also confirmed that, in fact, there aren't enough segregation units, at least in Ontario, because most are being used by inmates who have mental health issues. Now, that's a provincial system, but it correlates to the federal system as well. That leaves violent inmates out in the general population where they can continue to commit assaults against other inmates and correction officers themselves. An officer said, where the most violent inmates used to be in separate containers, now they're all off in one bag, and we're just waiting for one to go off. and that sets off the rest of them, and you end up with murder, stabbing, slashing, and officer injuries higher than ever. Another officer stated the inmates, they can get away with a lot more than they used to in the past, and that contributes to the growing violence and crisis in corrections. Now, with previous changes to segregation policies, the maximum time of segregation has already been cut in half, as I mentioned, and the increase in privileges available to those in segregation means it's not as strong as a deterrent as it used to be. All removing segregation does, especially for disciplinary segregation, is soften reprisals for bad behavior. Inmates know that there's one less tool for correctional officers to use to maintain order and ensure the safety of the officers themselves and other inmates. CBC report from last year indicated stricter limits on segregation have led to a massive upswing in inmate assaults. Between 2012 and 2017, the number of violent reoffense after leaving segregation has increased 50%. Ontario recently released stats for corrections. There was almost 800 reported incidents in 2016. By halfway through 2017, the last time we had the numbers available, there was almost as many violent incidents in our prisons. The report quotes Jason Godin, who's the president of the Union of Correctional Officers, who says segregation is a tool for reasons that restrictive policies only transfer the problems of the violence. The creation and integration of structured intervention units, the SIUs, makes inmates, violent and nonviolent, equal regardless of the quality of their conduct while they serve their time. They get access to 4 hours per day outside their cells from the structured units, and they also get 2 hours of significant human contact. It's also going to require a significant increase in resources from the officers, but there's no money set aside for this. Now, every time someone's moved into segregation or segregation out for their 2 hours out in the open, it requires 2 officers to accompany them. That is for the safeties of the officers to ensure that they always have enough manpower to protect themselves. Where is this money going to come from? Well, if you look at the government's departmental plans signed by the Minister of Public Safety, they're actually cutting, including inflation, 8.8% of the funding to Corrections Canada over the next 4 years. So where is this money coming from? They're actually, if you look at the departmental plan, and I'm sure the minister didn't even look at it before he signed off on it, and I'm sure my colleagues across the way haven't read the plans either, because it actually calls for a reduction in officers in Corrections Canada over the next years. But they're going to increase the workload. They're going to increase the cost of these units. With what money? We don't know. The officers themselves are left with one less tool that allows them to deter assaults and violence from taking place in the cell blocks. Corrections officers always face a host of challenges. Now, keep in mind, these men and women, even though it's their choice to work in these jobs, they are still in a prison themselves. They're subjected to the same environment that the inmates are. I'm going to read out stats from 2018 report prepared by the Union of Correctional Officers. Between 60 and 65% of correctional officers report that their work has a negative impact on their life away from work. Substantial proportion of correction officers, about 75%, report that psychological demands on their jobs have increased in the last 5 years. 55% of long service officers report that the physical ability to properly do their work is worse or much worse than the last few years. The report summarizes there's a particular poor fit between interest in work and the psychological and mental disposition of the officers, and the environment and working conditions set out maintained by Corrections Canada on the other. Such a poor fit cannot go on forever nor be ignored other than to the detriment of both the correctional officers as well as the public interest as embodied in CSC's mandate and social mission. I want to look at another area the government has failed a corrections officer. They're one of the main victims of the Liberal Phoenix fiasco. Roughly 85% of the correction services officers across the country have been affected by Phoenix. This is because many of correction services officers are shift workers with irregular schedules that require manual entry into the system, something this government could have prevented had they not botched the entire rollout. Now, in fact, the Treasury Board was specifically told of this specific failure in the Phoenix system when they were doing the pre-testing, yet they chose to ignore it. Just like the president of the Treasury Board ignored the Gartner report when it advised him not to proceed with Phoenix. Now, I find it very amusing that the president of the Treasury Board justifies his meddling in the Davie supply ship contract on behalf of Irving as part of his job. But not part of his job, apparently, was acting on the Gartner report on Phoenix, which, by the way, the TBS president himself commissioned. Now, the UCCO president has already called on help with for their members because of the public servants are negotiating their mortgages, are being forced to renegotiate the mortgages, take out loans to ensure that they keep a roof over their heads because of the pay problems. Now, unfortunately, we don't see an end to sight for those suffering from the Phoenix pay system. I want to talk about the government's priorities here. Again, I mentioned before about their priorities seem to be on criminals, not on average Canadians. Last year's budget, page 210 of the budget, $24 million for mental health needs of RCMP officers. The same amount for the mental health needs of federal inmates. Now, the funny thing is, there's a lot more RCMP officers than there are inmates. So we have from this government, for the average RCMP officer, the people who are putting their lives on the line every day, the people who are fighting for us, $1,100 per officer for mental health. For prisoners, $1,400. Where's the justice? In the CSC's mandate letter, much ballyhooed, first time Correction Services lead has had a mandate letter, 1,400-word mandate letter, 24 words on victims, 52 words on the workers. And of those 52 workers, it includes such gems as, I encourage you to install within CSC a culture of ongoing reflection. There is this government's priorities in a nutshell. More money for criminals, less for the RCMP, and for our valued officers in the prisoners, perhaps time for self-reflection on the issue. Thank you.
Well done. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the member for his speech, and I know I've heard the official leader of the opposition say that he would have negotiated a better deal, but that same member couldn't even negotiate with his own caucus member, which created a People's Party of Canada. So welcome welcome that. But getting back on the facts, is the member opposed to body scanners in prison? Is that what I'm hearing? He's opposed to body scanners in prison, and he's going to vote against this bill to put more equipment for our prison officers? That's what I'm hearing on the other side?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I serve with this member committee. We generally get along, but it's offensive and a silly question. Twice now he has sat in this House and listened to members on this side of the House say, yes, we agree with the idea of body scanners. In fact, I actually sat here and congratulated the idea of body scanners, and yet this gentleman stands and says, why are you against body scanners? It's very clear he's not paying attention, just like this government is not paying attention to the needs of our officers in the correctional services industry. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, I'm glad there's someone that's standing up on the side of victims, because clearly the other side is more concerned about the criminals than they are the victims. But, Mr. Speaker, previously today, on 2 occasions, I've asked the question of the governing party as to whether or not they had consulted with the correction officers in terms of implementation of this bill. First time I received no answer. The second time I received an answer from the parliamentary secretary, no less, who said she wasn't sure. Mr. Speaker, that concerns me. If the parliamentary secretary isn't aware as to whether or not negotiations or consultation at least went on with the Correction Officers Union, that's a huge concern. But Mr. Speaker, I have a quote here from the president of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, who said, quote, at the Regional Psychiatric Centre, we have 100 assaults on staff in 12 months, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, that's very troubling to me that our correction officers are put in that kind of a situation where 100 assaults per year would occur. So I want to ask my colleague, does he really believe that this idea of not allowing segregation will actually make our correctional officers more or less safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. The correctional officers we've spoken to several. Unfortunately, they don't want to come forward. They're afraid, and that's one more reason this government should push through the whistleblowers, update the whistleblowers act that we've been asking them on. They're afraid. They've made it clear. The stats show that segregation is a tool that can be used. It's very clear that it had been used incorrectly in a couple cases, and that's fine. They should address those individual ones. But our focus has to be on the protection of our CSC officers. They're under siege. They're having issues with mental health issues. Nothing in this bill addresses them. It addresses the health and well-being of the prisoners. And the mandate from this government continues to tell the head of CSC to focus on the health and welfare of the prisoners, but not of the officers themselves who are there protecting average Canadians. This bill has a couple good things, but it goes nowhere near close to addressing the real issues that we're facing today.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend my friend from Edmonton West for his speech. I can truthfully say I listened to every word of all of his speeches. They're so well done and well researched, and he cites facts and figures and is a very credible member of Parliament. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach here. I'd like to ask my friend from Edmonton West, what is it about the Liberals' DNA that always blames the victims and never assigns personal responsibilities to the criminals themselves? To a Liberal, a person is a criminal because it's society's fault, it's how they were brought up, it's who they are. They never assign personal responsibility. We Conservatives believe in personal responsibility and accountability for your actions. Can my friend from Edmonton West explain this Liberal mindset?
The honourable member for Edmonton West in 35 seconds or less, please.
I wish I could explain the Liberal mindset. Experts have tried, they can't figure it out. I will comment, though, on their focus, the wrong focus. I have the Corrections Service Canada departmental plan. It lists about 40 or 50 priorities. Not one single priority for this government lists any safety issues for our corrections services officers. Not one to protect them, but 50 or so to improve the lives of inmates. It's wrong. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start off this intervention by setting, well, the situation that we're at today. Imagine, if you will, a time where we call murder a bad practice. Imagine, if you will, where we are at a point in this time where we can't use the word illegal for those that cross our borders illegally. It is now irregular. Imagine, if you will, where our government of the day actually pays convicted terrorists $10.5 million for pain and suffering. Imagine, if you will, a time where your government reaches out to a terrorist who at one point bragged about playing soccer with the heads of those that he fought against, an ISIS terrorist who bragged at one time about playing soccer with the heads of those that they captured and decapitated. Mr. Speaker, I offer this because this is where we are at to this point. It is and as we see it time and time again, that this government, our colleagues across the way, that they continue to go merrily, 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 life's about a dream, as they go down the way, all rainbows and sunshine and hug a thug. Imagine, if you will, Mr. Speaker, where we are moving a convicted murderer, one that has been sentenced for our society's most heinous crime of a killing of an 8-year-old, a kidnapping and killing of an 8-year-old, to a healing lodge midway through, not even midway, partway through their sentence. Not behind bars, as key to their own condo, if you will. Free to come and go as they please within that area. Imagine, if you will, a time where we always err on the side of the criminal rather than that of the victim. Mr. Speaker, imagine a time when a convicted murderer can claim PTSD from the murder that he committed and receive treatment for PTSD before that of veterans and first responders. That's where we're at. And C-83, before our colleagues across the way say, well, the Conservatives are so against these body scans and different elements of this piece of legislation, my colleagues and I will also say that we are for providing the tools for our frontline workers every step of the way so that they can be safe. We are for providing victims and their families the rights and the tools that they can remain whole, so that They're not re-victimized at every step of the way. C-83 is about abolishing segregation. You know, segregation is oftentimes in the movies and prison slang referred to as the hole. Maybe that's how we got here, Mr. Speaker. Maybe that's how this came to, because the Liberals in their, fancy or whatever ways that they dream things up, they actually thought that it's a hole, that we're putting people in the hole. It's not true, Mr. Speaker. It's a cell, no different than others. As a matter of fact, somebody that spent a long period of time in segregation, one of our country's most notorious serial killers, Clifford Robert Olson, still managed to take advantage of the situation. As a matter of fact, a reporter that actually went and visited him at one point remarked that he was healthy, that he actually even had a tan. Here's a guy that raped, murdered children in my province of British Columbia, maybe even other areas. Mr. Speaker, segregation is not just for the safety of our frontline officers, it's also for the safety of those that are incarcerated. One of our colleagues actually mentioned that in interviewing somebody that has been incarcerated and actually spent a majority of their time in segregation, that they preferred that. They knew if they were out in general population that they probably wouldn't last very long. Mr. Speaker, I actually would like to name some of the folks in our prison system that actually are housed in segregation, which this government is proposing to allow them out of segregation. This is Paul Bernardo, who's just been denied parole again, known for luring young women, torturing, raping, and murdering them with his then-girlfriend, Carla Homolka, actually murdering her own sister. Robert Picton, who is a serial killer in my province of British Columbia. Renee Okobi, John Green, Andrew Gulliver, Christopher Newhook, and again, as I mentioned earlier on, probably one of our most notorious serial killers, Clifford Robert Olson, who, Mr. Speaker, I actually had an opportunity to speak with some of the arresting officers and those that were actually charged with guarding him when he was in his cells, who bragged incessantly, wanted to talk about those crimes. He was diabolical. He was sick, Mr. Speaker. Segregation provides a disciplinary tool, an administrative tool that both keeps those that are incarcerated protected, but also protects the frontline workers. Mr. Speaker, isn't that what we're here to do? Is protect society and those that have been charged with protecting society, keeping them safe, both physically and mentally. Through the course of my work in building C211 and then getting it passed in June of this year, I worked closely with the Correctional Service. You know, Mr. Speaker, very often the guards and our correctional officers are not seen as first responders, yet they perform those duties every day. They are seeing the worst of society at the very worst. They have to provide medical and life-saving treatment almost on a daily basis. And they also have to guard these individuals, and their safety is always at risk. Imagine being a guard in charge of a unit, and there's 40 of our society's worst criminals, and you are one guard. The president of the Correctional Services Canada, or the Union of Correctional Services Canada, recently said that in his centre, in the course of the last 12 months, there have been 100 violent incidences against his officers, 100. Now, we also learned that this government is approving a needle exchange program where the guards are to give the inmates needles and spoons to cook the drugs, to go back to their cells. Unbelievably. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? there is no onus. The prisoners, when they come up for parole, they are not required to report that they've been using in prison. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we do agree that we should have full body scanners in there, not only for the prisoners, not only for their guests, but also for the guards. I believe that would make everyone safe. How unbelievable is it that we are now going to give needles and cooking spoons, and I don't mean cooking soup or ladles, cooking spoons for drugs, to use drugs, and allow them to go back to the cells and expect a guard to go in to either do some form of administrative management, some form of security search, not knowing whether there's a needle there with some form of bodily fluid. Mr. Speaker, when the union heard about C-83, they sent letters to this minister outlining their concerns. Mr. Speaker, they were worried about the segregation, that they emphasized to the minister the importance of this tool for correctional services or correctional officers. They brought up the concern over the prison needle exchange. They suggested, you know, rather than doing that, why don't the minister focus on the resources to treat inmates with infectious diseases instead. They came at this in a reasonable way and they offered solutions, yet they were not listened to. They were poo-pooed. As a matter of fact, the minister thanked him for the time and then went forward in crafting this bill. Mr. Speaker, we are against the bill as a whole. We're not against certain elements of it, and I would urge this government and this minister to reconsider C-83.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Conservatives are surprising anyone when they say that they're against the legislation. You see, because they have this Stephen Harper mentality, that spin, that conservative spin of as if they're tough on crime and they're the only defenders of victims. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when we think of victims, progressive legislation of this nature will prevent victims in the future. That we have seen countries around the world recognize that there's certain things that we can do that will actually allow for a better system. And that's in fact what we're seeing, whether it's Indigenous concerns through some of the changes being proposed, whether it is having body cavities done through technology or screening, whether it's through different courses that will be provided even for those that are in segregation. Most would acknowledge that, in fact, this is progressive. We need to move forward on this. The Conservatives want to be able to stay in the past because they believe that by standing on the hilltop yelling, "We're for the victims," that's how it's going to get them the votes, Mr. Speaker. There's a time in which maybe you should take a look and look at the legislation, look at the way in which the world is evolving, and recognize this. And my question is, when will the Conservatives look at what other jurisdictions are actually doing to progress this particular file?
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the past, because something came up over the course of this summer, 18 years ago. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about turning our lens and our eyes towards the victim. When the Prime Minister had a chance charged with, or not charged with, but accused of groping 18 years ago, Mr. Speaker, 18 years ago, and the Prime Minister had a chance to apologize. I will take no lessons from the member across the way when I asked time and time again of that member and all of his colleagues if they shared the same sentiment as our Prime Minister, that victims of violence, female victims of violence, may sometimes have a different experience or experience that violence and that situation different than the male counterparts. I asked that of them, and not one of them could answer that. Not one of them stood up for those victims of violence. The Prime Minister failed to apologize, and this member of Parliament, our colleague across the way, continues to stand up for him, and that's shameful.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I had an opportunity earlier to illustrate through speech the problems and concerns that we have regarding the changes that administrative segregation is an abusive practice that has been abused. But there's one element that I wish to address, which was raised in my colleague's speech. Yes, correctional officers are often forgotten when it comes time to evaluate what happens on the job. I know that the member has made efforts on the Public Safety Committee, and I want to congratulate for him. I would like to raise a question, and I've raised it several times already. How do we ensure safety in these institutions? For example, they closed penitentiaries while they were in power. And over 1 year, we saw costs increase for these institutions go up by $250 million, but they cut $300 million. How do they reconcile these two realities? The security and safety of correctional officers and the reality of cuts.
For our honourable colleague Cressway. As a matter of fact, I worked closely with him in the work on my bill C-211. He knows I'm passionate about ensuring that our frontline workers, our first responders, get the help when they need, wherever they are, or whenever they need it, and for however long they need it. Whether it is a correctional officer, whether it is a police officer, a firefighter, a dispatch officer, those frontline workers that experience human tragedy every day, whether it also our veterans and our military, that they get the support they need when and wherever they need it. I wasn't part of the previous government, but I will offer this to my honourable colleague. Instead, he should be focusing his attention across the way rather than that was done in the past. And let's see how we can move forward and actually get this bill amended to include the frontline officers. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to talk about this very important legislation. I come from part of the country that my riding in the immediate area has 6 penitentiaries, 6 facilities. It used to be 7 before the former Conservative government closed one of them. I can say that in my riding we take great pride in the work that our correctional officers do. We regard the work that they do in their role of rehabilitating and reintegrating inmates into society to be an extremely serious one. So from the guards to the parole officers, from program staff to medical professionals, correctional employees work hard around the clock in challenging environments to keep our institutions safe and to support effective rehabilitation, which ultimately protects Canadian communities. Correctional officers and workers represent a professional workforce of nearly 18,000 employees, all engaged in the success of corrections system and the fulfillment of the Canada Correctional Services mandate. That's complemented by the nearly 6,000 volunteers in the institutions and in the community, not to mention the elders and chaplains and many other unsung heroes. When people who have broken the law return safely to society and to our communities, that is a testament to their work, and it is essential to the safety of our communities. Mr. Speaker, our #1 priority is the safety of Canadians. Earlier this summer, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to go on a tour of that closed facility in the Kingston area, the former Kingston Penitentiary, and we had an opportunity to hear from various different former and retired correctional officers, and through that tour, I learned a great deal about their dedication to our justice system, but also the many dangers that they face in the safety aspects of their jobs. That is why I applaud the efforts of the government and I am supportive of correctional employees in the work that they do and ensuring that the Federal Correctional Institution provide a safe and secure environment for staff and inmates. Within the secure environment, effective rehabilitative interventions reduce the risk of reoffending and help keep our communities safe. The goal is to have fewer repeat offenders, fewer victims, and ultimately safer communities. That's why the mandate letters to the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, including addressing gaps in service, particularly to vulnerable populations, including Indigenous peoples and those with mental illness, throughout our criminal justice system. The government has also demonstrated a commitment to rehabilitation through the reopening of prison farms, which I can attest to is happening in my riding. Prison farms provide prisoners meaningful work at farms at the end of their sentences. Farms teach inmates skills in various agricultural fields, heavy machinery operation, food handling, and dairy operation. Even if inmates don't go on to a career in agriculture, practical skills and certifications earned through farms will apply for future jobs. In fact, data demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that prison farms increase the likelihood of employability once inmates were released. The government has shown a commitment to improving our correctional system by making rehabilitation possible again and by enhancing the safety of prison workers. This is a new bold approach to federal corrections. It will protect the safety of staff and those in their custody by allowing offenders to be separated as required while ensuring those offenders receive more effective rehabilitative programming as well as interventions and mental health support. Under this bill, the practice of administrative segregation will become a thing of the past. The correction system will have a new tool to manage inmates who pose a safety risk in the form of structured intervention units, or SIUs. Inmates in SIUs will have at least 4 hours a day outside their cells instead of 2 under the current segregation system. They will have a minimum of 2 hours of meaningful interaction with other people, including staff, volunteers, elders, chaplains, and other compatible inmates. They will have the access to structured interventions to address the underlying behavior that led to their placement in the SIU. These will include programs in mental health care tailored to their needs. An offender may be placed in an SIU when there are reasonable grounds to believe they pose a risk to the safety of any persons, including themselves, or the security of the institution. The inmate's assignment to the SIU will be subject to a robust internal review process. By the 5th working day after movement to an SIU, the warden will determine if the inmate should remain there, taking into account factors such as the inmate's correctional plan and medical condition. And I did forget to mention at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the member from Toronto Danforth. If an inmate remains in the SIU, subsequent reviews will happen after 30 days by the warden and every 30 days thereafter by the Commissioner of Corrections. Reviews can also be triggered by a medical professional at any time. In fact, strengthening healthcare is a big part of this legislation. In an SIU, inmates will be visited by a registered health professional at least once a day. Bill C-83 also affirms that the Correctional Service has the obligation to support healthcare professionals and their autonomy and clinical independence. And the bill provides for patient advocacy services to help ensure that offenders receive the health care they need. Clearly, an offender in good physical and mental health is more likely to achieve successful rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a giant leap forward for our correctional system. These proposals are proactive and sensible with public and institutional safety at their core. We should all want to ensure that federal correctional institutions provide a safe and secure environment, one that is conducive to inmate rehabilitation, staff safety, and the protection of the public. Mr. Speaker, eliminating administrative segregation and creating SIUs represents a landmark shift in our approach to corrections. And I look forward to continuing to work with the government, with colleagues in this chamber, and with the many people who work within the correction system to continue advancing the objective of enhancing safety and security through effective interventions and treatment. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, nearly 18,000 corrections workers and 6,000 volunteers across the country do a remarkable job in what are often very difficult circumstances and harsh environments. They deserve to carry out their work in a safe and more secure environment. And they deserve to be better supported in their goal of better correctional outcomes. On all fronts, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-83 answers those calls. I call on all members of this House to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we heard our colleague just reference the importance of our correctional officers and the work that they do, and I couldn't agree more. But, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, on 2 occasions, I've asked government members whether or not meaningful consultations had occurred with the correctional officers. And to this point, Mr. Speaker, after a number of hours, we have no answer to that. So I'm wondering if my colleague could answer, was meaningful consultation entered into with the correctional officers? We need to ensure that they're on side and that their safety is not put in jeopardy because of this bill's implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's always a certain degree of consultation that goes on in preparation of a bill, but I would argue that the real bulk of the consultation comes through a bill going to a committee and a committee doing its work, talking to the stakeholders, reporting back to this House, and then going through the same process in the Senate. Having said that, I think it's quite clear, and we've heard what has been coming from the other side of the House. The Conservatives believe in a justice system that involves locking them up and throwing away the key. This side of the House, we believe in rehabilitation and reintegration into society because we know that the majority of people who go into a prison will come out on the other end one day and return into our societies. We want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that they're ready to come back into our societies and be productive members of our communities.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
I ask my colleague the same question that I asked the minister, and the answers remain incomplete, non-existent, in fact. It's this notion of oversight and recourse. So you look at the corrections investigator, you look at the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, you look at the John Howard Society, you look at Senator Kim Pate, who has worked in this field for a very long time and knows far more than any of us do about some of these important issues. Mr. Speaker, all those interveners, all those folks agree on one thing, that this bill and the current system, and this bill does nothing to change that, lack any kind of ability to have any kind of recourse in the event that abuse takes place in solitary confinement. And we know that that's the case when we see the disproportionate representation of vulnerable Canadians, or when we see, the suicides that have been committed in solitary confinement. So my question to my colleague is this. Does he truly believe that the warden and the commissioner having the final say on whether or not solitary confinement should continue is really any kind of proper oversight to make sure that mental health issues are being properly protected and that these inmates are being properly rehabilitated? Because he spoke of those principles, and I agree with him on the principle. I just don't feel that this bill will do anything to address that piece. And before we hear that component too, we aren't actually getting rid of solitary confinement. This SIU thing is just a smokescreen. So understanding that it's still the same reality, should we not have a more robust review process and recourse process in place?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start off by saying that I'm very familiar with the Elizabeth Fry Society and the John Howard Society, both, in addition to so many other facilities. I visited them when I was mayor in Kingston and see the tremendous work that they do in helping inmates to reintegrate into our communities. But, we're seeing the stark difference that we quite often see in this House. The Conservatives are telling us we're doing way too much, and the NDP are telling us we're just not doing enough. At the end of the day, it is important that we put the right measures in place to give inmates the support that they need to become rehabilitated and reintegrated into society. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we're protecting and we have the right safeguards in place for the people who are taking care of them. It is a balancing act. I am looking forward to seeing how this comes back from committee, where some of the suggestions that he made can come forward and possible amendments might be made at that time. The deliberative process that we go through in this House is to fish out exactly the kind of questions that he's talking about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, we have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was just going to ask my colleague to expand on why it is that it's important that we bring forward legislation of this nature, because there is indeed a high recitizenship rate, and we do want to, as much as possible, allow for successful entries or re-entries back into society.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands in 30 seconds or less, please.
It is important, Mr. Speaker, because Liberals believe in reintegration and successful rehabilitation of inmates. We believe that the vast majority of people that go into a facility can be properly rehabilitated and reintegrated into society. But the number one and most important thing is that we give the tools to those who are rehabilitating our inmates, the tools that they need in order to be successful at that rehabilitative process.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. I just want to point out that the Honourable Member will have time to give her discourse, but the questions will come when we resume after question period. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today in support of Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. This bill represents a landmark shift in how we approach corrections in Canada. It would be the end of the practice of segregation in all federal institutions. It would implement a new correctional interventions model that would ensure offenders are held to account while creating an environment conducive to rehabilitation in the interest of everyone's safety. This is the right thing to do and the safe thing to do. It will keep correctional staff and volunteers safe. It will keep inmates safe. And ultimately, it will keep communities safe. An effective correction system with appropriate and targeted interventions to deal with difficult, challenging, or dangerous situations within a secure environment is in everyone's best interest. The reality is, almost all offenders will return to the community. To lock them up and throw away the key, we're not providing them with the tools that they require in order to safely reintegrate back into society. That's why Bill C-83 eliminates segregation and establishes structured intervention units, or SIUs. These structured intervention units will provide the necessary resources and expertise to address the safety risks of inmates in these challenging situations. They will be used to manage inmates who cannot be managed safely in the general population. But unlike with segregation, inmates in SIU will receive structured interventions and programming tailored to their specific needs to address behaviors that led to their SIU placement. They will have a minimum of 4 hours outside of their cell every day, which is double the current number of hours in the segregation system. They will have a minimum of 2 hours of meaningful human interaction every day, including through programs, interventions, and services. Currently in the segregation system, a full day can go by with virtually no meaningful human interaction. Inmates in an SIU will also have daily visits from healthcare professionals. And because of this strong focus on interventions, inmates in SIUs will be able to continue their rehabilitative progress and work towards their correctional plan objectives. All of this will help to facilitate their safe return into the mainstream inmate population as soon as possible. The result will be better correctional outcomes, a reduced rate of violent incidents, and better safety and security for inmates, staff, volunteers, institutions, and ultimately, the public. This bill is a significant step forward for the Canadian correctional system, and it builds on the good work already underway. The government provided almost $80 million over 5 years through budgets 2017 and 2018 to better address the mental health needs of inmates. That includes $20.4 million in the last budget specifically for incarcerated women. There was also about $120 million in budget 2017 to support restorative justice approaches through the Indigenous Justice Program and to help Indigenous offenders safely reintegrate and find jobs after they've served their sentences. All of this is about making Canadian communities safer through effective rehabilitation in a secure correctional environment. This is the right policy direction, and there have been recent calls for this kind of transformation. 2 constitutional challenges in Ontario and British Columbia found the legislation governing administrative segregation contrary to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There are also pending class actions and human rights complaints related to both the use of segregation and the adequacy of mental health care. Of particular importance in this regard, the bill will also strengthen health care governance. The bill would provide that corrections has the obligation to support health care professionals in their autonomy and clinical independence. It also creates the legal framework to have patient advocacy services to ensure that inmates receive appropriate medical care. And importantly, the bill will enshrine in law the requirement for Correctional Services Canada to consider systemic and background factors in all decision-making related to Indigenous offenders. Mr. Speaker, addressing gaps in service for Indigenous people and people with mental illness in the criminal justice system is a mandate commitment for both the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice, and the government is following through. As a member of the Standing Committee of Public Safety and National Security, last spring we finished a report on Indigenous people in the correctional system. During the testimony for this report, we heard from an individual by the name of Mr. Neil Freeland. He stated that if you're Native in this country, you know someone in your family is in a prison. If you're a Native, that's a fact. If you're Native, that's the real reality of growing up in this country. And he was very powerful in his testimony. Our committee recommended that the Correctional Service of Canada develop risk assessment tools that are more sensitive to Indigenous reality and review its security classification assessment process. In the government's response to this report that we prepared, it was confirmed that this recommendation was supported by a June 2018 decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, in Canada, confirming that Correctional Service Canada must ensure that its use of tools with respect to Indigenous offenders do not perpetuate discrimination or contribute to a disparity in correctional outcomes between Indigenous and non-Indigenous offenders. The Correctional Services of Canada will continue their work, informed by this decision, to ensure that they apply the assessment tool in a cultural, responsible way for Indigenous offenders. The budget contribution, along with the work of the Minister of Public Safety, who is responsible for the Correctional Service of Canada, and the Minister of Justice, is complemented by additional measures in this bill, including enshrining in law the requirement for the CSC to consider systemic and background factors in all decision-making related to Indigenous offenders. On another note about this bill, at committee I also worked on a report on the use of ions mobility spectrometers by Correctional Services Canada. The committee agreed to undertake a study of the alarming rate of false positive results from ion mobility spectrometers with a view to finding more effective ways of preventing drugs from entering prisons while encouraging the effective rehabilitation of prisoners. Anne Cattrall from Mothers Offering Mutual Support told the committee that there is now a clear disconnect between CSC policy, which recognizes the importance of building and maintaining family ties, and community support for prisoners, and the continued reliance on an unreliable tool that fails to keep drugs out of prisons, but does a very good job of deterring families from visiting. The effects on children of being denied a visit to a parent are also deeply distressing. This happened to my own grandson, she said. The bill authorizes the use of body scanners to people entering correctional institutions. A body scanner is similar to what is used in security in airports. Body scanners provide a less invasive alternative to strip or body cavity searches, and it eliminates issues I heard regarding false positives through the use of the scanner. It would also be a better support role for the victims in the criminal justice system of this bill by allowing them enhanced access to audio recordings of parole hearings. That's a vast improvement over the old system. Mr. Speaker, as I've stated, this is about safety. and it is about focused interventions to better serve the needs of vulnerable inmates. We need to improve the safety of our inmates, our corrections staff, our institutions, and our communities. This bill will transform Canada's correctional system to meet those goals. As I stand here before you, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand behind this bill, and I encourage all members to join me in supporting this historic legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth will have 5 minutes of questions coming to her when we resume. For now, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de la Pointe de Lille.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I spent my summer touring the 8 schools in my part of my riding where our future professionals are trained, whether they're estheticians or firefighters or horticulturalists or mechanics. At our trade schools in Laval, there are 53 specialized programs that provide direct access to the labor market. Those programs are often little known, they're low cost, and they have very high, virtually 100% employment rates in most cases. Feel free to fill out their questionnaire orientation survey on their website in order to open the doors to your future trade. Thank you. The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to salute the arrival of a new government in Quebec City at the National Assembly today.
I would like to wish them the best of luck and especially a great deal of perseverance. They will have to fight against the Canadian Parliament, which is ignoring the priorities of Quebecers. Since the arrival of the federal Liberals, the National Assembly has made 40 requests per month, 40 requests on key issues such as the respect of Quebec laws on its own territories, the protection of conservation authorities, powers in immigration, and the Davie shipbuilding affair. Only the Bloc Québécois has defended Quebec's interests in Ottawa, and I would like to reassure Quebec's National Assembly that once there will be a consensus at home, the Bloc Québécois will always defend this consensus until the day Quebec is not subordinate to the Government of Canada anymore.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to talk about the Moose Hide campaign. Raven Lacerte and her father Paul have taken one moose hide and turned it into an international movement of thousands of conversations, workshops, and meetings with the vision of ending violence against women and children, spurred on by the incredible loss and sorrow of the families of over 20 missing women and girls, missing and murdered women and girls who have disappeared on the infamous Highway of Tears. Wearing this moose hide signifies your commitment to honor, respect, and protect the women and children in your life, and to work together to end violence against women and children. Mr. Speaker, we must end violence against women and children. I stand before this House today as a husband and a father with my moose hide square and pledge to do whatever I can to act and to carry this message, not just today, but every day. And I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Raven, Paul, and Sage, I stand with you.
Bravo. L'honorable député de Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Vegetable grower and producer about access to local fruits and vegetables. I was honored to host Chef Michael Smith last week for an event highlighting local produce through the Half Your Plate initiative. At this event, I was named Produce Champion by the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, but there are many other local food champions in my riding. The Natoaganeg Community Food Centre is located in Neil Ground First Nation and is a space where people can come together to grow, cook, share, and advocate good for local food. It does so while providing access to healthy, high-quality, and traditional meals through their weekly drop-in meals and their good food bank market. La cafétéria de l'école.
The cafeteria of the Carrefour Beausoleil School in my riding purchased over 30,000 pounds of local products, and according to Chef Mills, lasagna is the students' favorite dish, and 99% of its ingredients are from New Brunswick. I encourage all members in the House to look up their Buy Local program and to champion it. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today to recognize the elected representatives, directors general, and others in my riding who took part in a series of training sessions to familiarize themselves with municipal resources and programs. The riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte has 2 county regional municipalities, Macoustin and Acton, for a total of 25 municipalities. Most of them are represented here today, and I'm very proud of that. I would like to thank the mayors, prefects, councillors, and directors general for being here for 2 days to learn about federal programs and to discover our beautiful parliament. I'd like to thank all of the elected municipal officials for their dedication to our fellow citizens. I myself have worked at the municipal level, so I understand what's involved. It's with great pride that I speak on their behalf here in the House of Commons. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellat. Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month, and today I'd like to highlight the remarkable contributions of 3 women from my riding, Ms. Louise Saint-Aubin, Ms. Nicole Demers, and Ms. Monique Sourdif. In 2002, these remarkable women founded the Laval's Grandparents' Home to break the isolation and solitude of our seniors. 16 years later, this home has become a pillar in our community. Cooking, reading, and knitting are popular activities, and even more, helping and listening to each other is the reason this organization exists. Thank you, ladies, for the excellent work you do day after day for our seniors. Thank you to make of Alfred Pellat a beautiful, inclusive, and community which sticks together, and thank you for making a difference.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I am rising to recognize the achievement of great young Calgarian Matthew Dirk, who has been honored with the Integrated Entrepreneur Award by commerce giant eBay. Now, how did he do it? With his trademark hard work, a typical can-do Alberta attitude, and an extraordinary ability to find opportunity in every problem. He took a traditional business-to-business industry and tapped into a growing consumer e-commerce market. Took a regular traditional business selling gold and silver and upped their sales by 400%. Today, Silver Gold Bull is on track to make $8 million by end of year. Mr. Speaker, did I mention he's only 23 years old? Entrepreneurs like Matthew are Canada's pride and joy. We need more of them. We need the Matthews of Canada to succeed because they are the lifeblood of our communities. I invite all members to join me in congratulating Matthew on his impressive business award and for being an inspiration to other young entrepreneurs who are making a mark in our communities across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Today, thousands of men from across Canada are in Ottawa fasting, not having food or water to raise awareness and support for the Moose Hide campaign. We all wear a small square of moose hide. This movement of men, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, is about taking a stand against violence against women and children. Top civil servants, military generals, members of the RCMP, parliamentarians, MPs, and senators are all fasting and committed to doing what we can to make Canada a better place. Today in the House of Commons, I introduce Bill S-215. Bill 2S-15 is a Senate public bill written by Senator Lillian Dick. This bill amends the criminal code to require a court, when imposing a sentence for certain violent offenders, to consider the fact that the victim is an Aboriginal woman to be an aggravating circumstance. There have been many recent cases which highlight the low level of respect that some in our society have towards Indigenous women, including Cindy Gladue. They seem to just not get it. This bill will go a long way to protecting Indigenous women from assaults. Tapwe akikitwam hai hai.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National Infection Prevention Week to underscore the importance of infection prevention in our communities. One of my constituents in Scarborough North, Aisha Riaz, was only 24 years old when she tragically died earlier this year, only 3 days after giving birth to her beautiful little boy.
Septic shock resulting from a bacterial infection left young Issa without his mother, Ahmed Salim without his loving partner, and our community without an intelligent woman who had a bright future ahead of her. It is not fair, yet such tragedies can be prevented. That is why it is necessary to create awareness and knowledge of proper infection control procedures in workplaces and especially in healthcare facilities. Whether it is promoting good hand washing or other preventative measures, National Infection Control Week deserves our utmost attention. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, we're lucky to live in a country where we have fair, democratic elections. That's why Canadians are alarmed over a serious issue raised in a Toronto Sun exclusive report. The Sun reported that a female asylum seeker who's only been in Canada 18 months was urged by Elections Canada to register to vote. The Elections Canada letter told the woman to register by October 23rd, saying, registering in advance will ensure you're on the voters list. And this woman's asylum-seeking husband said it's not an isolated incident. He told The Sun some friends of his on work permits have also been urged to register to vote. This is why we're so worried about the Liberals' elections bill C-76. It brings back voter ID cards and vouching, and that could jeopardize our electoral system. In the True North Strong and Free, Canadians demand fair elections.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, Canada's men's national soccer team was announced. I'm proud to say that 23 players selected. 6 of them were from Brampton. That means Brampton is the most well-represented city on the team and makes a strong case for Brampton as the soccer capital of Canada. Of those 6 players, 3 started playing soccer at the Brampton Youth Soccer Club, an organization based in Brampton South. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, they beat Dominica in the North American National League qualifier with an impressive 5-0 score. Congratulations to Dionel Henry, David Hellard, Atiba Hudson, Kyle Laren, Liam Miller, and Jonathan Osorio of Brampton. You have made Brampton proud.
Hear, hear, hear.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to highlight the excellent work of Canadians in the Canadians of Montreal from the Female Hockey League, which took place in Vimy at the Bell Centre on October 13th last. The game was won by the Canadians against the Calgary Inferno. I would like to congratulate the players from both teams for their perseverance, their teamwork, and their passion. This month is Women's History Month, and on the day of the Historic Persons Day, it is nice to see these young women inspire other young women and girls to pursue their dreams. Together, let us celebrate the participation of women in all areas of public life in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Warmer temperatures this week are a welcomed reprieve for Peace Country farmers who have been struggling to harvest flattened crops left soaked by early snow and persistent rain. Official reports have confirmed that a significant percentage of harvest is still on the ground, and much of it has been degraded by frost and moisture. Agriculture is a backbone of rural communities, and an estimated $3 billion worth of grain is still on the ground. Unfortunately, the Liberal carbon tax is adding insult to injury. Wet conditions mean that the majority of the grain needs to be dried. This is a major expense for any farm, and the carbon tax on natural gas makes it prohibitively expensive. Canada's Conservatives will always support our farmers. We will always stand against the Liberals' harmful carbon tax that makes Canadian farmers less competitive and limit the prosperity of our hardworking farm families.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker.
To rise today to recognize October 18th as Persons Day in Canada. On this day in 1929, women became legally recognized as persons. En 1927,
In 1927, 5 Canadian women took up the fight for equal rights for women and for the right to be heard in public debate.
Supreme Court decision that the word person did not include women, they took their case to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council of Great Britain, where the decision was made that there was no good reason for the word person not to include women. This was a milestone for Canada in moving towards gender equality, which remains a priority for our government to this day. Today, we honor the famous 5 and their legacy. J'invite les jeunes.
I invite young women, especially young women everywhere, to step up and to get involved in politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Today, Persons Day, marks the 89th anniversary of women's inclusion as persons under the law in Canada. The landmark decision paved the way for women to participate as fully as men in all aspects of professional and personal life. We stand in deep gratitude to the famous 5, Emily Murphy, Nellie McClung, Irene Parlby, Louise McKinney, and Henrietta Muir-Edwards for their perseverance and gumption as pioneers of women's equality in Canada. Yet today's sad reality is that women have yet to achieve full and equal partnership in the governance of this land, their careers, and even over their own bodies. We live in a world where Cindy Gladew's horrific murder and the subsequent mishandling of justice is our shameful reality. Mr. Speaker, time is more than up. Women must participate fully and completely in every aspect of life in Canada without being devalued, without fear, without limits. We are putting men of power on notice.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal cabinet has no shortage of weaknesses. One of the most dangerous has been its failures to deal seriously with terrorism. While they fought against recognizing persecuted Christian and Yazidi refugee communities, they willingly handed over $10 million to Omar Khadr, and Canadians shook their heads in disbelief. Now we have an even more disturbing issue, the return of Daesh terrorists to Canada. While Daesh intensified its murderous campaign of butchery and slavery, these traitors like Jihadi Jack spouted not only hatred for our country, but often proudly bragged about their role in the killings and the conflict. Now that the world has pounded ISIS back into the hole it crawled out of, these individuals want to come back to the countries that they hate so much. And this government is working to welcome them, to give them refuge, health care, poetry classes, and integration, whatever that means. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are sick of this. What is wrong with this government? Why is it more important to pamper terrorists than to protect Canadians? Canadians who actually love this country.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, today is Persons Day, an important milestone in the fight for women's participation in Canadian political life. On this day, which takes place during Women's History Month, we remember and celebrate the famous 5 prominent Canadian women who won a hard-fought battle for gender equality. Emily Murphy, Henrietta Muir-Edwards, Louise McKinney, Irene Parlby, and Manitoba's own Nellie McClung. These women lived in a time when women in Canada were excluded from entering the Senate, simply because persons under the law did not include women. The famous 5 did not accept this decision, and after years of efforts, in 1929, the judgment was overturned. The famous 5 made an impact on Canadian society, and we are grateful for their contribution to gender equality. Today, let's celebrate Persons Day by recognizing women who are working to advance gender equality by using the hashtag Make an Impact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Vice Admiral Mark Norman to get a fair trial, his defense team has requested and has the rights to evidence relevant to his case. The evidence includes recordings of cabinet meetings where the shipbuilding contract was discussed. We know that cabinet meetings are recorded, and we know that the Prime Minister has the full legal authority to release those recordings. Will he do so, and if not, what is he hiding?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member
knows, as a long-standing member of this House, the government does not comment or speculate on matters that are related to ongoing criminal trials. That is a long-standing convention of this House, Mr. Speaker, and it's important that the judicial system be free to conduct itself completely in an independent fashion. That's important for the prosecution, that is important for the defense, and we will not comment on ongoing processes.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know from Ontario and the gas plant scandal that when Liberals get into trouble, the first thing that they do is destroy the evidence. In fact, Ontario Liberals and former Premier Kathleen Wynne's office has been convicted and is going to jail for destroying records that implicated their government. Can the Prime Minister assure us that no one in his office or any other minister's office have destroyed any records, recordings, or other evidence related to the Mark Norman case?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me refer to a document called the House of Commons Compendium of Procedure, which is in fact prepared by the distinguished table officers immediately before us. That compendium says this: members are expected to refrain from discussing matters actively before the courts or under judicial consideration in order to guard those involved in a court action or a judicial inquiry from any undue influence. End of quote. Those are the rules of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are not asking him anything about the case. We are asking about the activities within the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's very troubling that this minister refuses to answer whether or not the government has destroyed any records relevant to Vice Admiral Mark Norman's case. Now, maybe he was not expecting my question, and so I will ask him again. This is not about the case. This is about evidence, recordings, and data that the Prime Minister's office has access to and other ministers do. Can we be assured none of it has been destroyed?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, every member of the House can be assured that this government follows the law meticulously.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the member should know that the rules have not been respected here. Vice Admiral Mark Norman served faultlessly, and currently he's facing a charge and a trial. All Canadians are entitled to a fair defense, and that means they need access to all the evidence. The Prime Minister has the evidence needed. Does he not wish for the Vice Admiral to have a full and complete defense?
Mr. Speaker, we want every trial in Canada to be a fair trial. And indeed, that is assured by the very system that we have, where the prosecution is in the hands of the Independent Public Prosecution Service that is not directed by the government. And the defense is obviously in the hands of very capable defense counsel. They have the law before them. They have an independent court procedure before them, and Canadians can be assured that justice will be done and it will be seen to be done.
Député de Louis Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, previously, the Prime Minister of Canada acted with dignity, and the current minister knows that very well. The Right Honourable Paul Martin, in 2004, made public evidence regarding the sponsorship scandal. Why did he do it? Because it was in Canada's interest as well as all Canadians. Could the current Prime Minister rise and say that he's going to act with the dignity required by his role and provide the evidence for a trial for Vice Admiral Norman?
Mr. Speaker, once again, the opposition is inviting a commentary upon a judicial proceeding which is outstanding. That kind of commentary on the floor of the House of Commons is not permitted. It's obviously within the purview of the official opposition to try to politicize this process if they wish, but the fact of the matter is the rules of this House of Commons, as expressed in the House of Commons Compendium of Procedure, urges all members to guard against that by not violating the sub judice principle.
Mr. Speaker, an estimated 500,000 Canadians have a criminal record for simple possession of cannabis, which is now a perfectly legal substance. The Prime Minister acknowledged yesterday that a disproportionate number of marginalized people lived with the stigma of a criminal record and pledged that those records will, quote, not follow them for the rest of their lives. But they will. A pardon is like a Band-Aid covering a wound. It does not make it disappear. When will his government finally understand that the best solution, that the only solution, is expungement?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we are obviously deeply concerned about the disproportionate impacts of Canada's old cannabis laws. That's why we have repealed them. And we've replaced them with a new legal regime and strict regulations to better keep cannabis away from our kids and illegal profits away from organized crime. We are also advancing a new and far more effective pardon system for simple possession with no waiting period before eligibility and no fee for the express purpose of getting rid of the stigma.
Doesn't do the job, Mr. Speaker. Ça sent l'improvisation à plein.
It seems like they're improvising to me. Yesterday, the government had nothing ready, but still took the time to announce that there might be a bill upcoming to simplify requests for pardon. 500,000 people in Canada, disproportionately Black and Indigenous persons, have been convicted of possessing 30 grams of cannabis or less. And now they have a criminal record. What does the government have to say to these tens of thousands of people who are wondering why they're not going to use the simplest solution, and in our opinion, the only solution, expungement?
Mr. Public Safety.
Speaker, we share the concern about disproportionate impacts. That's why we are advancing a no-wait, no-fee pardon system to remove the stigma of those impacts. The expungement argument that the honourable gentleman makes, by contrast, expungement has been used exclusively and only to deal with those cases where the loss itself was inherently discriminatory and a fundamental violation of human rights, as, for example, when the criminal code attacked people simply for being gay.
Honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur le Président, tout semble confirmer que... Mr. Speaker, everything seems to confirm that Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi was murdered at the behest of Saudi Arabia in the consulate in Istanbul. Stories in the Turkish newspapers are macabre and abominable. We hope that an investigation will be held by the United Nations to identify the real culprits of this horror. But when will be identified? Is the government ready to apply the Magnitsky Act? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, as we have said with our G7 partners on Tuesday, we are very concerned by the disappearance of the reporter Jamal Khashoggi. We're working with our partners. Canada is president of the G7 right now. Everyone responsible for the situation must be held accountable. That's very important. We support the requests for an in-depth investigation.
Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the reported murder of Jamal Khashoggi is the latest addition in a series of horrible acts by Saudi Arabia. The war in Yemen is bringing famine to millions and is rife with war crimes. Attacks on journalism, democracy, and basic human rights should trigger consequences. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs this morning said that honoring Canada's arms deal with Saudi Arabia was more important than honoring human rights. Does the minister really think that that's what Canadians want?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, of course I don't think that's what Canadians want, and that's why I said no such thing. Mr. Speaker, Canada's position on human rights in general, very much including in Saudi Arabia, is clear and firm. We took a clear and firm position in August, and I think that is something that Canadians can be proud of. When it comes to the case of Jamal Khashoggi, we led a G7 foreign minister's statement which came out on Tuesday saying that those responsible must be held to account.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Attorney General. In her mandate letter, the Prime Minister asked her to, quote, ensure that the rights of Canadians are protected, unquote. One of the core rights of Canadians is the right to make full answer and defence in a criminal proceeding through the disclosure of evidence to the accused.
The Liberals are denying Admiral Mark Norman his due process rights as articulated in the Charter and affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada. Will the Minister, as our top justice official, commit her government to living up to the Charter and release all evidence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say this prosecution is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which operates independently from my office. As this matter is currently before the court, it would be entirely inappropriate for me to comment further.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking the Minister to comment on the details of the case. I'm not asking the Minister to comment on the contents of the document. It's shocking that our top justice official won't commit to just releasing the documents, Mr. Speaker. All we're asking is an affirmation from Canada's top justice official that she will ensure that Admiral Mark Norman's charter rights to be able to defend himself are respected by them releasing the documents. Not what's in them. Will she release the documents, or what is she hiding?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote. Members are expected to refrain from discussing matters before the courts or under judicial consideration in order to protect those involved in a court action or judicial inquiry against any undue influence through the discussion of the case. The practice is referred to as the sub judice convention and applies to debate, statements, and question period. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. Those are the words of the Honourable Peter Van Loan, May the 11th, 2015.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, le vice-amiral Norman.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Norman cannot defend himself because the Prime Minister refuses to allow access to evidence for his defense. What we have before us is a genuine bit of summer theatre. In Canada, justice is not a one-way street. Everyone has rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Norman is entitled to a fair and just trial. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that Officer Norman will be able to defend himself and that he will hand over all the evidence needed for the defense?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the prosecution in this case is handled completely independently by the Public Prosecution Service. The defence is obviously in very capable hands of learned counsel, and they will no doubt pursue the appropriate laws and rules of court. And I would add this, quote, "It is deemed improper for a member in posing a question or a minister in responding to a question to comment on any matter that is sub judice." End of quote. Those again are the words of the Honourable Peter Van Loan, May the 11th, 2015.
Député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Alors.
Order.
Monsieur le Président, c'est devenu une habitude.
Mr. Speaker, it's become a habit of the Liberal government to not govern for all Canadians, but for good Liberal buddies and certain interest groups. Is this their sunny ways? As they said, a cabinet that is obstructing the courts to hide the real sacrificial lamb in this story. It's now up to the House of Commons to hold the cabinet responsible. What is the government hiding?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the rules of this House and the laws of Canada need to be applied with complete impartiality and to the appropriate conclusions that are determined not by politics, by an independent judicial process. The Public Prosecution Service is in charge of the prosecution. Eminent legal counsel is in charge of the defence. They undoubtedly will make sure that justice is done.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
One of the fundamental tenets of democracy and a fair justice system is access to the truth. The Prime Minister and his cabinet are refusing to release evidence to Vice Admiral Norman's defence team. As a result, this House must act and hold cabinet and the Prime Minister to account for this cover-up. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims he respects the court. If he does, why won't he release the evidence?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there are procedures, judicial procedures, quite independent of this House, that deal with the matters that are referred to in that question. And the point is, in the rules of this House and in the conventions of this House, members are expected not to ask questions, and ministers are expected not to give answers that comment directly or indirectly on an outstanding legal procedure, and we will honour that convention.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, because the Prime Minister publicly stated that Vice Admiral Norman would likely be charged. How did he come to that conclusion? It's as if he knew something before the RCMP investigation was complete. The Prime Minister is playing a very dangerous game with Vice Admiral Norman's life, and that is precisely why it's important for the Vice Admiral's defense team to see the evidence that the Prime Minister is covering up. What is the Prime Minister hiding, and who is he protecting?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the prosecution of Vice Admiral Mark Norman is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, a body that acts independently from my role. As this matter is currently before the court, as the member opposite should know, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further.
Député d'Abitibi, James Nunavik, EU.
Mr. Speaker, I have the sad impression that the Liberals and Conservatives are pretty much the same thing. Stephen Harper declared before the G20 that Canada had no colonialist past. And now there are some who pretend there is no racism in Canada. Do they know how many people they just insulted?
Minister an opportunity to admit he was wrong, to admit he made a mistake, that he screwed up, and say, I'm sorry.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that diversity is our strength. While we have much to celebrate, we know that there are still real challenges for many people in this country. Throughout our history, there are people and communities, particularly Indigenous peoples, who have experienced systemic racism, oppression, and discrimination, preventing them from fully participating in society. We know that these experiences are a reality for many, and we can and we must do better. This is why our government is engaging around communities and experts to modernize our approach and to take action on this real important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the government announced a ban on asbestos with 4 different ministers. They know who they are. Yet today, one of those 4 ministers is announcing watered-down regulations that fly in the face of science. And the science is crystal clear. There is no safe level of exposure to asbestos. Asbestos is the greatest industrial killer of all time. So why has this government chosen to leave Canadian workers and their families exposed?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was delighted today to announce that by December 31st, we will have that ban on asbestos. This has been a long time coming. It is extremely important. We are committed to the health of Canadians and tackling pollution of all kinds, from pollution that causes climate change to pollution that is causing cancers like asbestos. I would like to quote from the head of the Canadian Labour Congress, Hassan Youssef. We're extremely happy that this meets our expectations in terms of what we wanted to see in the regulations, especially families who have lost loved ones over the last many decades in this country to asbestos.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister refused to answer questions about Vice Admiral Mark Norman's case 24 times. The Prime Minister refused to explain why he's obstructing justice, and he refuses to hand over the evidence that Vice Admiral Norman needs to defend himself. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the President of the Treasury Board said his only contact with Irving was being copied on a letter. Will the President of the Treasury Board tell this House how many times he's met with representatives from Irving?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the opposition, in their political enthusiasm, are obviously inviting the government and ministers in the government to comment on matters that are presently before the courts. They may try to camouflage that reality, Mr. Speaker, but that's in fact the case. And we have the procedural documents produced by the table officers of the House, as well as former distinguished members of this House like Mr. Van Loan, saying that that is improper and outside the rules of this House.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're just asking for the schedule of the President of the Treasury Board. Well, here's the inconvenient truth, Mr. Speaker. I can tell the President of the Treasury Board that he's met with Irving 24 times, 16 times since he became minister. And those are just the publicly disclosed meetings. That doesn't include emails, texts, or instant messaging. Now, that's some of the information that Vice Admiral Norman needs to build his defense. Now, why won't the Liberals release this information? What are they trying to hide, and who are they trying to protect?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the confusion inherent in that question demonstrates exactly why this House has a rule and a convention that says that matters of this nature are dealt with through proper, independent legal procedures and not through the political process in the House. That's why Minister Van Loan at the time was absolutely correct in saying a minister in responding to a question shall not comment on any matter that is sub judice.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The independent judicial system requires evidence, and it's this government that is responsible for producing that evidence. The Prime Minister promised Canadians a transparent, accountable, and open government. But that's not what they've delivered. Instead, the Liberals are using political games to hide the truth. And in the case of Vice Admiral Norman, the Liberals are refusing to release critical evidence central to his defense. Can the Prime Minister honour his commitment to be open, transparent, honour our judicial system and rule of law, and release the evidence?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can say that I have a very clear understanding of the importance of the independence of the judicial system. As I have stated, this prosecution, the prosecution of Vice Admiral Norman, is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, a body that is independent from my office, the Office of the Attorney General. It would be entirely inappropriate to comment on this matter because it is before the courts.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not asking for any questioning of the independent system. What we're asking for is for the government, whose responsibility it is to provide the documents to be able to have an evidence trial. Prosecution of Admiral Norman has been politically motivated from the start, and the Prime Minister is hiding evidence and refuses to release it, jeopardizing his right to a fair trial. The evidence will reveal the truth. Who is the Prime Minister protecting? What is he hiding? If he has nothing to hide, why won't you release the evidence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'll state again, this prosecution is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which is a body that is independent from the Office of the Attorney General. As this matter is before the courts, we will not, and it is not appropriate to comment further.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals confused Canadians yesterday when they said they were moving forward with lowering interchange fees for small businesses because their so-called agreement with Visa and MasterCard is entirely voluntary and even still only reduces rates by 0.1%. Small businesses in Canada were expecting more and are calling on the Liberal government. Their plan, they're saying it's extremely underwhelming. The NDP is calling for the government to cap merchant fees at 1% to help small businesses save up to $1 billion a year. So will the Liberals cap merchant fees at 1%, or will they continue to side with the big banks?
Minister of Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. That is why our government has worked with credit card companies so that they would lower the rates for small businesses. We're very proud of the work that we have been doing. This is going to save small businesses $7,500 a year. We will always work hard for small businesses, and we will keep doing that.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, a report the Liberals Commission calls for a complete overhaul of EI. The Liberals and Conservatives before them repeatedly slashed EI, cutting holes in the social security net for the unemployed or ill. Now that their own report reaches the same conclusion we've been talking about for years, when will the minister finally give EI a full overhaul? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government has worked exclusively on making sure EI was more accessible, more fair, and delivered to people in a timely way so that their benefits were received to support them as they move between jobs. We have been working on EI reform, as I said, to make sure that we have more generous benefits as well, to make sure seasonal gappers and people in the seasonal industries are taken care of, to make sure maternity leave and sick leave is also addressed. EI reform continues to be one of our priorities. We continue to move forward on this. We received the report and we're reporting back on further developments as they are developed.
The London North Centre.
Gentleman member for London North Centre.
Along our country's trade with the United States through the Detroit-Windsor corridor has been limited by a lack of capacity. With only one bridge that is privately owned, the flow of people and goods has not been as efficient as they could and should be. My constituents and all Southern Ontarians know this firsthand, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities please update this House on the steps the government has taken to change this? Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from London North Centre for his great question and obviously for his good work on behalf of all Southern Ontarians. After many years of discussion and planning, our government is proud to have officially broken ground on the Gordie Howe International Bridge project. With 30% of all Canada-US trade flowing across this corridor each and every single day, it is vital to have two crossings and to finally have highway-to-highway connectivity. The Gordie Howe International Bill will be a great achievement for Canada and something all members of this House should be very proud, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians see that the Prime Minister is sympathetic towards ISIS fighters, but here on this side of the House we condemn their heinous deeds and take seriously the threat they pose. Like rats abandoning a sinking ship, these traitors are coming back to Canada and want to make us believe they've seen the light. Can the Prime Minister put an end to this circus and start taking serious steps to deal with these cowards and prosecute them to the full extent of the law if they come back to Canada?
Have abandoned Canadian democracy to travel to a war zone and engage with vicious terrorists need to take the full responsibility for their criminal conduct. Our intelligence, security, and police agencies will investigate terrorists with all possible means with the absolute goal to charge and prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. Thus far, under our government, we have charged 4, convicted 2, 2 are outstanding. Under the previous government, there were no such charges.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, like most Liberals, likes to accuse the previous government for cutting funding, but they've cut funding in very many important areas too. The Prime Minister knows full well that traveling abroad to take part in terrorist activities is a criminal offence. Several men and women are looking to return to Canada after fighting against our allies, and he's doing nothing to stop them. I'm asking the question, but it's Quebecers and Canadians that want to hear the answer. When is the Prime Minister going to deal with this situation? The Honourable Minister.
As I said in my first answer, we will investigate through our police and security agencies by all possible means with the absolute determination to lay charges and to prosecute in every case. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in the cases that have been dealt with so far, there have been 4 charges laid by this government, 2 convictions obtained, 2 others are in the process. By contrast, under the previous government, with respect to these terrorist returnees, not a single charge was laid by the Harper government.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, the contrast is that terrorists have been emboldened by this government.
That's right.
Canadians are rightly concerned when they hear about ISIS terrorists returning to Canada and that they may live in their neighbourhoods. Any persons who join a terrorist organization to fight against Canada and its allies are criminals and threats to our safety. When will this government get serious about keeping terrorists out of Canada and ensure that those returning will face the full extent of the law?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, for the third time, I will say to this House and say to all Canadians, those who have left the comfortable confines of Canadian democracy to travel overseas and associate themselves with a terrorist cause will be pursued by Canadian justice. We will investigate by every means possible in concert with our allies in the Five Eyes and the G7 to lay charges, to prosecute. We've already done that in 4 cases, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to do it in every possible case where they did nothing.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Durham seems to feel that he can speak in this House without being called upon. There's always... and he's persisting in doing this. There's always the possibility of not being called upon for a while. I think he should refrain from doing that. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that Canadians want to know that their government will protect them and will put their safety first. But the reality is that the Liberals have given $10.5 million to a terrorist, and they proactively welcome and facilitate terrorists coming back to Canada. That's the fact. So Canadians actually want to know that terrorists will end up in jail, not walking on our streets and living in our communities. So can the Liberals assure Canadians that terrorists will end up behind bars if the Liberals bring them back to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have not offered to repatriate anyone. And in fact, there is no deal with the Kurd region at the present time, and there has not been, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is we will pursue criminal prosecutions in every possible way we can. We've demonstrated that, Mr. Speaker, by actually doing it, where the previous government, while they talk a good game, failed to lay a single charge.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this government has agreed to discriminatory provisions under its new trade agreement, the USMCA. Private couriers delivering goods across the border receive a duty exemption that our Crown Corporation, Canada Post, does not. This provision punishes rural areas where Canada Post is the only game in town for delivery of goods. Why did the government agree to this, and why are the Liberals undermining our Crown Corporation and public services?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of the modernized NAFTA agreement was a major accomplishment for Canada, a major accomplishment for Canadian businesses, for Canadian workers. One of the great achievements in this agreement was to keep de minimis levels low. That is something that Canadian small businesses asked us to do. That is something which we achieved, and we're glad that we were able to do so.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to making web giants pay their fair share, it seems common sense and tax fairness just aren't enough. The finance minister is waiting for an international consensus. I've got news for him. Canada is the last remaining dummy in the G7 not to collect sales tax from Netflix. In France, Netflix will have to charge and pay tax and guarantee 30% local content. But meanwhile in Canada, no tax requirement. So the Minister of Heritage, in between a couple of doobies, could do something, as Robert Charlevoix would say. The Honourable Minister.
On the issue of taxation, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have been very clear. But we also know that the Broadcasting Act itself hasn't been reviewed since before the Internet came into our homes. The Conservatives did nothing for 10 long years, so we have taken action. We've appointed a panel of experts to help us modernize this act, and our starting point is clear. All players that participate in the system must contribute to the system. There will be no free rides.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Minister certainly is unaware of the upset she caused among entrepreneurs, residents and elected officials in Quebec City when she scoffed at the labour shortage. All across Beauport, Limoilou, Quebec, and Canada, small and medium-sized businesses, economists, and other stakeholders have pointed to the labour shortage as a veritable crisis. No one thinks it's good news. No one's laughing about it. Quite the contrary. It's time for action. What's the Prime Minister planning to do? Laugh about it or do something about it?
Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to see the Member of Opposition applaud our success as a government, where we have ensured that we have the lowest rate of unemployment since the 70s. We've added over 600,000 jobs. In fact, small and medium-sized businesses have added 600,000 jobs to our economy. And now we have a new problem. We have the problem of the fact that we have people that are looking for employees. And so that's why we're working so hard to make sure that every person, every Canadian has that first shot at success, whether it's in a small and medium-sized business in Quebec or in Ontario or in Alberta or any of the other provinces or territories, that they have an opportunity to develop the skills they need to take advantage of that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Banff-Fairview.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the cornerstone of the Canadian economy, but a recent World Economic Forum competitiveness report found that Canadian businesses already face a heavy regulatory burden and inefficient bureaucracy. So what do the Liberals do? Well, besides increasing the regulatory burden, they've brought in onerous new small business tax rules, a carbon tax on everything, and payroll tax hikes. And the Prime Minister calls them wealthy tax cheats. So why do the Liberals continue to attack our hardworking local small business owners?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's just the contrary, Mr. Speaker. It's our government that's actually delivering for small businesses and entrepreneurs across this country. We've actually lowered small business tax rates from 11% to, which is going to be 9%. We didn't just talk about it, Mr. Speaker, we're doing it. And because of that, we've seen that over the last 6 quarters, we've seen investment in business in Canada grow by 8%. That's because the action we're taking is real, and the Conservatives don't seem to understand that.
Honourable member for Banff-Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals love to take credit for things that they were forced to do. They know full well that was a flip-flop, and they were only forced to return to that tax cut that the Conservatives put in place when and that they tried to take away. Now, small businesses continue to struggle because of that Liberal government. Liberals that cut an advisory committee that ensured that each new regulation on small businesses would be offset by the removal of another piece of regulation. The Liberals simply continue to pile on new regulatory burden. How can they say they're easing burdens on small businesses when they're continuing to add more taxes and more red tape?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact, again, remains that we're taking real action to grow the economy. The Conservatives had 10 years and they had the worst growth since the Great Depression. Meanwhile, we have some of the lowest unemployment rates in 40 years. And it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that as we're cutting taxes for small businesses, for Canadians, for families, stop sending checks to millionaires, our economy is one of the best in the G7. But, Mr. Speaker, with a failed record like that, no wonder they don't understand what success looks like.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are entitled to high-quality, timely and efficient services. Our government has undertaken to modernize CRA's services to reflect Canadians' values and expectations. Can the Minister give us an update on the steps she has taken to provide Canadians with innovative digital services? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Brossard-Saint-Lambert for her excellent question. Our government has undertaken to give Canadians access to secure and practical e-services for tax filing, and that's precisely what we're doing. I'm proud to announce that CRA and the Tax Filer Empowerment Canada have signed a cooperation plan when it comes to digital services. This cooperation will enable us to improve our services to Canadians, particularly those living in remote or isolated areas, by providing them easier to use innovative digital services.
Mr. Speaker, we support our women and men in uniform in whatever they're sent to do. The Liberals told Canadians that they were sent to Mali on a peacekeeping mission without debate, without a vote, and where there is no peace to keep. The head of the UN has said that the situation in Mali has sharply deteriorated. How can Canadians be assured that our soldiers have the equipment and the manpower to defend themselves when the Liberals play politics with procurement?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the safety of our women and men in uniform is our government's top priority. We always try to mitigate as best as possible the level of risk our people face while on operations. We will always ensure our troops have the right training and the right equipment to carry out the missions that we send them on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Order.
Today, all the ministers responsible for status of women meet in Yukon. Tuesday, I called again for Liberals to walk the talk, finally end violence against women, and remove barriers to economic justice. Whether it's pay equity, childcare, or a national action plan, the Liberals have promised so much and delivered so little. Women fought in court to be called persons. They still fight in court for equality because this government won't legislate it. Time's up. When will the Liberals lock in equality?
Secretary for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, we know that when we invest in women, we strengthen the economy for everyone. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're making Status of Women Canada a full department, why we've invested $40 billion in a national housing strategy, 25% of which will go towards women and their families, dedicated $7.5 billion for childcare, created a new parental sharing benefit, and, Mr. Speaker, are supporting women entrepreneurs and women in the trades. Mr. Speaker, investing in gender equality is not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you well know, a few years ago, an American company decided to establish a large quarry in Nova Scotia. The quarry project was turned down by the federal and provincial governments because of environmental concerns. Then the American company sued the Canadian government for $500 million under the investor-state dispute settlement clause in the old NAFTA. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell us if the new USMCA will stop those frivolous lawsuits against Canadians?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would be delighted to, but I want to start by thanking the member for Cumberland Colchester for his wisdom and the outstanding advice he gave me personally during the meeting. Especially on Chapter 19. He asks an excellent question. ISDS is now removed from the new trade agreement between Canada and the United States, and that will save Canada from frivolous lawsuits like the one the member mentioned.
From Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, on March 25th of this year, Mia and Liam Terabici went on what was supposed to be just a quick trip with their father to Seattle. Instead, he abducted them to Beirut. He is now wanted on an international arrest warrant. The children's mother, Shelley Bayek, has tried to contact the Prime Minister and has received no answer. The PM, the Prime Minister, can intervene and help bring these children home to their mum, but he refuses. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're very much aware of that situation. Our hearts go out to the mother and her children. We are providing consular services, and of course we're bound by the Privacy Act, so I'm not permitted to say anything further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, this peace and love, kumbaya government is pretty quick to lose sight of its lofty principles of peace and love when it comes time to take action against tyranny. No sanctions against Saudi Arabia for killing Khashoggi. No, sir. Look away. That's not what I call diplomacy. It's complicity. By selling arms to Saudi Arabia, Does the Prime Minister realize he's an accomplice to this murderous regime? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to human rights, Canada's voice has been loud and clear, and everyone knows that. That absolutely includes Saudi Arabia. Everyone has seen so. In the case of Mr. Khashoggi, we are working closely with our allies in the G7. Together, we spoke on Tuesday, and we said that an in-depth investigation was needed and that those responsible must take responsibility. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it's enough. It's time to draw the line between what's acceptable and what isn't. Khashoggi's assassination was the straw that killed the camel. By selling arms to Saudi Arabia, that murderous regime, we are selling our souls. Is this government going to continue to enter into contracts with Saudi Arabia? Because if they do, they will continue to make us accomplices. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore once again that the disappearance of Jamil Khashoggi is very troubling. Canada has said that loud and clear. That's the message I sent to the Saudi Arabian Foreign Affairs Minister. I also spoke with my German, British, and American counterparts. We are joining with our partners in demanding an in-depth investigation and that those responsible be held responsible.
Couple of days, Canadians have emitted a great deal of cannabis smoke. But that's nothing compared to the emissions from energy-intensive cannabis production. U.S. cannabis production emits as much carbon as 3 million cars. Has the government estimated the carbon footprint of Canadian cannabis productions, and what steps has the government taken to limit those emissions as it lights up this new industry?
The Minister of Environment.
Change. We know we need to reduce emissions, and we are committed to doing that across all sectors. We have a price on pollution. We are phasing out coal. We're making historic investments in public transportation. We are investing in clean technology companies. We will continue taking the actions that Canadians expect to both protect our environment and grow our economy. Thank you. Good job.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, rising out of point of order, rising out of question period.
Shelley Bayek's children were abducted by their father and taken to Beirut. On September 14th, the Prime Minister received a petition of over 930 names of Canadians adding their voices to Shelley Bayek, imploring the Prime Minister to personally intervene and bring these children home. Mr. Speaker, I am hopeful that if you seek it, you will seek it. I hope you will find unanimous consent to table this document.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Member having unanimous consent? No, there is no unanimous consent. Order. And now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the government. I hope I'll get a better response than that given during question period. The government House Leader, can she tell us what work the government proposes for the rest of the week and the following weeks?
The Honourable Order. Order. I'd ask members to take their conversations, which I know are important, into the lobbies. Order, and perhaps members could assist me by saying, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, we will be continuing the second reading debate on C-83, having to do with administrative segregation. This debate will continue tomorrow.
Shall be an allotted day. Also, priority will be given to report stage and third reading debate of Bill C-76, the Election Modernization Act, as soon as it is reported back to the House. Finally, I would like to remind everybody that next Thursday, pursuant to the order made earlier this week, the House will have Wednesday sitting hours to allow for the address in the House at 10:30 a.m. by the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A question of privilege. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise a question of privilege. Following our discussions yesterday, the Prime Minister misled the House by transmitting false information. When responding to the interim leader of the Bloc Québécois, when he asked, talking about the implementation of legalization of cannabis, October 17th, he said provinces, including Quebec, asked for 8 to 12 weeks to implement this bill, and we gave them 17 days, or 17 weeks rather. Now, the government of Quebec wanted to delay the legalization until July 2019. The National Assembly of Quebec passed a unanimous motion to this effect, and I quote that the National Assembly calls on the federal government to delay, at least until July 1st, 2019, the legalization of cannabis, scheduled for July 1st, 2018, end of quote. The Prime Minister's statement is thus misleading. Further, following the adoption of the motion by the National Assembly, another motion was unanimously passed, and I quote, that this motion be sent to the Prime Minister as well as all federal Quebec Liberal MPs. The Prime Minister was aware of this resolution by the National Assembly of Quebec, so the Prime Minister knew full well that his statement was inaccurate. Given that the statement of the Prime Minister was misleading and that the Prime Minister knowingly made an inaccurate statement, knowing full well that it was inaccurate, it seems clear that the Prime Minister intended to mislead the House. And this morning, we received a compilation of the previous Speaker's rulings on May 7th, 2012, page 32. And I quote, "It has become accepted practice in this House that the following elements have to be established when it is alleged that a member is in contempt for having deliberately misled the House. 1. It must be proven that this statement is misleading. 2. It must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3. That in making the statement, the member knew that he intended to mislead the House, or the member intended to mislead the House." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, since the statement of the Prime Minister was misleading and incorrect, since he knew at the time he made the statement that it was incorrect and erroneous, and we just proved this, what other intention could he have had than to mislead the House when he was answered with falsehoods? Mr. Speaker, I repeat the response of the Prime Minister. The provinces, including Quebec, asked for 8 to 12 weeks to legalize cannabis after the entry into force of this bill, and we gave them 17 weeks. Now, allow me to make clear that I am presenting this question of privilege on the first opportunity since the information yesterday obtained during question period. Finally, if you consider that my question of privilege is founded prima facie, I intend to propose the following motion: that the House observe that the Prime Minister has led the House and ask him to rectify his answer to the question put by the Honourable Member for Pointe-Élide and to apologize to the House. I thank you for your attention, and I ask you to accept my best regards. I thank the Honourable Member for Montcalm for his intervention, for his motion, and his question of privilege. I will study this issue and I will get back to the House. Orders of the day. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd first of all like to mention that I'm impatient to hear the speech of my colleague from Red Deer Mountain View, because I will be sharing my time with him. Now, you'll see that we have opinions that are actually quite similar. I think that's not normal. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. So it would eliminate administrative segregation. It would also eliminate certain questions. It would say it could not remove certain inmates from the general population. They would have to have stricter criteria for body cavity search and certain other features, Mr. Speaker. I won't have the time to discuss them all because in 10 minutes you can't deal with every aspect of a bill, but I will nonetheless deal with a few elements, including the will expressed by the government to eliminate administrative segregation. This is a decision taken by the government following two cases that are now before the courts, and the government chose to have recourse to another solution. Even if the government is saying that this is before the courts, we have another solution, and that is that perhaps there should not be, you could eliminate administrative segregation when it is possible to find another way to deal with a problem. This bill, if passed, will fail, Mr. Speaker. Putting an end to administrative segregation will create far more problems in penitentiaries than it would solve. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to bolster my prediction that the government will again fail with this bill, and that is to observe the government's various failures during its mandate since 2015 when they were elected. The government has tried to deal with various situations, and every time they failed with respect to the economy. They raised taxes. They made Canada less attractive for foreign investors. Billions of dollars were invested abroad. With respect to border security, everyone here knows there is an unacceptable situation which continues in Quebec, where there are thousands of illegal entrants. Nevertheless, the government has failed to find a solution. It has failed at finding a way to deal with this. With respect to international trade, no new agreement, no new trade agreement with another trading partner. Further, they have endangered already existing agreements. The Prime Minister did not turn up for the TPP signature, making Canada the laughingstock of countries who were present at the signature. Now, with respect to NAFTA 0.5, or between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, we, Canada, come out of this agreement with more tariffs than we had going in. This is a truly dismal result. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to justice, they refused to put the murderer of Tory Stafford behind bars. They also allowed a police officer killer to continue to receive Veterans Affairs benefits. And every time we ask the government to settle an issue, to solve an issue, we get vague, evasive answers and no action. Mr. Speaker, I can't talk about government's failures without talking about the government's failures in the field of ethics. The Canadian Prime Minister is the first Prime Minister in Canadian history to have been found guilty of a breach of ethics. 4 federal ministers have been investigated. Mr. Speaker, there are real consequences for Canadians. These failures have made the cost of living higher. They have eliminated, they have endangered Canadians by having less security. They've almost closed the door on foreign investments. And so Canadians in greater and greater numbers distrust this government. Now, by looking at the archives and trying to see what might inspire a government to fail so successfully. Now, I found a book that was written a few years ago by a Mr. Paul Watzlawick, and the title of the book is How to Succeed at Failing. And I think that this must be the bedside table book of the Liberal government. Now, it says how to succeed at failing. They says there are 3 solutions. A solution which tries to get rid of the problem, but everything that surrounds it. And I quote, it's a little comparable to this old joke. Operation succeeded, patient died. So the Liberal problem is just that. What about cannabis? They say legalize it despite opposing views, despite the advice of doctors and police. They wanted to deal with a problem that was, yes, present, but what they did was they took this ultra solution of legalizing cannabis. So with all of these decisions taken by this government since the beginning, this has been the case. Now, with respect to Bill C-83, we do have problems with administrative segregation. There are people from various groups, various communities represented in penitentiaries, Indigenous people, and others. And this government, rather than trying to find a solution to the specific problem, has used the ultra solution by putting an end to administrative segregation.
Mr. Speaker, I have an article here dated back to September 2017 from Evan Zager, who was a correctional investigator about segregation, and he said use to this practice has a perverse effect that has been underestimated. It increases violence in the carceral system. And that was the correctional investigator who said that. So the reality was acknowledged because 2014, we've attempted to send fewer people in. Now, the number of prisoners at any point in time went from 800 to down to some 300 since 2014, and the number of acts of violence by inmates against each other has gone up to 719 incidents last year, 200 and some in 2013, and prison guards numbers remain stable. Well, this is exactly what I'm trying to explain and to help the government to understand. Putting in place a bill, or making a bill, designed to eliminate the problem and everything surrounding it, well, in trying to do that, they often create problems that are more serious than the ones that they were trying to solve. And that is why I will not be supporting Bill C-83. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Mégantic-Lérable, for his comments. Each department has a plan, each department in the government, that it needs to be put forth with the estimates. The Correctional Services Plan says that there will be fewer staff members than there are today, and also proposes a reduction in funds for assistance to correctional services by a reduction of 8.8%. But in this bill, being put forth by the government, they're proposing an increase in services that will be required for the new detention system for our prisoners. So could I hear my honourable colleague address what will happen to the correctional system with these budget cuts? The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is very pertinent. And as I mentioned in my remarks, this bill, as improvised by the Liberal government, doesn't take into account those factors. What will happen, Madam Speaker, is that we'll see another failure. Prison guards and people working in these facilities will be jeopardized. People who are there for the well-being of inmates and for people who are guarding and keep the prisons and keeping people behind bars, well, they need to be protected from the inmates. Unfortunately, with these cuts, with this Liberal improvisation, there might well be even more serious incidents in our prisons. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. We will be opposing the bill, but as he might well understand, for very different reasons. We find it bizarre that the Liberals have stopped talking about solitary confinement and are now talking about structured intervention units. It's nothing different. It's just switching the terminology, and they're not respecting the decision from the court. So I'd like to hear him say what he thinks about the 43% of people in the prison system and the fact that they're overrepresented by Indigenous peoples. Is this not discrimination? Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's what I said in my remarks. This bill aims to put in place some solutions. They think they're going to be fixing it, but there are situations that could have been done differently. The Liberals ignored the differences that exist. They decided to use a wall-to-wall solution for difficult situations, for different situations. Yes, there are different populations that warrant different considerations, but unfortunately, Madam Speaker, in this bill, what we're seeing is everyone being treated the same way. No, the differences aren't being taken into account, mental health, etc. All they're being told is, henceforth, we will have a single and unique formula that will apply to everyone. And even if it doesn't seem to be what you like to hear, I agree with my member, the honourable member from the NDP. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I think that the comments made by the member for Mégantic-Lérable and the member for the NDP are complementary. They complement each other. Now, I'd like to thank the member for Mégantic-Lérable for his remarks. I learned a great deal from his remarks, and I believe that Canadians did as well, about the importance of planning and planning before saying that we're going to support a bill. We need to be aware of the facts. And, Madam Speaker, my colleague was a mayor of a municipality, and what we learn in this bill, and Corrections Canada has pointed this out, is that there are no figures associated with this bill. Now, the member who used to be a mayor, would he have dared to put forth something in his municipality, a new approach in the mayor's office, without knowing how much it would cost? A quick answer from the honourable member. Never. Never, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly the remarkable speech from my colleague from Mégantic-Lérable. It's a great job that was done there, and certainly I hope that I can live up to the expectations that he had. But I do want to, and I'm honoured to be able to speak to Bill C-83, which is the Act to amend Corrections and Conditional Release Act, because located in the center of my riding is the Bowden Institution, which is presently a medium security prison that was built on an open campus model. It was opened in 1974, having been built on the site of the former RCAF station Bowden, a World War II British Commonwealth Air Training Plan facility. And although it's a minimum security prison, it's recently had a considerable contingent of violent gang members transferred there. Now, during my 34-year career as a teacher in Innisfail, just a few miles north of the pen, and during my wife's 10-year teaching career in Bowden, we both had many interactions with families that had relatives incarcerated at the penitentiary, as well as interactions with community members that worked as guards, psychologists, or teachers in the institution. And in my role as the Member of Parliament, first for Red Deer from 2008 until 2015, and now for Red Deer Mountain View since 2015, concerns about the activities that take place not just at Bowden, but at correctional facilities across Canada often end up at my desk. Morale of prison staff is so important because in order for them to function in such a way that they can be helpful to both the inmates and themselves, they need safe conditions and positive direction. I'll start with one of the issues that has weighed so heavily on their minds, and that is the disastrous Phoenix Pay system. No worker should have to be forced to sell their vehicles, move out of their homes, deal with marriage breakdowns from financial stress, and declare personal bankruptcy simply because the government can't get a properly calculated check to them. But those are things that have happened and are continuing to happen. No worker should have to deal with drug addicts inside the prison, especially when those drugs are fentanyl, where just the breathing of it can be lethal. In July 2017, a corrections officer was hospitalized after finding fentanyl in a car in the parking lot. Drugs are hidden in flower beds, come over the walls in tennis balls, and are brought in by visitors, many under threat of violence to their loved ones if they don't comply. And in November of 2017, $500,000 of drugs, mainly methamphetamines and THC, was seized by staff. So you can imagine how people feel when the concept of needle exchanges and heating spoons also finds their way in, and how that discussion occurs. Simply illustrates to the public just how dangerous and unmanageable the situation is. Corrections staff are not only expected to deal with these dangerous issues, but they have their hands tied, even to the extent of monetary penalty if they take actions against an inmate, even if they are protecting themselves. So as far as this Bill C-83 is concerned, the Union of Correctional Officers, the UCCO, SACC, CSN, intends to spend a lot of time reviewing this legislation. Jason Godin, the national president, says, and I quote, "Bill C-83 will require serious consultation and resources to make it work." Adding that, and again, as correctional officers, we want to make sure that we have the proper tools to ensure staff and inmate safety. And in that sense, Bill C-83 must include structured intervention units, which would operate as a population management tool that they can ensure staff and inmate safety. Consultation and resources, proper tools to make it work. Well, after the way in which this government rolled out its marijuana program, I don't think that there are many people that believe that adequate resources management is, or ever has been, a Liberal priority. The union did go on to say that the bill must not sacrifice disciplinary segregation as a tool to deter violent behavior. So we need alternate sanctions to discipline segregation, ensuring that inmates displaying dangerous and violent behavior have some consequences for their actions. Adding this, since the CSC has limited its use of segregation with new policies, there's been an increased report of assaults on inmates and staff. For example, Godin says, and again I quote, "At RPC, the Regional Psychiatric Center, we've had over 100 assaults on staff in 12 months, and that they need to get this under control." So it's my assessment that the introduction of SIUs may pose a risk to both prison guards, inmates, and the inmates in question for whom solitary confinement is used for their own safety. Additionally, the stripping of the ability to use segregation for discipline makes prisons more dangerous for the guards, since they will now be faced with having to deal with the worst of the worst, the most volatile, being out and about from their cells for 4 hours per day. C-83 also goes further than what was raised in either of the Supreme Court decisions by banning administrative segregation and changing it to this SIU model. This is just another example of how misplaced Liberal thinking is when it comes to criminals. Give them all the breaks and put the screws to those charged with keeping control. Conservatives will always stand strong by supporting workers' safety and victims' concerns over increasing rights and privileges for criminals. Another aspect of this bill, one that I am in agreement with, is the introduction of body scanners. When you travel as much as we do as members of Parliament, it's just second nature. And what are those scanners designed to do? To keep everyone safe, to restrict dangerous items, to prevent the possibility of mayhem. Now, where could that be more important than in a prison? The union also welcomes the introduction of body scanners to prevent contraband. Quoting again, our union has advocated strongly for the implementation of body scanners, and we are satisfied with the results, end quote. Madam Speaker, I agree that body scanners are a good idea, but we'll be proposing amendments to extend scanning to anyone that enters the institution other than employees. Now, personally, I would go so far as to say that if everyone had to go through the scanners and inmates knew that this was the way that it was going to be, then the recognition that nothing could come in would go a long ways to ensure safety for all. But one of the things that I've been acutely aware of as a resident of central Alberta is the issue of criminality. Yes, we have a penitentiary, but we also have criminals from all over this country. And I've heard from other members that there are issues regarding special circumstances of Indigenous inmates, concerns about inmates from ethnic or religious minorities, all issues that need to be carefully addressed. There's also issues with people that have drug addictions, that feed their habit through criminal behavior. And those special cases where the inmates with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder are engaging in criminal activity because they are manipulated by con artists, some within the institutions as well. And circumstances where effective mental health protocols and interventions need to be used. The formalization of exceptions for offenders with mental health conditions of special circumstances, when done properly, would truly be fair. As a matter of fact, our previous Conservative government championed the improvement of mental health treatment for patients by ensuring faster mental health screening through the creation of mental health strategies for prisoners, by extending mental psychological counseling, and by improving staff training. This was not hard on criminals. It was compassionate and effective. Granted, much more work still needs to be done. But just throwing up our hands like the Liberals are doing, hoping that they can move criminals out of the prison faster by simply reclassifying them, doesn't make sense, and it surely doesn't protect the public. Policies such as classifying a single prison cell in a minimum security to become a maximum security cell sounds more like an administrative solution than a strong security decision. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we want to see the risk to prison guards, the institution staff, and the general public completely eliminated. Isolating offenders that attack other inmates are a harm to themselves, and others should not always be second-guessed. Making prisons drug-free by the use of technology and strict enforcement shouldn't be considered an impossible task, and ensuring that the right mental health treatment gets to the right inmates as quickly as possible should be the goal of everyone involved. Hopefully, those witnesses that are clamoring to make the Liberals see the light will get a fair hearing when this goes to committee, and amendments will be accepted to make this legislation effective. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my former colleague on the Industry Committee for his remarks.
The gentleman, he mentioned fetal alcohol syndrome, and I've read and heard that upwards of 70-80% of people that are incarcerated have two common indicators. One is their mother was drinking while she was pregnant, and the second one is they don't finish high school. Has he looked into those statistics and seen how people that have those two characteristics might be rehabilitated?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to both of those items. First of all, as a former teacher, it is important, and I know that for example, in Bowden, that we do have a great staff that works with individuals. You have to, it's a much more difficult situation to work with those that do have FASD, but it does work, and they're in a situation, and if they don't have a lot of extra distractions that are around them, that's a lot easier for them to manage under those circumstances. But one of the critical and the key parts is lots of times other criminals want things done even inside the prison. So it's not just a case of what did they do outside. But you'll find many of them are ending up getting charged for other activities inside because someone will simply say, hey, you're a good guy, you go do this for me, and everything's going to be great. Well, they're the ones that get caught, and they're the ones that end up having to serve extra time. And again, that's a situation where there's still activity going on. So if you've got somebody that if someone was going to go and move drugs from one person to another, and they're going to send somebody else to do that, well, then obviously they're going to be the ones that suffer the most.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for HoC. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What we see with the bill is a change in terminology, ultimately. What was called solitary confinement is now called a structured intervention unit. The number of hours from 23 down to 20. So 2 to 3 hours difference in confinement. The Supreme Court in BC and the Superior Court of Ontario have noted that the types of confinement regimes that we haven't changed. We're just simply changing the wording here, but that they're unconstitutional. Does the Honourable Member agree with those two court rulings?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly to the definition that is presented. I mean, when you read through the bill, it says an inmate's rights. The inmate in a structured intervention unit has the same rights as other inmates, except can't be exercised due to limitations specified for the SIU or security requirements. Well, first of all, the opportunity to spend a minimum of 4 hours a day outside of the inmate's cell, an opportunity to interact for a minimum of 2 hours a day with others through activities including but not limited to some programs, going through interventions and services that encourage the inmate to make progress. All of these things sound like a great opportunity. Oh, plus the leisure time, so they're given a certain amount of leisure time. It seems as though they're trying to dictate how those 4 hours are going to be dealt with, and there's even issues or points in the bill where you have to make sure that you've spoken with a certain person during the time of day that is there. Whatever the situation is in the relationship it has to the Supreme Court, I believe that they've gone too far. And I know that the unions are extremely frustrated by this. And as in my speech I had mentioned, in a lot of different situations where the unions are saying, look, this is a tool that we need. I will say notwithstanding whatever the Supreme Court said, but I don't think we're going there. But that's the situation that many people are indicating. And there's a lot of nervousness in the corrections.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to address this important piece of legislation. And I think it's one of the pieces of legislation that really illustrates the differences between political entities inside this chamber. And I wanted to provide some thoughts specific with respect to the legislation and why it is that I believe that we are quite different in terms of political philosophy and the way in which we want to approach crime and ensuring that we have safe streets in our communities where we live, Madam Speaker. I'm going to approach this from a perspective of some personal experience. I was the chair of the Youth Justice Committee in the north end of Winnipeg for many years. I've also been the justice critic for the province of Manitoba for a number of years, and I've had the opportunity to gain a certain amount of insight talking to victims, offenders, and the many different stakeholders around our justice system, Madam Speaker. So I suspect you could anticipate that I am somewhat opinionated on this issue. Crime is one of the issues at the grassroots level in our community that our constituents are very much concerned about. It's an issue that I often talk at the door. You can talk about health care to some, and there's a high level of interest. You can talk about education, and there'll be a high level of interest on that. But the one issue where it seems to be universal in terms of if you want to create and have a discussion is to talk about the issue of safety in our communities. So I take it very seriously. And we often hear from the conservative benches about soft on crime. Let me be very clear. For me, it's about the victims and preventing victims from being victims in the first place. And that is something that is very important for us to recognize. Accountable for breaking the law or holding individuals accountable for breaking the law is of the utmost importance. There needs to be a consequence when someone violates the law or breaks the law, that there needs to be a consequence for that, Madam Speaker. But we should be looking at it from a perspective of how do we ensure that there is fewer repeat offenders. Now, if you follow the tough talk of the Conservatives, you would think it would be throw them, incarcerate them in a facility, allow them to remain in that facility, maybe to a certain degree be better educated on different types of crimes, and just lock them up. The whole concept of rehabilitation seems to be lost by the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, especially when they're in opposition, or especially when they write the press releases, Madam Speaker. We know that at times a Conservative government does some good things related to rehabilitation. When they set up healing lodges, for example, that is something that they established when it came to having someone move from a high security prison to a medium security prison, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad that they would applaud and recognize that, Madam Speaker. So at times they will do it, but they'll never really talk about it, Madam Speaker, because what they want is to have that conservative, hard-nosed attitude of someone breaks the law, throw them in jail, throw away the key. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that having had the opportunity to tour facilities, whether it's the Headingley facility just outside of Winnipeg or Stony Mountain just outside the city of Winnipeg by Stonewall, Madam Speaker, you gain a fairly good perspective in terms of what incarceration is all about and why it is important that there be a strong rehabilitation component to prisons. We need to realize, I believe, Madam Speaker, that a majority of the people that are going into prisons today will, in fact, leave prisons at some point in time. And contrary to the impression that the Conservatives might like to give to Canadians, it's not just murderers and rapists and pedophiles that go to prison. There are many other individuals that find themselves on the wrong side of the law for many numerous reasons that ultimately end up in prison. I was surprised. You know, my colleague and friend made reference to the issue of fetal alcohol syndrome. It's a very serious disorder that's taking place in different regions of the country, sometimes more than other regions of the country. And there is a correlation factor that should be taken into consideration, Madam Speaker. One of the surprises that I had was the number of individuals that have addiction issues. And one of the addiction issues that maybe I would make reference to would be that of a gambling addiction. And as a result of that gambling addiction, they often find themselves on the wrong side of the law. And if it's severe enough, Madam Speaker, they end up being in in custody or in our jails, Madam Speaker. And we need to recognize that if we have sound programs that are being provided, that after they leave being incarcerated, that there's a better chance of them being able to be citizens that are productive and law-abiding. If you take away those programs that the Conservatives would like to see disappear in many ways, or at least the imagery of that disappearing, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, and I believe that studies will show it, that you will have more victims as a direct result, Madam Speaker. So rehabilitation is an important component to our justice system and our corrections facilities, Madam Speaker. And it's not to take away from the consequences. As I've indicated, you know, when I would sit on a justice committee, and justice committees are quasi-judicial, as a youth justice committee where you get members of the community that come before the community and say we would be prepared to be honorary probation officers and deal with young offenders. And for years I chaired one, and I found it always interesting when we would get new members coming in and the type of thinking they would have about some of the young offenders we'd get. And a typical case might be someone that was shoplifting, for example. And you would see a shoplifter come in with their guardians and then sit before 2 or 3 of these honorary probation officers, and they would do an interview. They would talk to the young person, get a sense in terms of is there a remorse? What sort of a disposition would be in the best interest of the community for the crime that has been committed, and in the interest of the individual so that the individual young person does not recommit. And I suspect that if you take a look at the 90s, when we had a fairly proactive group of youth justice committees in the north end of Winnipeg, I believe that you'll see that many of those young people that went before that those youth justice committees, where members of the community were engaged, that you will see that there's likely a stronger likelihood of success where that youth is not committing offenses. And if we leave it to the professionals and listen to what the professionals are telling us, the individuals that are in the facilities, the individuals that have studied human behavior, and even those victim organizations, you will find that there is a great deal of room for us to look at ways in which we can improve our correctional facilities, Madam Speaker. And that's really what this bill is all about. When we talk about some of the changes, you know, it was an interesting fact that in about 2011, around 2011, the average number of inmates that were in segregation at that time was in excess of 700 in any given day. Contrast that to today. Today, it's roughly about 340 or just under 350 a day. That is a substantial decrease in a relatively small number of years, Madam Speaker. You know, from 700 to 340, 350, that is a significant decrease. I would suggest to you that it is in good part that sense of professionalism that our correctional officers have, and they do a phenomenal job, Madam Speaker. And I do want to recognize the efforts in particular of our correctional facility officer and applaud them for the day in and day out services that they provide for our community in making our communities safe, but also our facilities, our jail houses, our correctional facilities safe, Madam Speaker. They do a phenomenal job, second to no other, I would ultimately argue. But if you take a look at the numbers, I believe that the numbers are very encouraging, where we are seeing fewer people being put into that segregation units. So what is it that this bill is actually doing? Eliminating administrative segregation units, and we're putting in structured intervention units. There is a difference. It's interesting, you know, you listen to the Conservatives, and the Conservatives will say, well, you're doing too much. You know, that you're being too nice. And then you listen to the New Democrats, and the New Democrats will say, well, you're not doing anything. You need to do more. I'm glad to say that as a government, and the minister has done a fantastic job in working with the stakeholders and bringing forward structured intervention units that will actually be effective. That in fact it will make a difference. It does meet, I believe, the needs of some of the court decisions that are no doubt impending, that will be coming out in time, some of the challenges that have been put forward by different stakeholders in regards to segregation. I think it takes into consideration as to what other jurisdictions around the world are doing. But the minister has done a fantastic job at ensuring that we have solid, sound legislation that, in fact, as opposed to the NDP and the Conservatives both voting against it, but I must say for totally different reasons, but rather to recognize that we are, in fact, on the right path. And you don't need to criticize only because you happen to be in opposition. If government brings in good legislation, there's nothing wrong with recognizing it for what it is. Good legislation and supporting it. And that's really what it is that we've been actually debating, and why it is I've been somewhat discouraged by the remarks coming from both opposition parties. Because, Madam Speaker, what we're really doing with this, the elimination of the segregation, is that we are allowing those individuals that are currently, that would be in what we call segregation today, the opportunity to be provided programming, to recognize the importance of mental health. Madam Speaker, it is ludicrous to believe that mental health has is not one of the primary reasons why we have individuals entering into our correctional institutions in the first place. If we want to really deal with making our communities safer into the future, we need to deal with mental health-related issues. So we, for the first time, have taken a very bold approach by saying that, look, if you have individuals that are in segregation, let's get rid of the concept of segregation in favor of these structured intervention units, Madam Speaker, and ensure that there is some programming and services that include the issue of mental health, Madam Speaker. If you're able to deal with issues of mental health and provide some of these essential programming services, when these individuals get back into the general population, that then means that they're going to be able to ultimately, I believe, when it comes time for their release dates, be in a better position to conform to our laws, to be better citizens in our community, more positive and contributing as such, Madam Speaker. Is that not what it is that we're supposed to be doing inside this House? At least we on this side of the House, the Liberal members of this House, recognize that. We recognize that, we believe it, and that's why we're supporting this legislation. Because not only do we talk about it, we want our communities to be safer. We want fewer victims, Madam Speaker. You know, something that I haven't heard very much of, you know, there are some other amendments within the legislation that I think are very positive, that members I haven't really heard talk about. For example, when someone goes before the parole board, a victim can go and listen to what's being said at that parole board. And if they don't attend the parole board, then they can apply to get an audio of it so they can hear what had taken place. Well, within this legislation, what we're going to do is we're saying to the victims that in order to get that audio, that they can in fact request it whether they attend it or not. Because imagine being the victim of some sort of an offense, of a crime, Madam Speaker, and having to sit in and listen to the individual. For some, that might be okay. For others, it might not. For some that attend, there's all sorts of things that are going through their mind. Should they not be allowed to ask for the audio? The audio exists so that they can take it home, listen to it in their own home, whatever it might be, in an atmosphere that's more comforting for the victim. So there are some things in this legislation that I believe everyone inside this House would support, easily support. You know, we hear about the body scanners. That's no surprise for us. We do a lot of flying as members of Parliament. We tend to fly a lot. We're very familiar with the body scanners that take place at the airports. Well, again, within this legislation, Madam Speaker, we see our correctional facilities will be afforded the opportunity to have these body scanners, so cavity searches will not be required nowhere near to the degree that they are, Madam Speaker. And I see that as a positive thing. It's less intrusive. We're not just talking prisoners, Madam Speaker, that these scanners are actually used for individuals that are visiting prisoners. Madam Speaker, I represent a North End Winnipeg riding, and I understand the importance of victims and victims' rights. And we have seen legislation that has been brought by this government ensuring and protecting victims' rights. Don't buy the Conservative spin that tries to give an impression that the Conservatives are the only ones that are concerned about victims, because that's just not true, Madam Speaker. We have legislation that's before us that all members should be supporting because it will prevent victims in the future. I genuinely believe that, Madam Speaker. And that is one of the reasons in which I would ask for members to consider. And for the member that said, well, do we have data to back it up? We know, Madam Speaker, that programming within our correctional facilities does make a positive difference. It does assist individuals from having to, or repeat offenders from taking place. It minimizes it, more so, Madam Speaker. And if we can do that and we can prevent crimes from happening in the first place by having better, more sound legislation, more sound laws, we will have fewer victims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I do want to remind members that when someone has the floor, if they feel like they need the urge to ask questions or comments during the speech, they should wait until it's time for questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm a bit surprised. He suggested at great length and volume that he never hears the Conservatives willing to talk about our justice system.
That's ironic because we actually asked about the rights of the accused today in question period several times, and our Attorney General wouldn't talk about ensuring the rights of the accused were respected. What I will say is this. The Criminal Code Section 718 has the principles of sentencing for our justice system. They are 6. Denunciation, deterrence, separation of offenders, that's protection of the public, rehabilitation, reparation, and promotion of responsibility, Madam Speaker. We agree that all of those are important. Rehabilitation, particularly for non-violent offenders, and deterrence, denunciation, promotion of responsibility, and protection of the public, separation of the offenders in grave cases of murder, rape, those sorts of cases. That's the distinction between us, Madam Speaker. So I'd ask that member, he talked a lot about victims in his speech. When you look at those principles of sentencing, how can that member, in good conscience, say that an offender like Terry Lynn McClintock, that should be denounced by the public, that should be protected, that should be deterred, could be transferred to a healing lodge? How could the member defend that in accordance with the Criminal Code Section 718?
Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, Madam Speaker, it's interesting that the member would make that as his example. We need to recognize that it was the Progressive Conservative Party that created healing lodges. I applaud them for that. Now, it's not the current Conservative Reform Party. It is the Progressive Conservative Party, the Brian Mulroney days, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker. They created the healing lodge. Then they say to the correctional facilities that if you are a medium security facility, then you can use the healing lodges. Well, what happened was under Stephen Harper, the very individual that the member's talking about was transferred to a medium security facility. That then allowed that individual to go to a healing lodge. Now, when the Conservatives were in government, hush was the policy. Don't say anything. Allow the transfer. If that transfer would have been prevented, the individual in question would never have been able to go to a healing lodge, Madam Speaker. But, true to form, the Government of Canada, at least the Liberal Party, supports Canada's professional civil service and those individuals that we have entrusted to administer justice. Unlike the Conservative Party, who demonstrated it yesterday and again today, that they do not respect the independence of our court system, Madam Speaker, we do. And that is the difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, there are a good number of concerns with this bill. The first one, Madam Speaker, is whatever happened to Bill C-56? Which they tabled. Now they got another bill. The original bill, tabled more than a year ago, would actually impose limits on administrative segregation to 21 days and then within 18 months to 15 days. Well, this bill imposes nothing. As soon as possible, we may consider removing them. Well, Madam Speaker, 1,800 Canadian inmates are being segregated, and almost 50% of them are suffering from mental health. And Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to put the case of Eddie Snowshoe to the honourable member. Eddie Snowshoe, an Indigenous man from Northwest Territories, who committed suicide. He committed suicide after being in segregation for 162 days in a 2.5 foot by 3.6 meter cell. Eddie Snowshoe was in a desperate situation. People had even forgotten he was in there. What is this bill going to do to stop more Eddie Snowshoe sad cases?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, for someone like Eddie Snowshoe, if you take a look at the way the legislation is worded, you will see that Eddie Snowshoe would have been provided mental health services along with other programming. And keep in mind that these services, now this is the reality of the NDP's position. There is absolutely no doubt. Philosophically, this advances us forward. It might not go as far forward as the NDP would like to see it, but it brings us forward. One would think, Madam Speaker, that the NDP would support that. I do not understand the positioning of the NDP on this, Madam Speaker. It makes no sense whatsoever. If you take a look at the example that the member just said, Eddie would have actually benefited by this. Madam Speaker, in addition, and I realize I've got to wind up here, the legislation would add the guiding principle to the law to affirm the need for CSC to consider systemic and background factors unique to Indigenous offenders in all decision-making.
And comments? The honourable member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I was wondering, is the member aware of any evidence, any data that shows that the safety of the public is improved by administrative segregation in prisons?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I am very much concerned in regards to if you take a look at segregation as a whole, that we have seen in other jurisdictions, looking at ways in which we can improve the whole concept of rehabilitation in many different ways. And segregation now being converted into something new where there's going to be an allowance for rehabilitation programs, mental health services. By doing that, and ultimately, as I pointed out, most individuals that are incarcerated today are going to be living in our communities, living as hopefully productive members of the public. Well, the better we can provide that programming, the greater the likelihood of the public being safer once they're actually released into communities, Madam Speaker, whether it's of a physical or a property nature.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill before us is the result of two judgments of a British Columbia court and an Ontario court, which deemed these measures unconstitutional because there would need to be independent supervision and for other reasons. Now, this provides for neither observation, neither defined times. Now, this might be a semantic issue, and perhaps my colleagues can help me, but the Conservative Party says that people should be released from solitary confinement at the earliest possible time, or as the appropriate time. What is the difference between the two?
Well, Madam Speaker, if the member across the way doesn't understand the difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals on this issue, I would advise that he read my comments. I've been speaking on it for the last 20 minutes. You know, what is hard to understand is when you take a look at what it is that this legislation is actually doing, I don't understand how it is that the NDP could possibly not support the legislation. I can understand why the Conservatives don't support it, but I don't understand why the NDP do not support it. I would think, Madam Speaker, that between now and the time it comes to vote, that they might want to caucus the issue and hopefully realize that it would be a mistake, that they'll be on the wrong side of it. You know, bring forward their ideas and their suggestions at the committee stage. Let's see if we can have some positive dialogue. This government has consistently proven in the past that we're open to good ideas, ways in which we can approve legislation. We've accepted amendments by opposition members in the past, Madam Speaker. We're always open to good ideas that have really been thought through and brought forward, Madam Speaker. I would encourage my colleague just to reflect on their positioning on this legislation and ultimately get behind it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with my extraordinary colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, who will be speaking with great eloquence on Bill C-83. Madam Speaker, given that the Parliamentary Secretary opened the door, gave me the opportunity, said, do we have recommendations or other ideas? I would put forward a Liberal idea, a Liberal bill, which was C-56, his government, which is something that created problems. So I wasn't thinking of an extreme left group. I was thinking about his government. And C-56 had much better ideas than in C-83, so I would ask him to read his government's preceding legislation, C-56. Much better. I have also run into organizations of correctional officers and unions when I was spokesperson for the NDP for Labour. I looked at them and their work burden and their various issues they had to deal with. But the Conservative Party, when it had to deal with overpopulation of prisoners, and there were prisoners that had to share cells, which led to security issues and safety issues for correctional people. And we agree with them in their wanting good working conditions. I've been able to visit certain penitentiaries at the invitation of groups that support prisoners' rights. I went to visit a training center, a federal training center at Laval. It's a medium security penitentiary, and recently I visited a local penitentiary not too far from the first, and I've also had the opportunity to meet with inmates who'd gone from the federal training center to the local prison, and they were getting close to the time when they could get parole. But given we're talking about the prison system, I think it's important to demystify certain things and to explain to people how it works in the real world. A medium security prison is a place that's hard to visit. Someone being deprived of freedom is a very serious thing. Someone having to live in a cell, it's something that's hard to imagine. We think that sometimes it's easy, there are no consequences, but spending months and years in a cell has an impact on people, and it's true punishment. And I think I will soon be dealing with the idea of prison as something where sometimes we get to a level that could be considered abusive. I visited penitentiaries over the past 2 years. I've spoken with prisoners, and they're very politicized. And something I noticed is what is of greatest concern to them is the environment. They ask questions about beluga whales, about climate change. So these are people who are serving their sentence, but still they remain in contact with the rest of society, and I found that fascinating. Lately, I met with people from an association of transition houses in Quebec. These are people who help people who've been in the prison system, who are on parole, who follow various therapies and programs in order to rejoin society. And these people in these organizations do extraordinary work. They don't accept everyone. 20% of people who end up in a transition house go back to prison because they're unable to follow the program. So it's not just anyone who can go. The person has to be disciplined. The person has to be able to explain absences and tell them where they are. So parole goes through transition houses, and the rate of recidivism, and this is fascinating, it's 1%. 1%. 99% of these people will never go to prison again in their lives because the process works. I think it's important that people understand that when things are well done and done for the proper amount of time, it works. The most dangerous thing is people who are serving their full sentence. They have to they have to serve a 25-year sentence. There's no parole. So when they get out, yes, this is a danger for society. It's not those who, the ones who aren't dangerous are the ones who are released before their full sentence is served. So we have a bill that I would describe as flawed because there are two court judgments from British Columbia and Ontario where the courts deemed unconstitutional the present legislation, which provides for administrative segregation in certain situations. But there are two problems. There's no third party, there's no independent observer to make sure that administrative segregation is justified and to make sure that if it is extended, that is justified. So that's the first problem. The second problem is the length of this segregation, which is on average 24 days. 24 days a year. That's enormous. You know what kind of repercussions this has on prisoners and on their mental health? There are I think this does not at all respond to the concerns of the courts of Ontario and British Columbia. One of the two courts said clearly that extending a segregation could be considered cruel and abusive. And the Superior Court of Ontario speaks clearly of negative and sometimes irreversible effects on mental health caused by administrative segregation of more than 2 years. Irreversible negative effects after segregation of more than 2 days. And here we have 24 days on average. In the United States, they say that more than 15 days in administrative segregation is abusive. Now, in this legislation, they do not specify any maximum. It's indeterminate. So this bill in Section 1, in Clause 1, says no more solitary confinement, no more administrative segregation. Second section, now it's called a structured intervention unit, and it's exactly the same thing. They take the term administrative segregation and they simply call it structured intervention unit. Same effects on the prisoner. It's still a form of punishment that can be considered cruel and unusual, that can affect one's mental health, and is seen by the United Nations as a form of torture. So a structured intervention unit would be anywhere deemed such by correctional services and correctional officers. It could be the whole section of a penitentiary. It might be certain cells. And just let me guess, Madam Speaker, these cells for places for administrative segregation will now be called structured intervention units. So the criteria will not be met. There is no person, no independent observer to make sure that the conditions are being fulfilled for these prisoners. The only difference, Madam Speaker, is that we're moving from a maximum of 24 to a maximum of to another maximum, but it won't change the reality for the prisoner. Now, this practice could be that you could be asked to stay in a cell for an indeterminate time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds d'Or. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say that I was very happy to hear the comments made by my colleague opposite and his comments about prisoner involvement. He described sections of the bill that he finds lacking with respect to a certain number of days it should be included in the bill. This is second reading of the bill, and as he knows full well, if we don't, what voting in favor of it does is send it to committee, so it's at that point he would be able to propose amendments. Does he intend to vote for the bill in its current form, knowing that he will have an opportunity to amend it at committee? And if not, why not? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to have an opportunity to have advised my colleague opposite to tell him about the environmental involvement of some inmates. And the bill, getting back to the bill, because it doesn't respond to the decision of the BC court or the Ontario court, it isn't consistent with the C-56. It will be very difficult for us to vote in favour of it at this stage. I hope that my colleague opposite, when the bill does make it to committee, because the government is a majority and it will send it to committee, I hope they will accept significant amendments to fix the bill, because it doesn't fix any of the problems, and all it does is change one term and switch it out with something else. When people who are in segregation units are suffering from mental illness, many of them have died, committed suicide because of this segregation. It's time to change those practices. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I greatly appreciated my colleague's remarks. I understand that he doesn't agree with the bill. Well, we aren't either, Madam Speaker, but I'm happy that he knows that it's not quite for the same reasons that we disagree. Now, Madam Speaker, he keeps repeating that the preventative confinement or segregation, based on what the Liberals are saying, these new structured intervention units, are just a new way of calling the preventative cells in the past. And we've heard from correctional services officers, prison guards. They've said that what's being put forth by the Liberals is something that can endanger prison guards and other inmates. Now, I know that my colleague keeps repeating that we need to do something different. What's the solution, Madam Speaker, in his opinion? Because we've got the government that's making up solutions on the fly, and we've got that party saying that the solutions aren't any good, but they have nothing to propose. The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The prison system, as it stands, is generally secure and safe. There are some claims being put forth by the prison guards. The past Conservative government made some changes, but the abusive use of confinement or segregation is not an answer to dealing with some prisoners who are more recalcitrant. If 56% of them have mental health issues, this is an issue of mental health, a health issue, not a prison issue. Because certain symptoms, psychiatric symptoms like panic, paranoia, depression, impulsiveness, hypersensitivity, self-harm, focus, concentration, etc. When we put people affected by those symptoms into segregation, I think that further endangers prison guards.
The Honourable Member for the Ninewood Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow is the 11th anniversary of the death of Ashley Smith. This is a tragic story that was broadcast across the entire country, how a woman, having been moved from one stage of the criminal justice system and Canada's jail system, died alone in solitary confinement without the protections that Canada offered her 11 years ago. And here we are still. As of June 2017, 399 federal inmates were in administrative segregation, including 94 who've been in isolation for more than 90 consecutive days. Between April 2011 and March 2014, 14 inmates died by suicide in solitary confinement. The annual report of the Office of the Correctional Investigator 2014-15 reports the overuse of solitary confinement as a tool for managing the inmate population. 27% of the inmate population experienced at least one stay in solitary confinement. And this overly affects some incarcerated groups more than others, including women with mental health issues, Aboriginal inmates and Black inmates. Aboriginal inmates continue to have the longest average stay in segregation compared to any other group and represent approximately 46% of inmates in segregation. The average segregation period is 24 days, according to Corrections Services Canada. So, why does this matter? How does it harm? In the spring, the Status of Women Committee, of which I'm Vice Chair, studied the over-incarceration rates of Indigenous women in prison, their experience in the justice system, and their experience in jail. So here are a few quotes and stats from that report. The CSC, Canadian Correctional Services of Canada, their 2006 report, which is called a 10-year status report on women's correction, said, quote, segregation tends to have a significant impact on women offenders. Generally speaking, women are linked to each other through relationships, and the isolation of segregation, combined with the crisis or stress the woman is experiencing, can take its toll. We heard testimony February 1st from Ms. Virginia Lomax, who's counsel for the Native Women's Association of Canada. She said, quote, segregation is a particularly cruel practice for women with histories of trauma and abuse, another area in which Indigenous women are overrepresented. Their specific lived experiences of colonial patriarchy, intergenerational trauma, and state violence make them particularly vulnerable to the harmful effects of isolation. Prohibiting the use of segregation for prisoners who are actively self-harming is an acknowledgement that the practice should not be used to manage mental health crises, but does nothing to address the fact that segregation itself is often the cause of escalating self-harm behaviours. For these reasons and many others, Native Women's Association of Canada calls for a complete end to the practice of solitary confinement by any name and for any duration. End quote. The Office of the Correctional Investigator, Dr. Ivan Zinger, said in testimony to the committee on February 2nd of this year, quote, the impact of segregation is also something we've identified. The great majority of the women incarcerated in secure units have experienced segregation. There's also a gender-based classification system which requires that some inmates who are seen as higher risk are handcuffed and sometimes shackled to go off the unit, which creates all sorts of problems for these women, end quote. I asked him, in response to a question about how Correctional Services Canada treats women prisoners in need of emergency health care in the Pacific region, he said, quote, I will say the practice of taking a woman with acute mental illness and putting her into an all-male institution, completely isolated, all alone in a unit, is shameful and a violation of human rights. I think there is no room for this in Canada, end quote. Now, it has to be said that these are women who were tried and are in jail for a reason that the justice system identified. We certainly heard a lot of testimony that said that they were themselves usually victims of crime before they came in the criminal justice system. And absolutely, we need to protect victims, and we need to see that justice be done in cases of violent crime. But again and again, we heard we want these people to end up on the other side of the criminal justice system better than they started, and some of the practices described tell us otherwise. And so this is an important debate about solitary confinement. So this is what the NDP recommended. So we quoted in our final report to the government tabled here in June, we quoted Ivan Zinger, the Correctional Investigator of Canada. He said, I sincerely believe that in a women's facility you could de facto abolish solitary confinement altogether if you use those secure units with the same sort of rigor in making it a last resort and using those secure units to separate and not isolate the few cases that you need to deal with for a short period of time. end quote. Then the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, who monitors Canada to see whether it's upholding its human rights, its commitments to the United Nations, she said, quote, "I would like to call for an absolute ban on solitary confinement, segregation, intensive psychiatric care, medical observation, all related forms of isolation of incarcerated young women and women with mental health issues," end quote. And so the NDP said in its final report to the government, it's shocking that instead of moving forward with this reform, that the Liberal government appealed the BC Supreme Court ruling against solitary confinement, choosing to spend taxpayers' money, instead fighting the BC Civil Liberties Association in court, instead of implementing reforms to help Indigenous women in prison. And so what did we get? The government tabled on Monday Bill C-83. It tweaks administrative segregation or solitary confinement and rebrands it with different wording. It retains much of the same language and the framework that is used for administrative segregation. It ignores the rulings from the BC Supreme Court and the Ontario Superior Court that ruled that administrative segregation was unconstitutional. It failed to give an option for independent oversight for decisions to further restrict liberties of inmates by transferring them into the renamed segregation units. Instead of spending 22 to 23 hours a day in segregation in the current system, the new scheme proposes up to 20 hours a day for an indefinite period of time. The Ontario Superior Court had already found that the harmful effects of sensory deprivation can manifest in as little as 48 hours. And then finally, our critique, the Supreme Court ruled that the indefinite nature of isolation is again unconstitutional, although the federal government, as I said earlier, is currently trying to appeal that decision. This morning at the Legal Education and Action Fund for Women, breakfast in honor of Persons Day, we heard a presentation from Senator Kim Pate, who flagged that in addition, Section 21, 81, and 84 all are interfered with in Bill C-83. These were all mechanisms enshrined in law that allowed prisoners to be moved to different levels of care to either carry out their responsible care, either to carry out parts of their sentence, whether that was in community, whether that was in a healing lodge, whether it was, three different tools. All of them have been underutilized, virtually not hardly used at all. Senator Pate, in her previous role with Elizabeth Fry and then now as a senator, had been drawing attention to them. Both the Public Security Committee of this Parliament and also Status of Women Committee had studied those three provisions and made recommendations on them, and strangely they are now gutted in this bill. It's a funny coincidence. The Elizabeth Fry Society said, while we have advocated for decades for the abolition of administrative segregation, Bill C-83 leaves much to be desired. And so I say, with sadness, New Democrats wanted to see real reform. We've made specific proposals on what that would look like. The government has rebranded this unconstitutional practice instead of doing what the court ordered. And I'll leave again with the reminder, more than 1 in 3 women in federal prisons are Indigenous. 91% have histories of abuse. And many also experience debilitating mental illnesses. We have to end the use of segregation and solitary confinement. And we will oppose this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was interesting, and one of my colleagues had asked her colleague in regards to voting for the bill, and it responded by saying something to the effect, well, the Liberals have a majority government. Thereby having a majority government, we will be able to get the bill going into committee. And, if I try to better understand that particular comment, it's almost saying, well, as a New Democratic Party, we're opposing the bill, but we hope it goes to committee so we can change it. And I think that I would like to get clarification from the NDP on whether or not the initiatives that are within the legislation that stand today, do they support those initiatives? Yes, I understand they want amendments, but would they prepare to support the current initiatives without the amendments, or would they see themselves voting against it even in third reading?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thanks. Well, as you know, both myself and other members of my caucus have gone into these committee meetings in good faith, have proposed in some cases hundreds of amendments, and have the Liberals vote one after the next down without even debating them. You know, I must say it's a little hard to take my colleagues' encouragement to vote yes to a bill that does not even meet the orders of two Supreme Courts in this country, and to say, yeah, we're going to vote in favor. I mean, the government's probably just going to invoke closure on this bill like it does everything else, and it will probably just jam it through. But then it'll be challenged in court again. So I'll just restate the recommendation that we gave this government back in June: immediately stop the appeal that it launched against the 2018 ruling to end indefinite solitary confinement in prisons across Canada, and recognize the practice is unconstitutional and constitutes cruel and unusual punishment that leads to the suffering and death for all prisoners, including Indigenous women in the federal prison system. This bill does not do that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her contributions to the debate that I've been listening to during the day. I think her and I will agree we disagree with the contents of the bill for very different reasons. I'll mention that reading the British Columbia decision rendered by Justice Leask, in it actually he looks at the cruel and unusual punishment provision and says in paragraph 534 it's actually not cruel and unusual. He declines to rule against it as a Section 12 violations, and in it he finds that it's not unconstitutional to have solitary confinement, only when it's indefinite and prolonged. And I think the contents of this legislation actually just completely takes apart the system that we have today, and that's why many Conservatives will again be voting against it. But I want to talk about maybe the budgetary impact of this legislation. In the Public Safety Minister's departmental plan, you have a projected reduction of 8.8% in real terms, in actual financial resources being given to correctional services, and a reduction of 150 FTEs over the next few years. Does the member have any concerns? Does she share my concerns that Correctional Services Canada simply will not have either the financial resources or the manpower to actually implement the contents of this bill?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my colleague raises an interesting point, and this bill only having been tabled on Monday, that's not analysis that I have done. And it's certainly a good point to say that it is indefinite solitary confinement. There are times that segregation is necessary for the safety of other prisoners, but we did have a very clear direction from both courts, and we've had very good advice from multiple witnesses and from the corrections officer, Dr. Ivan Zinger, and advocates across our country. This government had good advice, which it has failed to take.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The honourable member for Regina-Louvain, Infrastructure. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity of speaking. The Government of Canada's #1 priority is the safety of Canadians and our communities. And it's important to ensure that federal correctional institutions provide a safe and secure environment for staff and inmates, which assists with the rehabilitation of offenders. And we must reduce the risk of reoffending and keeping our communities safe, whether it is in Winnipeg or elsewhere across the country. Now, the Government of Canada has the opportunity here. They have introduced legislation which proposes to strengthen the federal correctional system, changing its direction from one which was under the Conservatives, more of retribution, but actually looking at latest evidence and best practices by implementing a new correctional interventions model and strengthening healthcare governance, better supporting victims, and addressing the specific situation of Indigenous offenders. Now, following a recent court decision on administrative segregation, the bill here C-83, proposes to eliminate segregation and establish a Structured Intervention Unit, SIUs, which would allow offenders to be separated from the mainstream inmate populations as required while maintaining their access to rehabilitative programming, interventions, and mental health care. We need to ensure that they actually have rehabilitative programming, they can receive appropriate interventions, and health care and mental health care are extremely important, Madam Speaker. These proposed reforms support the government's continued commitment to implement recommendations from the coroner's inquest touching the death of Ashley Smith regarding the use of segregation and the treatment of offenders with mental illness. It also builds on past efforts to address gaps in services to Indigenous peoples throughout the criminal justice system. I'd like to quote my good friend, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, the member from Saskatchewan. We are committed to a correctional system that keeps Canadians safe and holds guilty parties accountable for breaking the law, while fostering practical rehabilitation so we can have fewer repeat offenders, fewer victims, and ultimately safer communities. This approach to federal corrections will protect the safety of our staff and those in their custody by separating offenders when required and ensuring that they get more effective interventions, rehabilitative programming, and serious attention to mental illness. Now, this bill is extremely important because it does introduce a number of new elements into our corrections system. And I had the opportunity of hearing the Commissioner of Corrections Canada, Anne Kelly, who came to testify just last week. And this, I believe, will be an important means forward because she is very committed to having a correction system which actually responds to their mandate, not just simply having a justice system which responds to mob justice, but really having a correction system which actually improves safety not only within society, but also within the corrections institutions itself for staff and inmates, but also ensuring that we rehabilitate people so they can actually integrate and not reoffend when they leave the corrections system. So some of the things that they're going to be putting into place is the structured intervention units. These would be established to provide the necessary resources and expertise to address the safety and security risks of inmates who cannot be managed safely within the mainstream inmate population. It does occur that there are certain people who will never be safe within our prisons. No matter what we do in its place, unfortunately, there are crimes that people commit that are so heinous, those against children, those done by pedophiles, that cannot or is very difficult to integrate people into the mainstream population. And for their own safety and that of the safety within the entire system, you know, sometimes a different approach must be taken. And so a structured intervention unit would receive structured interventions and programming tailored to the specific situation of that inmate. They would have an opportunity for a minimum of 4 hours a day outside their cells. They would have an opportunity for 2 hours a day of meaningful human contact, and they would receive continued programming to help them progress towards their correctional plan objectives. There is also going to be, they'll be putting in place factors unique to Indigenous offenders. The needs and interests of Indigenous peoples would be better supported by the legal requirement for the Correctional Service of Canada to ensure that systematic and background factors unique to Indigenous offenders are considered in all correctional decision-making. Now, it has occurred for an awful long time that Indigenous peoples have not received the same amount of supports. For instance, in Manitoba, as an example, our government in 2016 put forward $26 million for legal aid to go towards to help with legal aid for all peoples. Generally, a lot of Indigenous peoples are very poor and have to have recourse to legal aid. Unfortunately, the provincial Conservative government decided to cut back the exact same amount which was given to this. So instead of helping the people who were most vulnerable in the system, they were not helped. They were thrown to the side again. So this is often why we have the systematic structural violence of this system, which ensures that Indigenous peoples continue to be more overly represented because they cannot attain good legal advice. So this is a good way of ensuring that even Indigenous offenders within the prison system will obtain the services that they require. So for instance, I have met many Indigenous peoples who have been in the corrections system, but they did not know how to apply for early release or for parole on time because they did not have access to those services. And so this is part of that. Supporting victims as well is another aspect of this bill, which is very, very important. Better support victims in the criminal justice system by allowing victims who attend a Parole Board of Canada hearing to access audio recordings of the hearing. We're also going to be strengthening the healthcare governance. The proposed reforms would affirm the Correctional Services of Canada's obligation to support healthcare professionals in maintaining their professional autonomy and clinical independence. They don't need the Minister of Corrections and Public Safety telling them how to do their job or what they should be doing. It has been said here in this House in the past number of weeks that, in fact, the opposition would actually like the Minister of Public Safety and Security to be intervening directly in cases. But, in fact, we must ensure that healthcare professionals have the opportunity of doing these assessments independent of the political obligations or of politics that happen in this place. Now, the Correctional Service of Canada would also have the obligation to provide patient advocacy services to inmates to help them better understand their healthcare rights and responsibilities, as recommended by the coroner's inquest touching the death of Ashley Smith. Included in that is further improving mental health supports for inmates to ensure that offenders with mental health needs receive proper care. Budget 2017 invested $57.8 million over 5 years, starting in 2017 and 18, and $13.6 million per year thereafter to expand mental health care capacity for all inmates in federal correctional facilities. Budget 2018 built on these investments, proposing $20.4 million over 5 years, beginning in 2018 to 2019, and $5.6 million per year going on. For the Correctional Service of Canada to further support the mental health needs of federal inmates, and particularly women. We all know, and I'm sure we all believe, that someone who ends up in a corrections facility obviously is not within the norm of our society, that they have committed a crime for whatever reason, and some do require mental health supports. In Winnipeg right now, we are facing a deep and profound meth crisis, which has been ignored by the provincial government. Thankfully, we have a mayor who is a bit more progressive and is tackling and attempting to tackle head-on this problem head-on, but the provincial government for a long time has refused to even meet with the city counterparts or even with the federal government on this issue. This has caused issues because when I walk around in the downtown core of my city, you should not have to walk around any Canadian city fearful that you might be attacked. And so often many of these issues are related to mental health and people self-medicating themselves with drugs, alcohol, gasoline, and other types of drugs, which numb them to the pain and the life that they have and that they exist within, in that great poverty. So I'm going to just quickly talk about a few other things here, Madam Speaker, in the last 10 minutes that I have here. Our correction system really needs to hold the guilty parties to accountable for breaking the law. But we also need to create an environment that fosters rehabilitation so that we have fewer repeat offenders, fewer victims, and ultimately safer communities. And that's why I believe it's important for this bill to pass here, because we need to strengthen the federal correctional system and aligning it with the latest evidence and best practices so inmates are rehabilitated and better prepared to eventually re-enter our communities safely. Because one day, almost all prisoners will leave the prison system and will live amongst Canadians. And so we have to ensure that they do not reoffend, that we are all safe, that they have received the appropriate care so that when they come out, that they do not reoffend and do not hurt others. So they are eliminating segregation following recent court decisions and introducing more effective structured intervention units. And they're increasing better support for victims during parole hearings. They're increasing staff and inmate safety with new body scanner technology and updating our approach to critical matters like mental health supports and Indigenous offenders' needs. Now, the Correctional Service of Canada, Madam Speaker, needs the authority to separate offenders from the general population for the sake of institutional safety. By replacing administrative segregation with structured intervention units, the legislation ensures that offenders who are separated from the general population will retain access to rehabilitative programming, mental health care, and other interventions. Ultimately, effective rehabilitation and safe integration is the best way to protect Canadian communities. The practice of administrative segregation in its history is an interesting one, and it has been criticized for many, many years. The case of Ashley Smith, which has been mentioned in most of the speeches here today, who died in custody in 2007, comes to mind. And it highlighted issues related to segregation and mental health care in the Canadian correctional system. In 2013, a coroner's inquest into the death of Ashley Smith resulted in recommendations including instituting a cap on the amount of time an inmate can spend in segregation. In 2016, the government introduced Bill C-56, which would have created a presumptive cap of 15 days in administrative segregation and a system of independent external oversight. I believe this is very important, a system of independent external oversight. Since that bill was introduced, legal challenges in Ontario and British Columbia found administrative segregation to be contrary to the Charter, because you can't keep someone locked up by themselves with only 2 hours of contact with another person for the rest of their life. Both these rulings have been appealed, one by the government and one by the other party, but as things stand, they take effect in December 2018 and January 2019. That means the Corrections Service of Canada may soon no longer be allowed to use the current system of administrative segregation. And there are also pending class action lawsuits related to administrative segregation and the failure to provide adequate mental health care, as well as complaints before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. In May of 2018, Ontario passed Bill 6, the Correctional Services Transformation Act, on May 7, 2018, which implemented a hard cap on days spent in segregation and prohibited certain classes of inmates, like pregnant women or those with mental illnesses, from being segregated at all. The number of inmates in segregation on any given day was over 700 in 2011. It is now 340. While the correctional investigator has acknowledged that the reduction in the use of administrative segregation is an improvement, he has also raised concerns that this decline may be related to increased violence among inmates. SIUs are designed to ensure that inmates can be kept in a secure environment while not being segregated from vital programming and meaningful human contact. Bill C-83 eliminates administrative segregation. Instead, people who have been separated from the mainstream inmate population, generally for safety reasons, will be assigned to a secure intervention unit. In an SIU, people will get a minimum of 4 hours of contact or out of the cell daily, including at least 2 hours of meaningful human contact with staff, volunteers, visitors, and other compatible inmates. There will also be a daily visit by a medical professional. By contrast, people currently in administrative segregation are only entitled to 2 hours daily out of the cell with minimal human contact and access to programming. Within 5 working days of movement to an SIU, the warden will review the case and decide if the inmate should remain there. Subsequent reviews will be conducted by the warden after 30 days and by the Commissioner of the Corrections Service Canada every 30 days thereafter for as long as the inmate is in the SIU, meaning it will be the top corrections officer in Canada, our Commissioner, that will be reviewing all of these cases. Reviews can also be triggered on recommendation of a medical professional, who I've also mentioned will be independent and have the full independence to conduct what they term is in the best interest of their patient, or also if the inmate refuses to leave their cells for a given number of days. As well in this bill, which I believe is very important, currently victims are only entitled to audio recordings of parole hearings if they did not attend. However, there have been concerns that due to emotional natures of the hearings, it can be hard for victims to retain all of the details of the proceedings. Even victims who are present could benefit from access to a recording that they could review afterwards, on their own time and in a more comfortable setting. Bill C-83 will therefore give victims access to audio recordings whether they attend or not. And I believe this is very important to having a good record of what actually occurred. This legislation will add a guiding principle to the law to affirm the need for CSC to consider systematic and background factors unique to Indigenous offenders in all decision-making. This requirement flows from the Supreme Court's Gladue decision in 1999 and has been implemented through CSC's policy directives since 2003. But unfortunately, it has been difficult to follow, for not many times have the corrections services followed it. But now it's actually being enshrined in law. This bill will also implement key recommendations of the Ashley Smith inquest by creating the legal framework to have patient advocates in CSC institutions. Patient advocates will work with offenders and correctional staff to ensure the offenders receive appropriate medical care. C-83 also enshrines in law the decision-making autonomy of medical professionals operating within the CSC. This one I think is extremely important in making and ensuring safety within the corrections facilities that we have here in Canada. Body scanners. Body scanners, Madam Speaker, are extremely important. These are going to help keep out drugs and other contraband. The bill authorizes the use of body scanners, comparable to technology used at airports, to search people entering correctional institutions. These devices are less invasive than strip searches or body cavity searches, and they don't raise the concerns of false positives reported by some people who have been examined using ion scanners. Body scanners are already in use in many provincial correctional facilities, and now the federal system is catching up. This is going to improve safety. In fact, there are a number of groups which are actually in favor of this, including the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, who, while they do cautiously acknowledge the new bill C-83 on administrative segregation, have said they welcome the introduction of body scanners to prevent contraband. Our union has advocated strongly for the implementation of body scanners. We are satisfied with the results, but we still need more resources to manage high-risk, violent, and harm-offending offenders, such as what was tabled by the union in 2005 to manage high-risk women offenders, which has fallen on deaf ears, included Jason Joden. So there are some criticisms, but nonetheless, they are overall favorable towards the idea of body scanners. Now, to implement these secure intervention units, new investments will be required. They will be required, mainly to hire new staff. The government has committed to making the necessary investments with exact dollar amounts to be announced very soon. The government has also signaled its intention to invest heavily in mental health care within the corrections system. This will include mental health care in SIUs as well as early diagnosis and treatment for inmates from the moment of intake and upgrades in Corrections Services Canada's regional treatment centres, which provide intensive mental health care for more serious cases. This funding will be on top of some $80 million for mental health care in CSC in the last two budgets. Now, I only have about 2 minutes left, Madam Speaker, as my time is slowly cooling down or falling down. And I would actually like to read a few sections from the bill so people who are watching on CPAC or anywhere else can actually hear what's actually in the bill. The purpose on Section 32 in the Structured Intervention Units, the purpose of a Structured Intervention Unit is to provide an appropriate living environment for an inmate who cannot be maintained in the mainstream inmate population for security and other reasons, and to provide the inmate with the opportunity for meaningful human contact and an opportunity to participate in programs that have access to services that respond to the inmate's specific needs and the risks posed by the inmate. And it says in Section 33, an inmate's confinement in a structured intervention unit is to end as soon as possible. But there, as I've already mentioned, there are other elements which are included in that. For instance, we talk about 4 hours outside of the cell each day, but time that is not included, if an inmate takes a shower outside of the cell, the time spent doing so does not count as time spent outside the inmate's cell under paragraph 1A. Also in Section 37-2, a registered healthcare professional employed or engaged by the service may, for health reasons, recommend to the institutional head that the conditions of confinement of the inmate in a structured intervention unit be altered or that inmate not remain in the unit, meaning it's up to the healthcare professional to decide when things have gotten out of hand. I'd also like to really quickly just address the whole idea of Indigenous offenders in my last minute. And you know, this is actually incredible, this bill, because it actually, it defines Indigenous people in the very first section, Indigenous. In respect to a person includes a First Nation person, an Inuit, or a Métis person, Autochtone. But this also includes putting in place a lot more advisory committees, committees to consult, and the idea of spiritual leaders and elders. For greater certainty, under Section 83 it says, for greater certainty, Indigenous spirituality and Indigenous spiritual leaders and elders have the same status as other religions and other religious leaders. You know, let us give thanks to Kitchi Manitou. Let us give thanks to the great Creator, because I think this is the first time I have ever heard this mentioned, and I'm proud to see that this measure has taken its hold within this bill. So with that, I believe my time has come to an end at the 20 minutes. I appreciate the opportunity of speaking here, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to some of the most likely very interesting questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Manitoba for his interventions. As he knows well than most, the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in our prison system is also true for the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in solitary confinement. He also well knows the long-standing evidence of the damage and the harmful effects that can happen to someone in solitary. And just for the record, this Orwellian language that's being thrown around in this debate is a bit worrisome to me. Most Canadians who are familiar at all with the topic know what solitary confinement is. You are put into solitary, that's what it is, rather than calling it structured integration units as pretending that's something else than what it is. I think that abuses the debate. I think it misabuses Canadians who are trying to understand what's happening here. So my question is very specific, because the whole reason this bill is happening is because the previous practice of solitary confinement in our prisons was shown not by one, but by two of our high courts to be unconstitutional, both in British Columbia at the Supreme Court, that said it allowed for prolonged indefinite confinement, did not allow for independent oversight of decisions to segregate and prevent inmates from having a lawyer represent them at segregation hearings. And an Ontario court found the same thing, that the lack of independent oversight of when the decision was made to put a prisoner into solitary, which we know from extensive research can have long-term and damaging effects on them. Now, there are, of course, instances when there has to be separation. So my question to my friend is this. The Liberals are setting up, just with a change of terminology, this Orwellian change of terminology, to head right back to the courts because they haven't included the independent oversight that both of these superior courts insisted upon and struck down the previous regime and gave them time to fix it. This doesn't fix it. Why not?
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, that's a very interesting question. I know I've been working quite hard with the John Howard Society, which has an office just in front of my office on Ellis Avenue, and I'm very proud of the work. I often have a chance to go over and speak. They had a halfway house at a few number of points in the past few years where I can go speak with people who have just been recently released from prison and hear their own stories directly from them. Solitary confinement is a terrible thing. In the military, they used to have it quite often used against prisoners in POW camps. It is a form of torture for people because over time it erodes your sense of humanity, it erodes your sense of connection, and we are social animals, human beings. We do need to have contact with others. But I think the difference in this bill is what we're trying to define, and to a greater extent, what actually intervention looks like. If we actually had to have a rehabilitative program, what it would actually comprehend. And so in this case, we have to have meaningful contact. And so it's directly actually written in the bill here. An opportunity for meaningful human contact, an opportunity to participate in programs and have access to services that respond to inmate-specific needs and the risk posed by the inmate. And I think that's extremely important because though there are other sections here where there's a healthcare professional that also has to take, their ruling is important. And if the inmate is suffering under mental health duress, then that goes immediately, has to have a review, and it goes immediately, I believe, to the Commissioner of the Canada Corrections or Corrections Services Canada.
Questions and comments. I just let honourable members know we're letting the questions and comments go a little longer here right now. We've got roughly 10 minutes. I'm not taking any part of that right now. We'll tack that onto the end. But usually when not a lot of people are standing up, we'll let members take a little bit more liberties with their time. So just want to let members know that. So if members are interested in weighing in on this 10-minute period, they can stand up and we'll make sure we recognize them. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this member is interested to partake. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his interventions, and he's raised many concerns about the treatment of Indigenous Canadians in our country and has often supported reforms in that direction. And yet, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'm puzzled that the member has not mentioned. There's lots of talk about Ms. Smith, the tragedy of the way that Ms. Smith was treated and then committed suicide. But 3 years after Ms. Smith's death in prison, there was a suicide by an Indigenous man, Eddie Snowshoe, from Northwest Territories. And Mr. Snowshoe had been incarcerated in solitary confinement for 162 days. And Mr. Snowshoe had attempted suicide many times over in prison. What was the response? They gave him drugs that made him feel even worse and put him into solitary confinement. And again, the same situation as with Ms. Smith is when he was transferred from Stony Mountain to Edmonton, nobody bothered to tell them he'd already been in solitary confinement for 134 straight days, and so they started the clock again. Just before Mr. Snowshoe committed suicide, he actually asked to speak to a psychiatrist. That request was never passed on, and he asked to be transferred out into the main cells. So I wonder if the member could speak to how he thinks that this bill, unlike the previous bill his government tabled a year ago that actually specified 21 days maximum for solitary confinement, to move within a year and a half to 15 days, that this bill gives no end to it and completely discretionary language. How are we to be satisfied that there will not be more Eddie Snowshoes when so many Indigenous people are incarcerated in our country?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that is an important question. Mr. Snowshoe, that is an absolutely disgusting case which occurred. But I think in this bill, spirituality for me is extremely important. As a sun dancer, someone who believes in spirituality, who practices. I had a pipe ceremony in my office yesterday, and the Honourable Minister for Crown Relations and the member from Etobicoke came to my office, and we spent another beautiful 20 minutes praying and thinking. There is now an actual paragraphs, and I'm not a lawyer, you must excuse me, but from what I can read in the law, they actually specify that Indigenous spirituality must be allowed to all Indigenous inmates. And so Mr. Snowshoe could request those services and have contact. And so the service shall take all reasonable steps to make available to Indigenous inmates the services of an Indigenous spiritual leader or elder after consultation with a National Indigenous Advisory Committee established under Section 82 and the appropriate regional local Indigenous Advisory Committee. So this is under Section 83, under spiritual leaders and elders. This is extremely important to allow a contact to a human being, allow that person who is in a segregation, or in this case, an intervention unit, to have contact with others. And the idea is here not to put someone by themselves. From what I can read and by reading the law, the idea in this bill is to actually make sure that if you have to regroup people together who have similar issues, that there is a certain amount of services that can be provided, that all those services, all those programming need to be provided to that person. They cannot be isolated by themselves, but the programming and all those things need to occur day after day after day to actually get them on the right path.
Questions. So we'll take one last. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin speaking, I'll be sharing my time with the member for...
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I perhaps was misleading there a little bit. We were still in questions and comments. We will get back to the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland. Under questions and comments, I think the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions is honoured.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. I sat for quite some time on the Status of Women Committee, and we did a study on Indigenous women and their access to justice and in the criminal justice system. And one of the things that came over and over and over again that we heard was intergenerational trauma, and how women in corrections and Indigenous women, particularly in correction, are strongly affected by what has happened to them and their families over a number of years. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can mention or talk a little bit more about how important it is to have the mental health component to this piece of legislation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yeah, so it's incredible, Mr. Speaker. It's actually written right into the bill. This is not something that is a regulation which can be changed if another government comes to power. Under the Conservatives, for instance, in 2015, they actually cut the budget by $295 million. But In fact, it's actually written down. So Section 30 under 89.1, the service shall provide in respect of inmates in penitentiaries designated by the Commissioner access to patient advocacy services to support inmates in relation to their healthcare matters and to enable inmates and their families to understand the rights and responsibilities of inmates related to healthcare. And so you're actually supposed to be providing that. And it's actually written right in the law. And I think this is extremely an important change because, as I've mentioned, it's not normal to be in prison, and we have to ensure that people achieve or have the appropriate mental health support so they can get on, not only with the healing for themselves, but so that they don't reoffend into the future.
Okay. And now we'll go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and great opportunity to stand up again. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Beauport, Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. So thank you. So I'm rising to speak on Bill C-83, continuing debate on the flawed reforms to our correctional system that the Liberals are trying to push through. And this issue is very important to me because of the hundreds of correctional staff who call my riding home, and staff who rightfully expect me to stand up for their safety and their best interests. Now, the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers has told me in meetings that this government did not bother to consult frontline correctional officers on these reforms. And these are people who put their lives in harm's way every day to ensure that the most dangerous and violent offenders do not harm the innocent. And these courageous men and women who, at the end of the day, should be able to come home safely. And we must consider how these changes will affect their safety in the workplace. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with the union representatives who interact with these criminals. And these are people who have firsthand knowledge and experience of what is happening in the system. And these are the people who we should be looking to for solutions. Now, they're very concerned with this legislation and many of the other policies that this Liberal government is bringing in regards to correctional reform. And these concerns involve the safety of correctional officers. And they believe that this government is ignoring them and running over them with legislation that grants extraordinary new privileges to prisoners at the expense of public safety and rehabilitation. Now, one of the main problems with this is the policy of administrative segregation. So this policy used to separate dangerous, violent offenders who are a threat to the safety of fellow inmates and staff, threats to fellow inmates and staff. So administrative segregation is a means both to protect and to punish. It acts as a deterrent to committing violence against staff and inmates. And some cases brought to me by correctional staff include inmates telling each other that it's not a big deal to assault a corrections officer because you'll only get 5 days. And, this is exactly the kind of thing that we need to deter against. So I wonder, why are the Liberals reducing punishments for inmates who assault staff and make this workplace dangerous for those who serve in this risky environment? So let's be clear, we're not talking about an oppressive system like that outlined by the United Nations. We're not even talking about how prisons operated in decades past. Now, Canadians, when they think of administrative segregation, might conjure up images similar to movies such as The Shawshank Redemption, where corrupt wardens can place inmates in solitary confinement in darkness with no amenities or opportunities for meaningful human contact. And that is simply not the case. And although there have been mistakes in the past, I'll note that several government members today have noted that the CSC has taken great strides in recent years to improve administrative segregation. Yes, and let's talk. Administrative segregation is restrictive, but we're not talking about Club Med resorts here. We're talking about prison. And inmates in administrative segregation have the right to exercise and leave their cells for an hour each day. These cells are lit, they're not dark, and prisoners have access to services to better themselves. And if you listen to some groups, you would believe that these inmates are being thrown into a hole and forgotten about, and that is simply not the case. And it is clear, though that several high-profile administrative segregation cases, that it cannot be used as a replacement for effective psychological health services in the prison system. And I know Correctional Services Canada has taken many positive steps in recent years to integrate recommendations to ensure that past poor practices can be reformed. And many of those suffering from mental health challenges who have been administratively segregated and the consequences to their health and overall outcomes for rehabilitation have not been positive. So no one wants to see anyone fall through the cracks, and ensuring that services are available to those who need mental health services is absolutely critical. But this does not mean that we have to get rid of administrative segregation. It means that we need new tools to address these issues. Reforming administrative segregation needs to involve an assessment of risk and needs to seek the improvement of rehabilitation and mental health outcomes. And I'm sure that we could all agree that anyone who finds themselves in the prison system would be a troubled individual. But that does not mean that all criminals suffer from mental health issues. Abolishing administrative segregation as a practice takes an essential tool away from frontline personnel to protect themselves and their inmates. And in that sense, although these new secure intervention units may hold some promise, there is no reason that they cannot operate alongside an effective and responsibly used system of administrative segregation. Those who do not suffer from mental health issues and choose to assault other inmates or staff should not be rewarded with these secure intervention units. In fact, the union representing correctional officers is asking for these tools to be maintained. So the government is really ignoring the wisdom of frontline personnel who put their safety on the line every day. While the Liberals move full steam ahead abolishing administrative segregation, this is a concerning move. But they're also introducing other means to threaten staff and other inmates through condoning drug use and needles in prisons. Most Canadians will be shocked to hear that the Liberals are pushing forward with a policy to provide needles to prisoners so that they can self-administer harmful drugs. Not only is this counterproductive for the rehabilitation of prisoners, it is a threat to the security and safety of prison staff. Violent incidents are not uncommon in a correctional environment, and handing out needles to prisoners can be akin to like handing out weapons. Vulnerable inmates, guards, and other staff will now live in a state of new fear that these potent tools could be used against them, possibly even lethally. And most Canadians would also be shocked to learn that the Liberals even intend to provide cooking spoons. These aren't my words, Mr. Speaker. These are what the Union of Correctional Officers is telling me, so that prisoners can actually cook and produce their own drugs so that they can self-inject. And this policy is seriously ill-informed because, as I've been told, lighters have been banned from prisons because they've been used to start fires in the past. So how are they even supposed to cook the drugs with these cooking spoons if they're not even allowed to have lighters? So this is rolling back best practices that have been learned by our frontline personnel, that have been implemented from learned experiences. They're rolling back these best practices and they're putting people at risk. This doesn't make sense. Now, many look to Europe for an example for Canada to follow, but this government is selectively choosing which European policies to adopt while ignoring how the overall system works. Yes, needles are used in some European prisons, but there is no European country where needles are provided in all prisons. But that seems to be the eventual agenda of this government, is that all prisons, regardless of security classification, should have access to needles. And in Europe, administrative segregation is used in the case of an assault of a police officer. It changes from country to country, but clearly this is not seen as a viable option for the future for this government. Why is it not being maintained here? I just wonder, Mr. Speaker, what policy objective is intended to achieve here for prisoners receiving needles? Do they want to protect prisoners from infectious diseases? Well, correctional staff have informed me, and I've seen the statistics on this, that over the past 10 years, the rate of infectious diseases, HIV, have reduced drastically. I think 50% was the model. So I don't see how introducing new needles will decrease the likelihood that dirty needles will be used. And this permissive approach to this abuse is likely to cause more of the same problem that they're looking to get rid of. In closing, when actions are before the courts, it seems like the policy of this Liberal government is always to cave in and run. And some courts have ruled that the widespread use of administrative segregation is a violation of prisoners' charter rights. But it's clear that, in cases cited earlier, it's the oversight that's the issue. It's the indefinite period of time that's the issue. That doesn't mean that administrative segregation in and of itself is a flawed concept. We have charter rights, but when you go to jail, you have to give up some of those rights. They're not absolute. And like your right to liberty, for example, we have to draw a line here. And what about the safety of our correctional staff? Where is their right to safety in the workplace, Mr. Speaker? So correctional staff have every right to expect that this government will ensure that they have a safe working environment. And this legislation, combined with allowing needles in prisons, endangers the safety of correctional staff. And it's time for the Liberals to take a stand, uphold the will of the people, the will of those who serve on the front lines, and stop taking away tools that they need to do their job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, it is very well known and recorded that I am very much a strong advocate for mental health, and I know that the member spoke quite a bit about the mental health issues of inmates and the safety of those who are in charge of them. And Mr. Speaker, while I do recognize the need for safeguards, I do take some offense with using the mental health case as a reason to misinform Canadians by saying that inmates will be rewarded, as my colleague mentioned. Inmates will be separated through a secure intervention unit. They will separate inmates when necessary while providing not only mental health services but rehabilitative service and other intervention services that are necessary. So this is not just about mental health. This is about securely having someone away from the general population and providing them with the services that they need, because there is the capacity to rehabilitate and to reduce recidivism rates. Of course, the warden has the opportunity to review at 5 days and then at 30 days while the person is in the secured intervention unit. So I'm hoping that my colleague could speak a little bit to why he just focused on the mental health aspect when he clearly understands that this is not the complete intention of what this bill stands for.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I haven't solely been focusing on the mental health aspect, because what I have been focusing on is the right of our correctional officers to have as safe of a working environment as they can possibly have. These are the people that put their lives on the line every day when they work in these dangerous work environments with people who have committed violent crimes and who are likely to commit violent crimes. And I stand by the use of the term reward, because when we're talking about a previous system where someone will be sent to administrative segregation, they will be completely stripped of their right to extra privileges, and now under this new SIU policy that the government is proposing, they will gain those privileges back. I don't see any other way to look at it other than it's adding privileges. It's rewarding prisoners under this new policy, and that's the way that I see it, and that's the way that people in the corrections system are seeing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I heard this in my friend's speech, because there's the way he sees it, there's the way my colleague from Whitby sees this, but there's the way the courts have seen the use and practice of solitary confinement in our prisons. And the response from not one but two Superior Court decisions, one in British Columbia, one in Ontario, against this practice is what this bill is responding to, allegedly. We craft laws in this place. They then get put out into the public, and if they are challenged, as this previous practice was challenged in court, after, by the way, Mr. Speaker, in the most brutal experiences where people in solitary confinement ended up killing themselves, many, because the practice was abused. Now, there were two things that both of the courts identified. One was oversight, and the second was a limitation on the number of days that solitary confinement could have. A previous Liberal bill actually had some elements of oversight and had some limits of solitary confinement. This bill does neither. How does my friend not expect this to end up right back in the courts after more damage is done to more people who are incarcerated, and Parliament in some future day to be taken up with the very same example after so much more human tragedy?
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And what I worry about, Mr. Speaker, is not necessarily that this will end up back in court, but that we're going to see some deadly consequences from this legislation if correctional services officers are being put at increased risk because they have this essential tool taken away from them. And, I think I can agree with my colleague that there have been abuses in the past, and that things need to be done about that, whether it be talking about having appropriate limitations and appropriate oversight. These are things that I can certainly support in legislation, but what I will not support, Mr. Speaker, is completely taking away an essential tool that is necessary not only to protect prison staff, but to protect vulnerable inmates from being preyed upon by the powerful or by the more powerful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming debate, and before recognizing the honourable member for Beauport, Île-de-Beaupré, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, I need to inform her that there are 6 minutes remaining for her remarks. And the next time the item is before the House, she will have time to finish her remarks. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and another act. And I do so because it is my duty to give a voice to victims of crime, to their loved ones here in this House, because since the Liberals took power in 2015, their voices are not being heard and there is less respect for their rights. The Canadian justice system is not perfect. There's a great deal of work that needs to be done to improve it, to make it fairer and respectful for victims of crime and their families. There's a great deal of work to be done to make the rights of victims equal to those of criminals. And the previous Harper government focused on this imbalance that had existed for far too many years. The excellent work done by the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper with respect to the rights of victims resulted in the creation of the Federal Victims Ombudsman. By the end, 2 sentences being eliminated after 1/6, and other measures through minimum sentences for sex-related crimes, through financial compensation to families whose children are criminally disappeared or killed, among other things. Since 2015, nothing. No bills have been adopted by the government opposite to help victims. And in fact, what's worse is that it has not put forth any bills to improve victims of crime. And it has even backed down on the fact that the House had unanimously voted on Bill C-452 in June 2015, and it refuses to date to sign the decree to implement the bill and thereby protect young girls who face sexual exploitation on the pretext that the bill is too strict when it comes to those doing the procuring. More proof that the Liberals are pro-criminal, not pro-victim. And then there's the fact that it took them over a year to fill the victim's ombudsman position. However, the ombudsman position for inmates, took less than a month. They also voted down Bill C-343, which was designed to make the ombudsman position equal to that of the correctional investigator. That was our attempt. Today, with Bill C-83, Mr. Speaker, the government opposite continues with its desire to not repress criminals, even the most dangerous ones, even though they can jeopardize the safety of other inmates and correctional services officers by not using what in the past was referred to as the whole. The whole today is different from what it was in the past. I come from a family that worked in the prison system. My mother was a prison officer and my father was a prison warden, so I know what I'm talking about. What we're seeing are solitary confinement cells being replaced with structured intervention units. This will enable inmates to be separated from the other rest of the population as required, and at the same time have access to rehabilitation, intervention, and mental health services. Now, we all agree that mental health requires treatment, but we also all agree, Mr. Speaker, that when an offender or a criminal is segregated from the others, it's because he or she jeopardizes the lives of others. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against this bill because, to my mind, victims of crime come first before criminals themselves. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix will have 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining for her remarks the next time the debate on this item is before the House. Now, it being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Resuming consideration of the motion for second reading of Bill S-245, Trans Mountain Pipeline Project Act, in the name of Mrs. Stubbs.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy today to speak to Bill S-245, which asks this place to declare the Trans Mountain Expansion Project to be in the general interest of Canada. And I assume that this has been brought forward because of the bureaucratic process the project has been through for the past few years and the legal quagmire that it remains in today. Now, the Conservatives have been gleefully blaming the Liberals for this mess, and the Liberals have been blaming for the Conservatives. And for once, I'm happy to report that they're both right. You know, the irony that this was a problem that was created by the Conservatives in the previous government, a problem that the Liberal government now has failed to address. In the rush to get a number of pipeline projects done, the Conservatives gutted the Fisheries Act, the Navigable Waters Protection Act, and the environmental assessment process. And these actions serve to polarize the Canadian public around energy projects and policy, and that polarization is certainly part of the reason that pipeline projects continue to be a source of division in Canadian society today, and that division is part of the reason that these projects continue to be delayed. Under the Conservative watch, the National Energy Board undertook an impact assessment process regarding the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, then owned by Kinder Morgan, now owned by you and I. That process was deemed by many to be deeply flawed. Consultation with First Nations was inadequate. Concerned citizens, experts, and groups were denied opportunities to appear before the panel. There was no opportunity to question, to cross-examine the testimony of Kinder Morgan. The major parts of the environmental study were ignored, namely those involving the marine transport aspect of the project. And because of these shortcomings in the 2015 election, both the Liberals and the NDP ran on a clear platform that called for the Kinder Morgan assessment to be redone. The Prime Minister repeated that promise numerous times, a brand new process. But when the Liberals came to power, they announced something very different. A ministerial panel made a quick tour along the pipeline route in the summer of 2016, giving First Nations and communities very short timelines to prepare, and didn't even record the proceedings. The panelists did produce a report that posed 6 questions they felt the Liberal government had to answer before making their decision on the project. Those questions have never been adequately answered. Now, when the NDP pointed out that this process was completely inadequate and that the Liberals should live up to their promise of a new thorough process, we were criticized by those who said that a new process would delay the project. perhaps as much as by 2 years. Well, that was 3 years ago, and we're back at square one. And we're back at square one because at the end of August, the Federal Court of Appeal quashed the federal permits for the Trans Mountain project. The court quashed the approval based on two errors: the lack of consideration of marine transport issues and inadequate consultation with First Nations. And ironically, those are interconnected because a lot of the concerns that First Nations had in that inadequate consultation was around the fact that marine transport was left out of the whole process. Now, I wanted to start off by talking about that consultation issue. And the Court of Appeal felt that, and well, clearly stated that in really unanimous decision, the consultation process was simply bureaucrats who were sent out to listen to First Nations concerns and really relay those concerns to Cabinet. As the court repeatedly states in the decision, they were simply note takers. There was no attempt made to actually address any of those concerns. In fact, the consultation team and the government apparently mistakenly believed that they couldn't add any more conditions on Kinder Morgan than the National Energy Board had done. So why bother consulting if you can't make any changes? And one example of that failure is the concern of the Coldwater First Nation, who wanted the pipeline to take an optional route to the west to avoid crossing their aquifer. It's a big concern. It's a very reasonable concern, a reasonable request. But there's no evidence that actually acting on that concern was ever even considered. I could go on and on about consultation, but I'll simply say that the government knows what proper consultation is. It's not an impossible task. It's been done before. It just requires more effort and that sincere desire to address concerns rather than just writing them down. In the Natural Resources Committee, we've heard many examples of proper consultation, many from the mining industry, certainly from the oil and gas sector. One example there is the Squamish process regarding the wood fiber LNG project. Now, the other error that the Court of Appeal pointed out was the failure to include concerns about marine transportation. And one of the main concerns there is the status of the southern resident population of orcas, something we've heard a lot about in the news this past summer. And I must say I know a fair bit about this because I was on the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada a few years ago at the meeting where we actually assessed that population as endangered in Canada. Now this summer, well, the Liberals they're saying, well, we're relying on our ocean protection plan to cover off those concerns, a plan that claims to include world-class oil response. We hear a lot of that world-class talk around here. This summer I attended the Pacific Northwest Economic Region meetings in Washington State, and I talked to people from the United States about that plan. And it seems that the states of Washington and Alaska are very concerned that the Canadian plans are not world-class at all. At least not in the sense of being the best of the best or near the best. They're only run-of-the-mill world standard, apparently. And Alaska and Washington State would like Canada to join with their system of tracking ships off the Pacific coast, a truly world-class system that would be a proactive way of minimizing the risk of collisions and spills. This is the kind of thing we might have heard about had the TMX project included marine transport in its proceedings. I just want to turn again to this issue of polarization. When people who are concerned about the environment or First Nations reconciliation are labeled as foreign-funded radicals by the former Conservative government, and I still hear those words in Conservative remarks today, it makes a wide public choose sides and makes it very difficult to have a reasonable discourse on an issue. There is a way forward, a way to reduce this polarization. I've been involved in a number of meetings here in Ottawa organized by Positive Energy. One is actually happening, I think, right now today, which I can't be at. But their goal is to bring these disparate sides together for a proper discussion on energy issues in Canada. And at one of those meetings, I sat with Nick Nanos, the pollster, who had done some polling across Canada on this issue. He had found that only 2% of Canadians had strong confidence in Canada's energy regulation system, also known as the National Energy Board. His polling also indicated that there was a path to rebuild this confidence, and that path was through proper consultation with First Nations and proper consultation with communities. This court decision is a reminder that we have to put the effort in at the start. There are no shortcuts into the approval and assessment process for energy projects. Finally, I'd like to mention a story that we need a pipeline to Tidewater because it will give us a fair price for our oil. That the discount we're forced to pay now is because we're forced to sell to one customer, the United States. And I've talked to many oil industry people and read a lot of articles in industry magazines, and two things seem to be clear. The first thing is that the best price for the oil we have is to be had in the United States, not in Asia. And the second is that the discount we've been suffering through off and on for the past few months is due only to pipeline flow constraints, not to whoever we sell it with. So it's not to who we're selling it to, but how easy it is to move. And I met with pipeline industry reps this morning in my office and asked them about Line 3, one of the new expansion proposals for selling our oil to the United States. They said that line will be in operation late next year and added that that will fix the discount problem. So if you think that Trans Mountain is in the national interest because it's the only solution to the discount problem, it doesn't seem to be true. The NDP feels like it's time for a thorough and critical look at our energy strategy in Canada, time to invest boldly in the clean energy sector to provide good, long-lasting jobs in a sector that is the true future of the world energy market. We feel that purchasing old pipelines is not proper use of public funds. Let's invest in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you've heard from the South Okanagan, so now maybe we can hear from the Central Okanagan. Anyway, as a fellow British Columbia MP representing a riding that the proposed Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion will pass through, there are citizens and communities that have a vested interest in this project. And in this place, we often talk about very large numbers. A $7.4 billion construction budget. Well, now that the government has bought it, maybe $9 billion or more, estimates that for the first 20 years of construction and the operation would generate $46.7 billion, including federal and provincial taxes paid, and estimates that this project would create the equivalent of 15,000 person years of employment in construction and 37,000 indirect and induced jobs each year it operates, Mr. Speaker. But we do not often talk about is the smaller numbers, like $922 million estimated for municipal tax payments over 20 years, or $8.6 million in community benefit agreements, the monies that pay for park upgrades, to build new trails and walkways in small communities. It helps to upgrade infrastructure. For example, Mr. Speaker, the small community of Merritt has had 2 once-in-a-century flood events these past 2 years. And many of the people in Merritt look forward to some of the upgrades that can be done to alleviate flooding once this project goes forward, and have told me that they're very supportive of this project, not just for that, but for all the other reasons I've given. Because it makes small rural communities and many local First Nations communities more livable and more prosperous. Now, last week, there was an incredibly moving speech in the BC Legislative Assembly from former Haslett Chief Councillor Ellis Ross, who is now an MLA. His speech was a very powerful one on how resource projects can lift First Nations communities out of poverty. And on that note, I'd like just to pause for a moment, because while this Prime Minister and BC NDP Premier John Horgan were busy hugging each other for the photo ops for an LNG announcement, let us all take a moment to recognize the 2 people, Mr. Speaker, who played such a significant role in the announcement, that had the vision and determination to see that BC LNG project succeed. And I speak no other of former BC Premier Christy Clark and former Haslett Chief Councillor Ellis Ross. They both endured a huge amount of mocking and personal ridicule from different sides, and thankfully they had to resolve and the conviction to see that project continue to move forward. But we're not here really to debate BC LNG, are we? We're here to debate Senate Bill S-245. But let's take a moment to see how we got here, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, when this Liberal government was elected, they inherited the following: a Northern Gateway project that had been approved by the former Conservative government, a Trans Mountain pipeline that was still before the National Energy Board, and a Energy East pipeline that was in the works. So what happened? Well, we all know what happened to the Northern Gateway project. This Prime Minister made the political decision to kill that project. It wasn't a science-based decision because the same National Energy Board process also approved the very same BC LNG project that this Prime Minister now so desperately tries to take credit for. After that, we know this Prime Minister then moved the goalposts so that Energy East threw up the white flag. When the Prime Minister did that, he only had one project left: the Trans Mountain Pipeline Expansion Project. But we are not done yet, because of course we know that this Prime Minister has also set out with his Northern Tanker Ban. This is also not a science-based decision. And how do we know that, Mr. Speaker? Because the Western Canada Marine Response Corporation can provide the same spill response in northern coastal waters exactly as they do on southern coastal waters. Likewise, the Pacific Pilotage Authority, a Crown corporation, can also provide the same world-respected marine pilots to navigate these vessels as they do in southern BC coastal waters. And yes, companies like Seaspan, who provide multiple tugboats to assist with docking in Burnaby, British Columbia, can do the very same thing in northern British Columbia. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is that this Prime Minister, what he says is perfectly safe for traffic tanker in southern BC, can all be applied to the northern coast as well. But as usual with this Prime Minister, it is all about playing politics and boosting his brand. And what is that brand? Increasingly, it is do as I say, not as I do. Now let's look at this bill. Rather than slowly meandering through the other place to get through to this place, the Prime Minister could have recalled this place at any time during the summer and brought in this as a government bill. But we all know that he didn't do that. Why? Because this Prime Minister was in a conundrum. He says he wanted to see this pipeline built, yet none of the things he actually does supports getting any pipeline built. Remember, this is the Prime Minister who killed off Northern Gateway, Energy East, and proposes a tanker ban. Those were all political decisions. None were evidence-based. So Kinder Morgan basically called this Prime Minister's bluff. They established a deadline. So rather than make some difficult and unpopular decisions within that very voting demographic that this Prime Minister so wants to earn, he bought his way out of the problem he himself had created. Buying the Trans Mountain Pipeline was a huge insult to taxpayers, but it was a brilliant political move by this Prime Minister. Now, why do I say brilliant, Mr. Speaker? Because now he controls the timeline. And what is the timeline? We don't know. We have a timeline for one part of the review, but for the other part of the process, we have no timeline. So see how all of that worked together? This Prime Minister used Canadians' tax dollars to buy his way out of a problem he created. Remember social license? Remember the line in the Liberal platform, and I quote, "While governments grant permits for resource development, only communities grant permission," end quote, the platform stated. How's that all going? It is a massive fail. Does anyone think this Prime Minister will allow a Trans Mountain shovel to break ground between now and the upcoming election? I will submit everyone in this room knows the answer to that question. And so while I'm fully supportive of this bill, and I commend the efforts of Senator Doug Black of Alberta to bring this bill forward, I have my doubts that this Prime Minister will actually do anything with this bill in the event it gets passed. Because I believe that this Prime Minister, it all comes down, Mr. Speaker, to the numbers. And I don't mean the kind of numbers I quoted in my speech, whether they be big or small. I mean, this Prime Minister is looking at the number of Liberal MPs and his BC ridings, many located in the Lower Mainland, where there's often the least amount of support for this pipeline, versus the very few Liberal MPs in Alberta. And of course, there's that NDP provincial government who put their faith in this Liberal government initially by fully supporting their climate platform.
And now he's totally thrown that Alberta NDP government under the bus, Mr. Speaker. Not an LNG bus, by the way. Anyway, in BC, where there's that new LNG project is approved, that project has been given an exemption from this Liberal government's carbon taxes increase. And this Prime Minister looks the other way about that, smiles and hugs BC NDP Premier John Horgan for that photo op. The same NDP Premier who stands in the way of the project that this Prime Minister claims is in the national interest. And of course, we also know that this Prime Minister quietly waived tariffs, so cheaper steel, foreign steel, can be used to build BC LNG. Now, I wonder if he mentioned that when visiting Canadian steel mills this past summer. And by the way, did I mention that the West Shore terminals in British Columbia last year exported more coal than the entire country of Mexico? I wonder if our Prime Minister has had a conversation with Premier John Horgan about that, Mr. Speaker. I would say it's somewhat unlikely. The Prime Minister says that the Trans Mountain Pipeline is in Canada's national interest. This bill states that the Trans Mountain Pipeline project and related works are declared to be works for the general advantage of Canada, and I agree with that. I will vote to support this bill, one, Mr. Speaker, that I specifically reported to my constituents on and asked them about this bill, and the overwhelming majority of people replying back by email was very, very positive and very supportive of. Now, I'm also hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister will hear this speech and that he will also vote for this bill and for once actually do something that he says, Mr. Speaker, that he will do, and build it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today as part of our government's response to Bill S-245 at second reading, and to do so as the new Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. I've said this many times over the past few months. I'm truly honoured by the confidence given to me by the Prime Minister, and I have big shoes to fill. The Member of Parliament for Northumberland Peterborough South, who's in this position before, set the bar really high, and I want to thank her for her great work. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I learned a lot representing the people of Sudbury, and one of the things that I particularly remember is how important it is to develop resources in our region. It's important to do things properly, and it's important to ensure that this development is positive for everyone, for project developers, local communities, the environment, and Indigenous peoples. Everything needs to be done while keeping in mind job creation and the protection of the environment. This is why we approved the Trans Mountain Expansion project. This project had the potential to create thousands of good middle-class jobs. It provided opportunities to 43 Indigenous communities that signed agreements, mutual benefit agreements. The Trans Mountain Expansion would also strengthen our economy, generate a lot of new money for every level of government. It would ensure that Canada got a fair price for its resources. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the main reasons for which we continue to believe in the Trans Mountain project. These are some of the reasons that we bought the existing pipeline's assets to invest in Canada's future. It's also for these reasons that we are moving forward in the right way. Today, we're facing a bill, S-245, which not only is outdated, but it wouldn't lead to any concrete benefit for Canada. That's why our government will be opposing the bill. We recognize the national interest of the Trans Mountain Expansion, but Bill S-245 has two fundamental flaws.
Bill S-245 was drafted long before the government acquired the pipeline and long before the Federal Court of Appeal quashed the government's approval of the project. In other words, the bill was written for a very different time and therefore serves no practical use in the circumstances we find ourselves in today. Second, the bill is legally flawed because it seeks to increase federal jurisdiction over a project that is already under federal jurisdiction. Nor does it offer any real improvements in terms of how provincial laws affect matters within federal jurisdictions or change the scope of federal jurisdiction. In short, Mr. Speaker, this bill adds no value and serves no purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to use my time today to remind members how our government is moving forward on the TMX project in the right way. How our efforts make the motion before us unnecessary, and how our approach ensures that we continue to create good jobs and grow the economy as we also build public confidence, advance Indigenous reconciliation, and enhance environmental stewardship. All of this was actually confirmed by the Federal Court of Appeal in August 30th ruling on the TMX project. For example, Mr. Speaker, the court acknowledged that we had made a solid start with the interim principles we introduced back in January of 2016, measures aimed at improving the way major resource projects are reviewed in Canada. The court also concluded that Canada acted in good faith and selected an appropriate consultation framework for engaging Indigenous groups and communities on the expansion project. And finally, the court lauded our government's efforts to protect coastal waters and communities. It even encouraged us to continue with those efforts through our historic $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. But ultimately, the Federal Court of Appeal found that there was still more work to be done in terms of the National Energy Board's review of project-related marine shipping and the Phase 3 portion of our Indigenous consultations. Our government accepts both findings, which is why we have decided not to appeal the court's decision. Instead, we are following the court's guidance and suggestions for addressing those shortcomings. And we are doing so in two key ways that supersede anything found in the legislation before us today. Premièrement, nous avons demandé à l'Office national de l'énergie.
First, we asked the National Energy Board to review its recommendation and to take into consideration the environmental impact of maritime transport, including having additional oil tankers off the coast of BC. We also asked the board to return its report within 22 weeks. The board will hear from Canadians and will provide financial support to ensure that Indigenous peoples can participate so that we can be sure that their voices are heard. Furthermore, we will be having a special technical advisor to ensure that the board has the expertise and skills necessary to provide the best advice to the government. Then we asked the board to take into consideration recent efforts to protect the southern resident killer whales. We've made a significant investment to protect our water, our coastlines, and our maritime life. Secondly, our government decided to restart Phase 3 consultations with Indigenous peoples who are affected by the Trans Mountain expansion. We will use a different and better framework. For example, government representatives on the ground will have a clear mandate to have valid consultations. We will also be enabled to discuss reasonable arrangements with Indigenous peoples about issues that are important to them. We will be working with Indigenous and Métis communities to get their point of view about how we can carry out Phase 3 consultations. We will more than double our team's consultation capacity and give them access to all of the expertise within the government and without the government.
We are not starting over. We are building on the relationships that we have, the information we have gathered, and the consultations we have conducted. Finally, as we move through Phase 3 consultations, we will have access to the best possible advice from within and outside of government. As part of that, we have appointed retired Supreme Court of Canada Justice Frank Iacobucci to serve as a federal representative to oversee the consultation process. All of these initiatives represent tangible and substantial ways that our government is taking action to ensure the TMX project moves forward in the right way. Mr. Speaker, that is a clear vision and practical plan that is missing in the legislation before us today. And that's why I won't be supporting Bill S. 245. Merci. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to a bill that the NDP will not be supporting, but not for the exact same reasons as my colleague across the way. Now, you'll see that my reasoning is different. This bill provides for the TMX pipeline being in Canada's to Canada's general advantage, the general advantage of Canada. So we've been listening, but recently there were various steps taken for TMX, and this under the same assessment regime as the Conservative government. And it was mentioned that they would never use this assessment regime, which had been gutted of and unable to carry out any real consultation. Following that, there was the announcement that TMX was not going to go forward, but the government decided, just like that, and said in May that they were going to buy Kinder Morgan's assets and infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, that was $4.5 billion money, taxpayers' money, which went into buying infrastructure which was more than 60 years old. Outdated infrastructure, probably problem-ridden. So I think one day they're going to have to dismantle this pipeline and depollute it. Canada has a lot of land to depollute. This is often mining companies who have left land polluted and didn't shoulder their environmental responsibility, and it is taxpayers who have to deal with it. When we talk about polluter pays, this is a very important concept, and what the government has just done is saying that the pollution under this pipeline, it's something that the taxpayers of Canada are going to have to pay for. But the opposition, which tends to support this in the face of Indigenous communities and various organizations who are opposed, and why are they opposed? Because the government is continuing to subsidize fossil fuel industries. So what we have is $2 billion a year of taxpayers' money that is going to subsidize the fossil fuel industry. And this while Canada has committed to eliminating this kind of thing. But at this rate, we're just continuing, and then there's inflation, adds to it. We'll never be able to eliminate fossil fuels. Not only did the Liberal government engage to eliminate them, but last Monday we had an emergency debate, and all sub-parties agreed with us for an emergency debate. There was a terrible report from the IPCC, and they were talking about just how how much the Earth was heating up. Now, this government had said Canada is back, and there for the environment, but they have these same targets as Stephen Harper. So we're far from satisfied with this, and some people have mentioned that this report has sounded the alarm. And what they say in the report is that science, technology is available to eliminate and deal with climate change. What is lacking is political will. Now, the Liberal government has let's say it, a deficit of political will. Now, according to Greenpeace, the Liberal government has not done enough to reduce greenhouse gases. I'm quoting Patrick Bonin, Canada has not respected the Paris Accord, and if they don't make a serious change, then it will not meet the targets it's set, and these were very weak targets to begin with. So it's Patrick Bonin, who's a spokesperson for Greenpeace, and François Dallard, who's from the University of Sherbrooke, says we're sending the wrong signal to the oil and gas sector, especially with respect to Trans Mountain. And he ends in saying, we can't ask people to change their habits while you're subsidizing fossil fuels. So this is the number one error. There has to be, yes, they put a price on carbon, but then they're subsidizing fossil fuel, the fossil fuel industry, not only supporting them, but buying them. And there's another element that cropped up. Why, as the Kinder Morgan or Trans Mountain is flailing right now, is experiencing problems because the work was not done properly to protect marine biodiversity and marine mammals. And there was an article in Radio Canada, and they said this was the Achilles heel of Trans Mountain. And they said that after an appeal to the federal court, they judged that they had committed a mistake, especially with respect to killer whales. The government did not respect its own undertaking. And in Lanaudière, the last commissioner said that the federal government had no action plan to protect marine mammals. They said that this one species in particular was endangered. And according to Madame Galfin, she says, we're trying to plan to manage this endangered species, but the federal government has no guidelines to deal with marine mammals. And this was the Environment and Sustainable Development Commissioner. So you see, everything's linked with respect to this Trans Mountain pipeline. And in ending, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians want are champions for the environment. They want their money to go into supporting sustainable development and renewable fuels like solar energy in my riding. And energy efficiency in my riding, we're developing these things. There are many businesses that are developing these technologies. And here we see the fossil fuel industry being subsidized. I could talk about this for a long time, but in the time remaining, I'd like to say that Canadians expect better from our government. The Liberals say that they're champions in terms of dealing with climate change. I think we have the proof that they're not with respect to fossil fuel. And also, they don't even have appropriate targets. We had an emergency debate, but nothing. We have no more investments in energy efficiency. All we have is this TMX. So citizens in my riding and other Canadians are saying that they want champions. They're saying don't buy pipelines, invest in renewable energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, a lot of members who've spoken so far on this Senate bill have provided numbers, have explained why they're either for or against. I heard the Parliamentary Secretary explain to us why this wasn't needed, why this particular bill coming from that other place is defective, because it doesn't deal with the current situation. Well, after 3 years of dithering, confusing, obstructing, we find ourselves in a situation now where the Government of Canada expropriated Kinder Morgan, allowed a private company in the most profitable sector of the energy industry in Canada, in transportation, midstream, to take $4.5 billion from the taxpayer, and there's no actual pipeline being built. We're at this point today by desperation, and there's a great Yiddish proverb that applies actually, out of desperation one finds. And what a surprise that it's an Alberta senator, duly elected by the people of Alberta to represent them in that other place, who has put forward before this House now a bill that fixes a major problem that we have, which is the rule of law in Canada. We have a constitution that is supposed to apply equally to all provinces, but I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that are quite a bit of Albertans, a vast majority of them, who feel there's a two-tier system, one system for everybody else and one for Albertans. And that's simply not good enough. This bill is about respect for Albertans and energy workers in all provinces, because this is not just an Alberta issue. This is an issue that affects energy workers in every single province in Canada. If we can't build major industrial energy projects anymore, and with bills like C-69 on the books, we will not be able to build them anymore. The Senate has already passed this bill. It's up to us to take up the task and pass it here too, to clear the way from any further obstructions and delays coming from other levels of government, provincial, municipal, which may come the way of this project, and get this project actually built. The ideal situation I would have preferred, like the vast majority of Albertans, would have been to see a private company build it, because like I said before, this happens to be the most profitable sector of the energy industry. There's a great cartoon that Malcolm Mays put together in the Edmonton Journal, and it shows the Prime Minister riding a massive anchor hooked up to a piece of equipment, and it says, "I'm behind you all the way." That's what most Albertans fear when they hear that from the federal government, is hear that the hands in their pockets, taxing them. For the longest time, Albertans accepted it. I think, we said that was okay. We are willing to pay our freight, to contribute to equalization, to contribute to confederation, because we knew we were building a better country. We were improving Canada. We were putting food on the table for families all across Canada. That's not true right now. That's not true anymore. The highest unemployment rate happens to be in Calgary. I represent a suburban area of Calgary where there are countless energy workers who are unemployed and underemployed because of decisions being made by the Liberal government of today. And it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Families are still losing their homes. Severance pays have run out. There are many people who actually have left the province, and our entire generation of young people who were told to go into STEM, go into the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, because you will get an amazing job in the energy sector, and you make a contribution to our province. We spent a generation trying to convince more women to join the STEM fields, trying to convince young people it's worth their time, convincing people from outside the province to come to Alberta, establish yourselves, bring your families, you can make a living here, and that's been taken away. Much of that because of the decisions by the Liberal government, which have compounded problems on the commodity market. Now we have a differential that has only grown. I remember working for the Calgary Chamber of Commerce many years ago now, when the differential was $25, and businesses were complaining then, and now it's $40. The reason for that increasing gap between what Canadian heavy crude can get on the market and what we can get down in the United States is the decisions of the Liberal government only. S-245 will clear the way. They've already expropriated Kinder Morgan. They already own the project. This will clear the way from any further delays that could possibly happen. It's the right thing to do. I hear a member again heckling from the other side. Again, Mr. Speaker, like I said, it's about respecting Albertans, respecting energy workers in every single province in Canada. This particular section of the Constitution has been used before many times. Grain Commission of Canada was used. Facilities such as storage and sorting facilities linked to the Grain Commission were federalized. The Teleglobe Divestiture Act used this particular section of the Constitution so the government of Canada could divest itself of a corporation. The Cape Breton Development Act used this section of the Constitution to come into being. It has been used before hundreds of times. The Ottawa Canal, Mr. Speaker, had that particular section used as well. This is nothing new. It's not special anyway. It just has not been used of late. But it's been used hundreds of times by the federal government to ensure that large-scale industrial projects do get built for the benefit, the general advantage of Canada. If this is a country of 10 islands, 10 separate provinces that can each do whatever they want, whenever they want, then Albertans have a serious question to ask, which is why are we still footing the bill through massive equalization payments? It's an honest, it's a legitimate question to be asking. You know, the member for Lakeland has fought for 3 years, to point out the damage that's been done by Liberal government policy. Something that Albertans know all too well. They've experienced this before with the previous Liberal government and their national energy program. It's a thing of myth now in Alberta. It's an easy thing to mention. Even those of us who didn't have the opportunity to be born there, who moved to Alberta, became Albertans because they wanted to. The civic nationalism of our province know about the stories, the farms that were lost, the homes that were lost. And that's what we don't want to happen again. The price differential that we are experiencing right now is leading to job losses. Just last week, companies were telling us that the first time in forever, you actually had to pay a few pennies on the barrel. You had to pay others to take our oil. Now that's ridiculous. That makes no sense. S-245 clears the way. If members opposite say, well, it's not needed anymore, I haven't heard a single description of what harm could it do. The proposed bill doesn't even mention Kinder Morgan. It just mentions the projects and the licenses issued. So it applies. It applies just as well today as it will in the future. The government has explicitly said it wants to find a buyer. They haven't really explicitly said whether the project will be fully built and completed by then and actually producing and shipping or not. This will clear the way for any future owner of the pipeline as well, ensuring that they can maintain it, ensuring the safety of the workers on site, and ensuring the safety of the environment. So like I said, Mr. Speaker, S-245 is the right bill at the right time. It took an Alberta senator, an elected senator, to put it forward, not a member of the Conservative Party, an independent senator to put it forward. And I'm happy to support it. I think it's a great piece of legislation. It's a piece of legislation that's brought from that desperation I just talked about. And he found an opportunity to use the Constitution for, again, the general advantage of Canada. This is how we build a community of 10 provinces agreeing that, and I think we can all agree that this has gone on for too long. For too long, there are too many delays, too much obstruction. Let's get the project built. The energy industry in Alberta is part of the lifeblood of Alberta. The public treasury there depends on it to ensure we have hospitals, schools, and pay for the salaries of these public sector workers. Without it, it won't happen. There'll be further harm done to Alberta and to Albertans. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on all members to support this bill, like other members have done in the past when this section of the Constitution was used for things like Teleglobe, the Grain Commission, the Wheat Board, all of those things. It's time to act. Time to act is now.
You're here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill, and I'll let him know there are only about 6 minutes remaining in his time so that we can leave enough time for the right of reply. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to use the 6 minutes to express some views to this House that I consistently get from my constituents in Calgary. They're very similar to what the member for Calgary Shepherd just talked about. But there were a couple of comments that were made today that prompted me to get up and respond. I listened attentively to the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources, and he talked about the Liberals have a plan, the government has a plan. Well, Mr. Speaker, many in Alberta believe they do have a plan, and it's called ragging the puck. And part of the plan is to purchase Kinder Morgan so that they then were in control of the timeline for building this particular pipeline, which many people in Alberta, me included, and I think many of my colleagues believe, there is never going to be an intention by that government to ever get shovels in the ground, Mr. Speaker. This is part of the plan, all right, the plan to rag the puck until after the next election, Mr. Speaker. And they're doing a really good job at it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know there are a number of members in the government side who may not be familiar with how the oil industry not works but is priced. So I thought I'd like to make a few comments that put it in perspective that I think is easy for all Canadians to understand. We hear terms like price differential. Now, very few people really understand what price differential means, but let me try and lay it out on the floor as to what it means to Canadians in the way of lost revenue. So today, the price of world oil is about $80 a barrel. In the U.S., it's around $70 a barrel. And Alberta today is getting under $20 a barrel, Mr. Speaker. So that price differential of $50 a barrel equates to the equivalency of one school per day not being built in Canada. One school per day being built in the United States instead, Mr. Speaker. It equates to the equivalency of one hospital per week not being built in Canada, but it's being built in the United States. And for those members of the government who come from the auto industry area of Ontario, let me put this in perspective. At the Ford plant in Oakville, you produce a car that is worth $70,000. You sell it in Canada for $70,000. You turn around and sell that same vehicle across the states, and the U.S. says, yes, we'll be quite happy to give you $20,000 for that car. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're dealing with here today. So all I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, is it's time that our government actually did what they say they're going to do. They say they are committed to this pipeline. I see nothing in what they're doing that is actually going to get this pipeline built, Mr. Speaker. That's why this bill is so very important. And I'm offended when I hear the Prime Minister say we're not going to use tricks. He's calling a piece of legislation a trick. Well, this Prime Minister is very good at tricks, Mr. Speaker. It's time maybe he started to look at what is reality and started to get on with it, get the job done, and get that oil flowing to the West Coast so we can start having a school per day built in Canada and not in the United States, a hospital per week built in Canada and not in the United States. The time is now. We can do it with this legislation. Let's get on with it and support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear.
We've got about 2 minutes remaining in the time for debate on the question. I'll ask resuming debate. Resuming debate. All right. Accordingly, we'll go to the right of reply. The honourable member for Lakeland has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the Conservative colleagues for proving that we are the only champions of responsible energy development on Canada's long-standing track record as a world-leading, environmentally and socially responsible producer of oil and gas, and on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of Canadians in every single corner of the country whose livelihoods depend on Canada's responsible energy development, and the amazing, incredible role that Canada could play in the world to provide responsible energy for the world's growing oil and gas demand long into the future. That's our vision for Canada as an energy producer and for the benefit of all Canadians. You know, the Liberals didn't have to spend 4.5 billion Canadian tax dollars to give to Kinder Morgan to go and build pipelines in the United States and consider selling and divesting completely from Canada. All Kinder Morgan needed and ever asked for was certainty that once it completed one of the longest and most rigorous environmental reviews with the highest standards in the world on all counts, got approval and met the more than the 157 conditions applied, that they would simply be able to proceed with construction of the Trans Mountain expansion. But for nearly 2 years, the Liberals have failed, and their actions just don't match their empty words. They failed to give certainty to Kinder Morgan that the legal, provincial, and municipal challenges, delays, and ongoing roadblocks, which were deliberate tools to try to get Kinder Morgan to abandon the pipeline, would be removed. For 2 years, Kinder Morgan did everything they could to just try to proceed with building the expansion that the Liberals themselves had approved, that we supported. The Liberals denied our requests, 3 requests, for unanimous consent to pass this bill into the House of Commons expeditiously before the spring, before Kinder Morgan's deadline that the Liberals had known about for months. So they failed to take action then to provide Kinder Morgan that certainty before they were forced to abandon it. And earlier, my Liberal colleagues suggested it's too late. But as my colleagues have expressed here, even if the pipeline can get built, there are still future and ongoing threats, like restricting the volume of the expansion, that other levels of government and activists can bring to the pipeline. So that is exactly why S245 is needed now just as much as it ever was, to ensure that if the pipeline does actually get built, there will be no further impediments to its construction, its operations, ongoing maintenance. And the fact is, the Liberals failed to deliver a law to assert federal jurisdiction that the Prime Minister himself promised this past spring, around the same time that the Liberals defended spending Canadian tax dollars on a protest position that was explicitly to stop the Trans Mountain expansion. That's why nobody believes what they say. The court ruled the Liberals failed to follow their own plan to consult Indigenous people on the Trans Mountain expansion. But for more than a month, they failed to take any action to fix that failure, and their ultimate announcement was just a consultation on how to consult. They failed to listen to premiers and legal experts and appeal the court ruling, to request a stay of appeal so construction could proceed while the Supreme Court deliberated. The Liberals failed to introduce emergency legislation to affirm Transport Canada's holistic review of tanker traffic and marine vessels in the area in the case of the Trans Mountain expansion, instead kicking the can down the road for 6 months with no certainty what will happen after that process. That's why my colleague says their tactic is to rag the puck. The Liberals continue to fail by still no longer being able to provide concrete timelines or a start date for construction and completion of the Trans Mountain expansion. And that lack of a timeline has caused massive uncertainty and stress for the thousands of workers who have been left in limbo after losing those jobs that they were counting on. But it's a pattern. They killed the Northern Gateway pipeline instead of allowing more consultation. They killed Energy East by political interference, changing the rules, adding red tape, and forcing TransCanada to abandon the pipeline. And today, the reality is the Trans Mountain expansion remains stalled, and the consequences of their failures have been staggering. More than $100 billion in energy projects cancelled, hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of jobs, more investment losses than at any time in more than 7 decades, future money for all levels of government, opportunities for Indigenous Canadians and communities in every corner of the country, and deep divisions between Canadians being pitted against each other because of these Liberal failures. And they are about to make it even worse by ramming C-69 through the Senate and failing to listen to experts who have said that legislation will guarantee no new pipeline will ever be proposed or built in Canada again. What tremendous damage to our country's international reputation as a safe, fair, predictable place to do business and create jobs. The Liberals should be ashamed of themselves. They should support this legislation to give certainty so that the pipeline could go ahead. And I hope that it is clear why nobody should believe any of their empty words about supporting the energy sector. Their agenda is clear, that they want to shut it down.
Good. The question is as follows. Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mrs. Cloud, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, moved that Bill 2S245, an act to declare the Trans Mountain Pipeline project and related works to be for the general advantage of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 24th, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, I asked whether the federal government would prioritize the use of Canadian-made steel in infrastructure projects such as the Trans Mountain expansion as well as the new Champlain Bridge in Montreal, particularly given the imposition of U.S. tariffs on Canadian steel exports. If we're unable to sell the steel south of the border, all the more reason to ensure that we're able to use it in federal infrastructure in our own country. Now, Mr. Speaker, this question is still very much relevant because, of course, we still have American tariffs on Canadian steel exports, even after this USMCA agreement to renew the former NAFTA. In addition to reiterating that question, I do want to raise some other issues regarding potential benefits for Canadian workers from federal infrastructure spending. The first thing I want to raise is to do with the Trans Mountain expansion. Kinder Morgan had contracted to do most of the construction with the Christian Labour Association of Canada, which is a very employer-friendly organization. It was recently kicked out of the International Trade Union Confederation, and I wonder if now that this is a public project, there might be consideration given to reissuing those contracts to more legitimate trade unions that would properly represent their employees and indeed bargain for better wages and working conditions. The second issue that I wanted to raise is that this government was elected on the promise of introducing a modernized fair wages policy after the former Conservative government had eliminated the federal fair wages legislation. And what this really means is that when the federal government builds infrastructure, the construction contracts should require some sort of minimum level of wages for different trades, which are better than the prevailing provincial minimum wage. So one way that the federal government could quite concretely ensure that its infrastructure investment benefits Canadian workers to a greater extent would be to keep its promise to reintroduce some sort of federal fair wages legislation. It's one of the first things I asked about at committee after I was elected, and we're still waiting for the government to make good on that promise. The third topic I'd like to raise would be the notion of community benefit agreements that the Government of Canada could attach to its infrastructure spending. This House passed Bill C-344, a private member's bill, to enable community benefit agreements. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that that bill is before the Senate, so it's not law yet. On the other hand, there really isn't anything stopping the federal government from making the choice to negotiate community benefit agreements when it gives out these infrastructure contracts. And I believe that would be another way that the federal government could ensure that its infrastructure investments are tied to local job and training opportunities, as well as other types of economic and social benefits for the regions where these infrastructure investments are occurring. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd be very interested to hear from the government whether they will take up any of these suggestions to ensure that their infrastructure spending makes the maximum possible contribution to our Canadian economy. Thanks again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain for his question, and begin also by saying that Canada is a strong proponent of the rules-based international trading system, which ensures the predictability of global trade. And, Mr. Speaker, as you and all the members of this chamber will know, we will always defend Canadian workers and Canadian interests against protectionist actions, and nowhere was that more evident in our negotiations of the renegotiation of NAFTA, what is now called the USMCA, an important agreement in principle which we hope to have ratified in this chamber and in the other jurisdictions, the United States and our friend in Mexico. This agreement will preserve access for Canadian consumers to the largest economy, the largest market in the world. We have secured no tariffs on the auto sector. I know that's very important in the province of Ontario. We have ensured that we would preserve Chapter 19, which is an important dispute resolution mechanism for our countries. And finally, I would point out that we worked very hard to reduce duties at the border, which will ensure that Canadian consumers will have access to that market without having to pay as much duty as before. These are just some of the net benefits which are flowing from the USMCA. And I would also point out, in direct response to my friend's question, that at each and every critical juncture of this negotiation, we had brought to the table representatives from the labour community, representatives from Unifor, representatives from the Canadian Labour Congress, and we believe that having a strong labour community is intrinsically connected to ensuring that people are paid a fair wage. And he also pointed out, quite rightly, that we have enshrined, or in the midst of enshrining, a community benefits agreement framework, so that as proponents come forward with projects to strengthen our communities in the context of infrastructure, be it in transit, be it in terms of roads, be it in terms of cultural community centres, that there will be a direct benefit to the community as a result of the employment opportunities that are driven by the fruition of those projects. In the context of the question that my friend had asked previously, I would point out that Canada, one example of our commitment here in this region in Ontario, is the Canada-Michigan Crossing Agreement, which stipulates that only iron and steel that is produced in either the United States or Canada will be used in the construction of the Gordie Howe International Bridge.
Even in the cases of markets that are not subject to international trade agreements, we encourage the use of Canadian steel as part of public procurement through the policy on Canadian content and the policy on industrial and technological benefits.
The bridge in Montreal demonstrates our commitment to investing in safe, secure, and sustainable infrastructure that will meet the current and future needs of users. With an estimated $20 billion in Canada-United States trade and as many as 50 million vehicles flowing over the existing bridge every year, the Champlain Bridge corridor is crucial for both local commuters and businesses moving their goods back and forth across the border. Our priority is to deliver a safe, top-quality, toll-free new Champlain Bridge that is responsible and respectful towards the taxpayer. This federal infrastructure investment is ensuring a modern and sustainable crossing that will improve the quality of life of Canadians for the next 125 years by creating thousands of well-paying jobs that are helping to grow the middle class. To select
the private partner for this project, we followed a very strict procurement process, which is open, fair and transparent.
Canada's obligations under international trade agreements.
However, approximately 3/4 of the subcontractors and suppliers for this project are Canadian. That includes Can-Am, which builds the steel superstructure for the approaches to the new bridge.
Ensuring our projects are built safely, sustainably, and with the durability to last generations and protect the economic interests of all Canadians. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Regina Leuven.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary began his remarks by emphasizing the government's commitment to a rules-based trading system, and I certainly appreciate some of the positive accomplishments in the USMCA, but the fact remains that even with that deal negotiated, we still have American tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum exports. So the rules-based trading system isn't being respected, and I guess the question is, how will we respond to that? Will we just accept it, or will we use federal procurement policy to ensure that in the face of these trade barriers, that we can at least use Canadian steel in our own infrastructure? The Parliamentary Secretary talked a fair bit about the new Champlain Bridge in Montreal. The last time I asked about it, less than 20% of the steel for that project was being manufactured in Canada. So I think there are opportunities to use some of this steel that we can't sell south of the border in federal infrastructure right here in Canada. Thank you again.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, in direct response to my friend's comments about the ongoing steel and aluminum tariffs, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Global Affairs have been absolutely consistent and firm in our position. These tariffs are unacceptable. They're inconceivable. It is an absolute fallacy that Canadian steel could pose any kind of a national security threat to our friends in the United States, and we will continue to work with our friends south of the border to see that those tariffs are removed. And that will, of course, be very much connected to the USMCA as a means of creating opportunity, trade, commerce, wealth, which is driving records jobs growth under this government. Over 600,000 jobs created since we've taken the reins of this government, Mr. Speaker. Record low unemployment. We believe in good trade with our partners. We believe in having labor at the market, and that is why my friend and his constituents can be confident in the work that is being done on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, la motion importante que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant répétée.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.